feet right next to me. Come on.
Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite. feelings unleashed from your mind hold me steady, yeah. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Dynamizer. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Dynamizer. I've been seeing double vision. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me hot. Hot, 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 hot.
Tell them what your name is.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me hot. Hot, 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 hot.
Tell them what your name is.
Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me instead. Oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my friend. When it goes dark, you better lay low. set the world on fire, fire. Set the world on fire, fire. We can set the world on fire. We can set the world on fire. We can set the world on fire. Set the world on fire, fire. We can set the world on fire. We can set the world on fire. We can set the world on fire, fire.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to your VCT CN Play-ins Day 1, brought to you, of course, by Project Horizon. We have two new challengers joining the arena today. Keep Best Gaming in the A-team get a chance to grind through the back bracket and fight for that dream of champs. My name is Veggie, and joining me to bring you all of the action, or at least the first of the action, is Snow.
It's always very interesting when these challenger teams come up to play with the big boys, because I imagine a lot of them are probably sitting there watching the games at home being like, oh, I could do better than that if only I was in VCT. But now they get their chance to prove it, and for A-team at least, you can't, I was going to be very rude and say you can't really ask for an easier opponent than Trace, but statistically, it's been kind of true.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Like, you can grieve as much as you want, but it's so true. I mean, A-Team come in with a semi-experienced squad as well, several members that have been in VCTCN, so they know what it's like to be here at this stage. And I think you're right. I think they will be happy to take on Trace. You can see that maybe the matches get harder as they go through the play-ins. The other match today will be Titan Esports taking on KBG, not to get mixed up with the letters around and start to go back historically, but a team that they were the team that won the stage to get here. Obviously, A-Team coming in second, notably beating off any questions in that sort of lower bracket final. So a very impressive run-in. And it just gets tougher and tougher as these play-ins go into the playoffs, as you can see coming up. Number one spot, getting that champions spot, which is what both of these teams that maybe coming in from tier 2 definitely have a chance of achieving. If they want to put together a run, it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the rise of these teams that have come from challengers go straight into winning the split for themselves.
Yeah.
And so it would not surprise me if we get a situation here where one of these teams makes a miracle run. It would definitely be difficult, definitely not going to be the easiest thing to do, but it is for sure possible.
Yeah, and as we get a look at our little graphics here, we get to see the leading players of the stage, and it's no surprise that Swagzor, MVP of stage 2 groups, is a really dominant
Two
form
categories.
there. Yeah, it's mental, right? I think that just stands out to show exactly the improvement that Nova have had along this stage, and you can see Jenny 7 stepping up once again. Neff, always a big player, not really who you would expect to maybe see in that cast category, and then Splash topping that one off.
Yeah, it's just to highlight how kind of diverse the league has been as well. I feel like it's common that in the past we would have just seen 4 EDG players here and maybe someone else makes an appearance, but right now there's a few different players that are making waves, at least within the league itself, and it's kind of showing how diverse the talent has got here and how everyone is kind of getting to that stage where they can beat everyone else. Apart from one of the teams we're seeing today, Trace, have very much struggled throughout this split. And I know, Veggie, when we were talking earlier, it was very hard to kind of make the prep work because we were talking about map bans, map picks, and it doesn't really seem like Trace has found their footing anywhere.
No, it is. It's certainly a tough one, especially when you... Obviously, we have very little information that we can go kind of searching for the A-Team, so trying to find exactly what they're good at. Thankfully, Project Horizon threw a little bit of a YouTube short up, so if you've not watched that, maybe quickly go and watch it, or we can just give you a recap. They're very good at 2 maps, they're very good at Ascent, and they're very good at Sunset. So when you kind of put that together in your little formula against Trace and you push your glasses up to try and figure out what the map veto is, it doesn't really matter because Trace are pretty bad at every map, right? They only have, 3 map wins, and that's on Breeze once and twice on Sunset. So the fact that Sunset is probably the A-Team's best map, where they've won 6 in a row, it's starting to maybe feel like that run is possible for at least the next round.
But you've got to think that for Trace, at least, they're going to be playing that harder competition. A-Team obviously coming from challengers, in theory, going to be playing a little bit worse competition than we would see in VCTCN, at least in the main stage. So Trace, while they do only have those 2 wins on Sunset, it's also 2 losses, a 50% win rate.
Yep.
2 of those wins, I believe one was against Nova.
Yep.
So we already spoke about how good a team they are, so they've shown that they can hang with the top boys on that map.
Yeah, and I think one of the key players that we're always going to highlight here is Kai, someone that we maybe expect to be in the top 5 duelists at certain points, but as we now get a flick over towards the A-Team, for those who aren't familiar with the A-Team, we're not talking about Mr. T, we're talking about Monk, Layla, Dingwei, Fulkiki and Erin. As I said, there's about 3 out of 5 players there that have played in VCT. Monk, quite notably, one of the bigger ones over there, and thankfully we have a nice little graphic that pops up back up there as well. Erin and Dingwei staying VCTCN, we are back, and I certainly think if you have a core that has experienced this level of competition, it's going to favour you in the long run.
Yeah, because I think the main thing for a lot of these Challengers teams is always haven't really played on stage that much before, that inexperience, the lights, the crowd kind of gets to you a little bit. But when you have those veterans that are on the squad, you combine them with this fresh talent that brings the firepower, it kind of makes it a little bit easier for you to make that transition. And I mean, we do keep harping on about it, but Trace has struggled when it comes to the stage. I'm sure when their scrims have been going, they've probably been finding at least a few more wins than they have been on stage, and it's just about finding a way to mesh together and find a map veto that really works for them.
Yeah, and I mean, this is almost like their last chance for it, right? Champ seems like it's so far away from them, but this is the beauty with how this competition works, is all you have to do is win this final stage. I mean, all you have to do is it's just that easy,
so
man.
easy.
It's just
so
that
easy. Why doesn't everybody do it?
But it does kind of compromise down to that, right? Is you don't need to start complicating things with champ points, being like, oh, well, if XYZ finishes here, then maybe we can do that. No, it's just one mission that's possible, go ahead, win the stage. And that's where they need to kind of put all of their focus from. They'll have known for quite a significant time now that play-ins was a very realistic option that they were going to have to play through. So this doesn't come as a surprise that they're here. So they do have a little bit of time to kind of prepare into that. The only flip side that I would say on the A team that we've kind of not discussed is the fact that they did play through the lower brackets to get to this point in time, having lost to the other team who have made it up. We know they can handle that pressure of that one game and you're out. So the fact that they've already made it here, they can stand up to that test.
I almost feel like sometimes it can be a benefit when you make that lower bracket run, because it's almost like an extra warm-up. You play more matches, you play more games, and you kind of scale up into the tournament in and of itself. Yeah,
absolutely. And I think the team that they managed to beat there right at the very end was that Rare Atom squad, which is a squad that if you followed any of VCT China along the way, is a team that you've almost been expecting to come up at any point in time alongside the likes of Rare Atom, who have had members picked up and brought into the main stage of VCTCN. But that's a squad and a roster that you're looking at going, they really should be competing. So the fact that a team have managed to go ahead and beat them in that best of five right at the very end to secure their place at this play-in shows that they most definitely deserve it.
And my question really is that when we head into this match, no matter what the map veto is, the style of Valorant that we're going to see play, because I feel like Trace has not really been on the same page, been a little bit messy. I don't know if A-Team is going to lead into that, because I've been watching a little bit of challenges, and when we talk about the VCTC and play style of Chaos reigns supreme, down there in the depths, it can definitely fall into that a little bit. And if Trace does not get a hold of themselves, they might just find themselves in a very fast, very chaotic game that kind of falls to the wayside for them.
Yeah, it could be, but from what we've seen from Kai before, especially on that Julius, that listen, anytime we're talking about Trace, you can go through multiple broadcasts. I'm always going to hype up this guy. This Kai, the guy, is amazing at what he does. It's just he sometimes needs a lot of help from his team, which doesn't fully back it up. But I feel like if you put them in the blender, they might make out a little nice smoothie. But I don't know, man. I'm finding it hard to not have my stocks in the A-Team right now.
Yeah, it's difficult. Even with your Kai love, you're still going for A-Team. That kind of shows you got the Kai bias, and you still think A-Team is going to reign supreme. But it's always worth noting that Trace has been a good team before, has been a team that has seen success, so they know what the path to success looks like. They know the things they need to change to get it done, and with the coaching staff on board, experienced people there, experienced players as well, at any point they could just turn it around.
Yeah, this is it, exactly. It just takes one match to bring that back, and it has to really kind of start here. Yes, you have the lower brackets that Trace could fight through. We've just spoke about how the A-Team managed to do that to get here, but for a team like Trace, you kind of want to get that confidence up as fast as possible, especially when you look at the fact that you're going up against All Gamers, who would be the second match if you manage to progress on this one. So it's one that you need to make sure that this match isn't a scrappy victory. It's one that's very clean for you and makes your whole team kind of gel back and be like, you know, like Fnatic map 1 against Heretics, where Boaster's standing up going, oh, we're back. Like, that's what they need to kind of fuel the rest of it. They just don't need that second map of the 13-0. They just wipe that from their mind and be like, it's fine. But if you go with that mentality of, right, we're so back, then maybe it'll be okay.
Yeah, I'm going to say let's avoid copying Fnatic this split at least. It's probably not the best strategy for most styles of play, but outside of that, the hype, that's what kind of Trace needs, bringing into this, bringing that energy as well. And I feel like they need to kind of use that crowd to their advantage, because they are the team that's been playing on this stage all split. They are the team that's going to be used to it. So they need to really bolster that experience and kind of not let it get ahead of them. I feel like if they get dragged into a team style of play, that's when they'll always be one step behind and always struggle a little bit.
Yeah, one thing that I wouldn't mind seeing is one of these like one and done comps, right? Which is actually crazy when you think about it, because in reality, that's what you're expecting from a team to try and cause an upset here. But actually, I'd quite want to see Trace do it, which probably speaks to the level of where confidence is around this team. But bringing in something that you know is going to catch this team off guard, they're not going to have had hundreds of time to prep for all the possibilities. Yes, maybe they'll have seen some more variety down in tier 2, but if you can bring something that just completely catches these players off guard, that really could be the kind of thing that skips the scales. That's the word I'm looking for. That could tip the scales.
And the more important thing about today, Veggie, is that we're playing on patch 13.02, which one of the biggest changes that happened was that Phoenix going from 6 all points to 7, which kind of could change a few team strategies, a few teams comps on some of these maps, because it makes it that little bit harder to just farm all orbs and send that ult every couple rounds.
It's not going to change that much. Come on, get
It's
off the court.
Listen. It's about how it over time it adds up, because the first one is 1 extra, the second one means you've had to get 2 extra, the third one means you've had to get 3 extra. It all compresses later and later on, but it does make it awkward, because the theme was always Phoenix gets both ult orbs and then he can ult every 3 rounds no matter what. But now it's every 4 rounds or so unless you get a plant or a kill, so it makes it a little bit more awkward to achieve at the very least.
Yeah, well, maybe the Phoenix will have to do a little bit of walking to search for more kills or orbs. And speaking of walking, we get to see China's production raised to the maximum once again. VCT China play-ins day 1 has arrived, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for the upsets, the drama, and everything that comes along with that. Please welcome your players for today.
You know what my biggest upset is, Reggie? No skirmish for today. We're not going to see the skirmish, so we don't get the side selection based on that. It's just Trace gets to pick team A and B, and they could decide which one they want to be. I guess that's because, obviously, A team coming in as the challengers, so Trace is going to have that advantage naturally.
Yeah, and I think that's something that they're certainly going to need to try and work around, to make sure that you're not giving A team those strongest maps, like we said, off Ascent and Sunset. 6-0 on Sunset, notably. Ascent with 3 different compositions that they've played on it, so it's a lot of prep to go in to worry about what the possibilities that they're going to come with. So it just lets you kind of focus on yourself a little bit more.
Love that we're getting kind of a brief little look at kind of the split so far, the stories that we've had. Not that I understand much of it, but I love the visuals and I love the transitions.
It's some solid, good editing. We can always appreciate that, and just remind you of the... Oh, not this.
Oh, no.
It's ruined.
Oh, no.
It's ruined. Oh, no. It's only 9:05 here and the day's ruined already. Oh, goodness gracious.
You reckon they've ever had both casters quit before the first map? Do we just make waves our own way here today?
Oh, gee whiz.
Gee whiz. Veggie showing your age right there, but some of these clips are going to be timeless. No age I'm going to be going through when you have 4Ks like Chi-Chu's busting out, but... Look, I feel like the main thing to talk about that you were kind of highlighting for this match is that whoever beats this team is going to be facing all gamers, which is going to be a difficult task. So you've not only got to get yourself through this matchup, you know, probably these players backstage are going to be watching this video and might be a little bit scary, the prospect of the teams you got to beat after this.
Yeah, but you know, I was thinking about it, and something that you mentioned earlier is that this is a region where we've had teams come up from tier 2 and go on to be the very best. I'm thinking specifically Sheila Gaming, notably coming up from tier 2, winning the split immediately, going to Masters, maybe not having the best of displays straight off the start, but certainly one that came up and showed that tier 2 in China is most definitely a region that, in an area that has a lot of talent and a lot of fear that can go into these bigger teams. So that sort of scary dream of that you might think is an impossibility of coming up, challenging the tier 1 teams and going on that run. It's certainly possible. We've seen it historically before. Who was the other team that came up? Was it DRG that managed to come up? They went down back to Ascension and won the Ascensions because of how well both July and DRG done. So, like, don't get me wrong, this region in its own knows that they can fight against tier 1 talent.
Yeah, it's not even just this region. It's kind of been globally as well. We've seen G2 do it too. We've seen multiple other rosters come through. It's kind of just been the theme now where the young squads, the young talent will kind of combine together and just be able to make it work. And it is interesting because A-Team obviously has a couple talents that were former players within VCTCN, dropped down and kind of formed a team together as veterans combining with a few rookies, which makes it a little bit interesting because it's not quite the same as what we've seen with these other rosters where a lot of it is brand new players that are coming in and trying to make waves.
Yeah, and now after we've left that play-ins promo, you get the introductions to both of these teams. A-Team and KGB coming on through, ready to make their mark today and hopefully walk away with victories in their hand into that next stage of the play-ins. Please make some noise. Welcome your teams today. We think the walkouts are about to start once again.
He's been baited, round 2. It's actually another play-ins promo. I also love how you said make some noise, like everyone at home is going to be like screaming into their monitor or something.
Listen, chat should have those. You know, when you go to the arena, you get those like noise things that you can clap together that fill up with air. Everyone at home should be sitting smacking them together right now. Breaking
Wasn't it
down.
Wasn't it the WWE that had during COVID there were all the monitors on screen showing the face cams? Yeah, that's what we need. We need like all the monitors on the side showing the face cams of everyone at home. But
everyone join the Zoom call so we can see your reactions.
Yeah, that's what I need. But this, for me, the walkout, a very big sign of your confidence. I feel like a lot of different players doing a different thing. A little pose from Trace and nice, calm, cool, collected. Get some high fives from the players. See if anyone gives them any gifts, any good luck charms to take up on stage.
Is it what, like, you know, like Mike, where they put on the shoes? Is that what you expected? Like, Kang's just sat in the audience and Kai touches Kang and all of a sudden he's just like morphs into the demon that Kang can be. Is that what we're expecting to see?
I know I've seen like some fans had like plushies to players and stuff like that. I don't know if maybe they had something to go there, but on the counter, A-Team. I love this little green vibe that's coming through. It's a nice colour, this.
Would you like green? It's a nice colour. Reminds me of Viper. One of the stronger agents in the map pool. I wonder if how often we'll get to them.
Yeah, is this spoilers by production? They actually, the lighting crew knows that Viper's being picked. Oh my gosh, it's the 6-7 again, Veggie. They can't help themselves.
All of a sudden, I want both teams to lose. Is that possible?
Veggie now biased against the game itself. He doesn't even care who wins or loses. He just wants it to end.
Back to bed we go. Enough of this. I'm too boomer for this. I've seen people saying that that's how you do your latest ID checks if you don't have ID when you go into the shop. The shopkeeper just says 6 and sees your reaction. But there won't be any ID checks today. It'll be fat W checks that are getting cashed in. What team will it be? Trace or A-Team? Set to start this play-ins with a bang. We mentioned there could be drama. We mentioned there could be upsets. Well, we'll find out today if it's match number 1 that provides that first recipe for it. And as the huddle comes through, the coaches get the last word in together. The last bit of motivation, the last bit of game planning, everything that they've been going through in Tier 2 has led up to this moment to take advantage of this right here and right now. And then for Trace, this has to be a last stand, a show of confidence that you deserve to be not only in Tier 1, but these players deserve a place here potentially in the next year. And as we head to the seats, the players will certainly rest with that resilient note.
I realise we still don't know the map veto. We still haven't been shown the map veto, I don't believe. And as I say that, here we go. Map vetoes come through.
Sunset, Lotus.
It is indeed.
Summit. So, 18 win, 2-0 it is. Victory for them. But no, listen, I think that the point that you made right at the start is that obviously A-Team have gone on a 6-win streak on this map, albeit against the tier 2 talent, whereas Trace have shown that they are at least competent on this against the tier 1 talent, knowing what they can come up against. But the question will be is, can they handle what the A-Team have to offer? Are they going to have some compromise against this squad? Well, there's only one way to find out, and that will obviously, of course, be in the map where we find out the agent select. Has there been any changes to these rosters coming on through? Looking at it, I like the Sage pick on both teams, making sure that they know the Sage is meta, they know how to play this through. A lot of blockage potential, a lot of psych take potential. Both picking up that Neon isn't really a surprise either. And I think the Cypher just double secures it with this double Sentinel.
Yeah, and the one main difference is that information initiator that they both elected to go for. Dingwei favouring the Fade, Fang Fang wanting the Sova, which means that I feel like the Sova, if you have those lineups, can offer a bit more fake information. That dart can be thrown across the map to either gather information on defense or kind of fake presence on the other side. So it will be very interesting how they elect to use this in comparison to the Fade.
Yeah, I like a lot of what the Sova offers. The Hunter's Fury as well can obviously be a massive point for that post-plant takes, whereas your Fade, I think, leads into a lot more of retake. Granted, we have seen a lot of Sovas using that sort of early ult pressure to clear out sort of certain angles, specifically over on towards A side, taking, I can't think what to call it. I'm just going to call it elbow, so apologies if that's not what you call it. But there's a lot of plays recently where you get that early dart into elbow and then Hunter's Fury comes out just to clear that, to make the space for your team. And especially when you have a Neon that can just be so aggressive off the angle, can really take an apply of the pressure that comes through from that.
And I think the main difference is the fact that this Cypher can be kind of shut down by the Sova shock darts. It's very easy for them to break that utility without much danger. Fade doesn't have that same option. They could use the Prowler to find out where the trip is, but breaking it still becomes that little bit harder.
Yeah, well, we don't have to wait much longer. We are getting ready to head into your map. Day 1 play-in, round 1, Trace Esports taking on A-Team. Going to stop there for copyright reasons, of course. But can A-Team cause an upset here as we start this one off? They will be confident that they can on their home ground of Sunset. Trace starting on defense and A-Team on the offense.
And I was going to say a slow play, but a pick through the smoke has been found, which does open up a little bit of space. That's unfortunate right there for the Trace squad, having to kind of realign their positions and figure out where they might want to go. Waiting for a potential trap play. I believe that's a Paranoia being held over towards this market position. Fights coming through, peaks being taken. Lure King has found an opportunity behind the box, but the question is, will they spot him out?
He's in quite an aggressive spot. Needs his team to hold out. You're not really getting away from there, but no one's going to check it, and somehow manages to get away with 2. That's going to be massive for Trace if they can capitalise. Now keeping this one at a 3 versus 3. Defence split a whole lot more, and they'll have to go searching through mid to try and re-clear this, but A-Team have put on their high heels and bolted over towards A, but not too sure what awaits them, so this pinch could really be deadly when it comes on through.
Right now, A-Team have no clue where anyone could be, using this wall to get a plant towards backside. Are being flanked quite fast from elbow. But with this wall being up, it could be difficult. Kai has found all 3! What on earth It's the first round and your goat's already performing, Veggie.
Listen. Through he comes with the spirit bomb. King Kai is known for one thing, and that is being the leader, the master. And that's what he's showing right there. Lua King might have King the title, but it's Kai who wears the crown in this squad. The 3K to seal it.
That last kill was a little bit lucky, but you know, if you convert, you make it work. It's all that really matters at the end of the day. But a relatively clean pistol round for Trace outside of that initial smoke spam.
I think we've got a take, Buzz.
Oh no. Oh no.
It's as if we didn't waffle enough at the start.
Yeah, they just wanted to hear us talk a little bit more. They're keeping it going until we just admit we've run out of content.
Well, content is what you'll get. Maybe now's a good time to remind you that there has been some YouTube shorts uploaded to the Project Horizon channel. If you want a little bit more information than what we're going to provide you on both of these teams today, that being A-Team and KBG, setting themselves up, they will be ready and fighting to go. Not the start the A-Team would have wanted coming in to today, but a pistol isn't the end of the world. They certainly have faced adversity and come back from it before. And investing into these bandits is something that can cause some serious damage to not only the economy, but the bodies of Trace if they're not careful. And they will look to head over towards B. A little bit of a stalemate. Smoke will keep them off. Delboy is here with cages in that one way to try and catch anyone off guard, but the one in spray will send all away for now. Realise that that's not a choke that you can get through with very little utility. So back to mid we go. Hi ho, hi ho, hi ho.
They don't even want to contest mid, to be honest. They're saying back to spawn at this point, making the long walk over towards this A site, and there is a wall going to be in their way, so a little bit of an awkward stare off. They do decide to break this down, and FK is going to get that information that there's players here, and a slow orb just says, please back away. I don't want to deal with this right now.
Yeah, but the wall gets broken nonetheless. About to come through with a full force to hammer, and the Stinger won't find anything, but the Spectre does.
Bandit kill on the flip side gets them one gun at the very least to work with. They're trying to move forwards. Kai is in a risky position though. Wall to potentially get out. Just keeps the position, dashes through, gets the one, but it's traded out by Lila. Fang with the final peek, a paranoia to support them. It's a risky position. It's not a great one. With only 14 seconds left, they are just going to have to walk forward into their inevitable doom.
Yeah, but listen, 2 kills coming on through. Granted, you didn't get the spike plant, so not the most optimal outcome, especially considering you bought in those bandits. You were really hoping that you could have picked up some extra money. But ultimately, when you're facing the aggression that Kai can offer with none other than that Stinger, then sometimes it's just not going to be your lucky day. But as we move into this next one, rifles all on board for A-Team. Some regen armour bringing in because of the investment into that last round. Kai has upgraded to the Vandal. Full investment, hoping to find some use of that. And they will be challenging in towards mid, maybe a slight repeat at how round 1 started. But no first blood right off the mark just about yet.
They're looking for that smoke spam again, but not always the easiest thing to find. This Sage wall goes up and it is broken instantly. Do they know there's a gap though? They know that FK's here, looking for the kill, has found one. It's easily traded out, so Kai comes to support. Still has the stun in hand as well. Could look to make a big play here, and for the only Vandal on the team, they're looking to support, looking to try find an angle to make a play. Spoke about Kai needing to be a key performer, and 5 kills already in these first 2 rounds. Has been doing just that.
Yeah, Layla's found a whole load of space here and should catch this team off guard, but gets traded. It's a 1-for-1, not the end of the world. You know, mid control isn't there. However, this B site has a lot of checkpoints to go through.
Who's still alive though and hunting for some kills. Kai dashes out. The paranoia is good, but it's swapped back and forth. Both Neons die. Shock darts being used as well. 24 seconds left. They know where both these players are. The TP across. Aaron has to make something work. Taps once, taps twice. Can't find the kill. And Trace 3 rounds to none, showcasing why in their mind they are the better team.
Yeah, the dream for the champs run is quickly becoming a nightmare for this new team on the scene. 3-0. I said the pistol loss wasn't a huge one, but losing this third can really start to be costly. On the come up is a certain come down, a bitter pill to swallow. You have to save your pennies once again. A couple stingers being brought in, Neon notably being that one, hoping to up the ante, up the pace. Maybe get a pick and a trade off. But the coaches, you'd have to think, might want to step in soon. But they'll allow their players to peek into mid here, head in towards this marketplace, where Leo King is waiting.
Utility usage is good to force them back, but there's still a fight for them to take. And multiple members supporting. It's just a massacre in market. And it's not the kind of deals that they would have been liking to get when they go to their local market. And Trace 4 rounds to none now. It's a struggle for A-Team to get anything going on this attack half.
Yeah, you've heard about the Red Wedding. Now you hear about the Red Marketplace. That's all that was waiting for them. Trace just look a regenerised squad right now. A different iteration than what we've seen them play through in the group stages. Need to see if they can keep that up, however. Make sure that they don't let confidence run away or give A-Team a chance to get back into here. A different wall look, but it's right into it. Layla knows that one. The Sage has followed that wall. Rez comes through though, so immediately back in play.
It literally means nothing. Rez straight away. I mean, yes, it's an ultimate expended, but what else are they really going to use it for? Yeah.
It's a risky play, but certainly when you have the backup that you can just play, well, up you come, you fall, but don't worry, you're back up. Reset.
And they reckon he still might be up on the wall. They're checking it. They're being kind of cautious here. But FK, in a one-and-done angle, gets none. And now this round looking to be a bit more risky. Wall is going to have to be broken if they want to get through into elbow. Fang alone on site, trying to anchor and just stall for another member to support. Shot darts can't be used. It's a quick play from A-Team. They've found the site. Kai maybe wanting to be the hero, seeing if they can find this angle. Dashes out on through, but it's going to net nothing. As now it's just all falling apart for Trace. It's an Avengers peak to finish off the round. Everybody goes through on the same angle. And we see here why A-Team has looked like a good team in challenges. That coordination, when they get it right, looks so clean.
Yeah, but at the same time, we're talking about how Trace need to not get overconfident, not get overzealous. And in almost every single fight there is a 1v1, right? You're looking at, obviously the neon walls, whatever, you can kind of look past that. But then FK in that one and done angle, like you said, gets nothing. But there's no way for them to get out even after they get the first kill. Kai with a sprint through to try and be a hero. So always the hero that you need. The team play will hold you up as it has done before. But this round kicks off fast and furious. Full Kiki pops the overdrive, but it's Kai who's stepping up to save the day.
And it's just what you said you needed. Kai, a 3k already, looking for more, can't get the fourth, but a decent bit of damage done onto Monk. Fang is going to get the information that they're there. Slow orb used as well. It's a battle. Everybody's in the market. They all want their deals. The summer sale's not on anymore. Steam no longer going to get you those cheap games, but they are going to get themselves some free kills. It's a 1 versus 1, and Monk converts just when their team needed the most.
Oh, the committal to the spray makes you a little bit sick, but it doesn't matter for A-Team. They get another round on the board, doubling the scoreline, putting them to 2 and closing the gap to 2 notably as well. And you have to say, when Kai picks up this 3k, you had to feel like it was almost a certainty, but I just don't know what's happening here. Not holding the angle together.
I think it's rare that we see a mechanical misplay be the reason that a round is lost, especially in such a high level, but it does lose that round, and that puts Trace into a weird position. Kind of need to pull themselves back into it because the economy getting that little bit weaker. Can't really afford to lose this round. They probably have another buy in them, but might have to sacrifice some utility if this one doesn't go through.
Yeah, I mean, there's already some half shields on, and Monk is so wise to where these stage walls could be. It's clearly been watching the Grim live streams, set up for any potential threat. It's difficult to do these plays against a composition that also has a Sage in the team, right? Because it's like that they're going to particularly know a lot of what can happen. Half of these set plays are probably in the same book. So instead, it's Trace that are at this man disadvantage. They had an idea that there's bodies coming towards A, but they've committed 3 over towards B instead, all based off this one fade util, which leaves Kai in a really difficult position.
No idea about Elbow. Gets a sneaking hint that someone could be there. The res is available though. Kai, where are you going? Just trying to move forwards. Fang Hunter's Fury's popped. Manages to find a kill, but it's that res. It's the flip side now. It's A-Team using it to their advantage. They've gained the site. They've got the numbers. Sage wall up as well to slow down the retake. Larking just trying to find a fight, and it's a great crossfire that's been set up. The ultimate utility gonna come through as well. And Dingwei alone. Fang barely alive, holding on by the skin of their teeth. And now another 1 versus 1 clutch situation. The information is there, but it's LB with the Guardian that finds the headshot and is the savior of Trace Esports in this round.
Yeah, the wheeler dealer of the squad steps up. Might be sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard, but has certainly put their place at the top of that round. Made sure another clutch didn't fall into A-Team's favour. And a retake that was most certainly Trace favoured. Got a little bit sloppy, started to look out of control, but a firm grasp reassured. 3-round differential once again. But you can see, thanks to A-Team winning those 2 in a row, they've managed to get a little bit of money, a mixed bag to come in here, and this one will be huge for the rest of this half.
Yeah, again, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Trace go a little bit aggressive with their can with Kai. Obviously, they're not going to have the opportunity to do so, as it's a fast play from A-Team. Wants to avoid the situation where that Sage res can be used effectively. Just pushing on through onto site. It's a contained play from Trace right now, just trying to keep them in the site, set up for a retake, a potential flood.
Yeah, I'm just looking at what they've got to come through with this retake. It's not a whole lot. They still have the paranoia, overdrive available, but they need to hold off this second wave of aggression, and they'll start this one off successfully. First kill onto Follikiki, but Eren equalises things up.
And it's A-Team that are being a bit too eager, a bit too aggressive here, giving over these opportunities to find some kills. Wall can be used by FK. It's a spam through the smoke, but Kai has found their way here. The stun, almost perfect. Gonna tap the spike. It's gonna force some moves out, but it's a double swing, and it's Lila finding themselves the kill, securing a round. And yet again, in these high-pressure situations, we are seeing A-Team start to convert some of these rounds.
Yeah, I mean, you might be looking at that aggression off the site going, why are we doing this? We have site control, but they know that site has been given up to them far too easily, right? They know there's a pinch coming on through, so they're trying to make some extra space and at least cause a little bit of chip damage so that when that flood comes in through, they've had a little bit of stall to it. They've used a little bit more of Trace's utility, and that's exactly why that works. By the time Kai gets there, most of Trace is falling down already. There's not a whole lot that can be done. Kai's tried to tap the spike to draw out the bodies and differential attention, but it's not been successful, and A-Team continue to bounce back from the jaws of defeat as a certainty. They make Trace call out this timeout, which, looking at the scoreboard, it's not something that you usually expect the winning team to do it, but they can see that there's been some form of error on this defence and not happy with how it's going so far.
Yeah, I think coaching staff are not going to be happy that they're kind of getting through some of these rounds by the skin of their teeth, winning some lucky 1v1s. They would love for a little bit more surety in these rounds, a bit safer in the way that they're able to convert them and not really relying on some of these hero plays. I mean, we've seen Kai get multiple 3Ks and some of those rounds they haven't even been able to convert. So OG and staff definitely going to want to change something up right here.
Yeah, and I'm really impressed with Holy Kiki bringing in that outlaw. Addressing the economy of Trace, we'll certainly be able to find some big value, but with the aggression that Trace are bringing it straight away, this overdrive might not even get a chance for the outlaw to find any success.
Kai doesn't even want to stop, just keeps running forward. What? There's more players to fight, more players to kill, and Kai just will not stop the onslaught, and it is a massacre in mid as Kai carries yet another round for Trace.
Yeah, the Thrifty coming on through. Timeout worked to perfection, and I think we could probably take a solid guess at what was said in that timeout. Okay, guys, things aren't going well. Kai, you have your overdrive. So what I want you to do is press X and then the W key, and then just laser beam everything you see.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a strat to do. If you have a player the caliber of Kai, you might as well just tell them go kill, see what happens. But it's actually forced A-Team onto a save. He spoke about that outlaw. F-Key using it to great effectiveness to get themselves an opening pick right here. Slow orbs as well to stop any potential push, and they'd love to get an angle on this orb if they can. Monk looking to swing out, protected by the Prowler. Delby was there ready and waiting for the trade-off.
Yeah, I love the double hold there, so if the first shot misses, the Prowler is going to attach to one of you. It's a really nice take. You've got one holding up onto mid. Lurking's got a reasonable amount of space on A. Doesn't have like a whole load, so uses a deep smoke instead. But thankfully, the Cypher's still getting this information that there's a lot of action in mid.
Kai wants a piece of it. If there wasn't that slow orb there, you can guess that they would be sprinting in. The wall is going to cut them off. Going to have to break this one if they want to find any fights. Don't have to, but wants to, because they want more kills. They want more fights. And it could be a weird angle to maybe play through, but it's A-Team getting bested again. And Trace starting to get a handle on this game.
I guess maybe you break it to keep applying pressure so that A-Team can't just run mid. So I think that's maybe the theory behind it. But also Kai just wants to go. Yeah, I get it.
Kai's thinking it's just, there's players in mid that I can kill, and this wall is stopping me from doing that.
Kai's like the great white shark after there's blood spilled in the water. I don't care what's in my way, I'm going to go get it. That was it, and finding Nemo where they're all vegetarians and then they smell a little bit of blood and they just go mental. That's Kai right now, but Trace at least up to 7-3. The half's looking a little bit more complete. However, A-Team, guns in hand once again, have made a history and a tradition of going mid, and that's where they'll be for now. Worried about what could be up in mid, so we'll send Feng Feng away, but F-Key, Prowler shot, should find an angle, but misses and gets paranoid. Slows have to come out.
It's a bit awkward. The wall is going to go up to slow them down, just stop them a bit. The res is available. If A-Team elects to use it, they are just finding picks across the board. Sight has been gained. Delby knows that there's a player in market, but doesn't know the angle. And the timing is everything, but Lila just that one step ahead and has spotted out the last player now. All the information is there. They have everything they need. It is Kai, but it doesn't matter when you can just overwhelm them with numbers. And Veggie, my one question is, should A-Team be worried? This was their map pick. This was, well, not, sorry, not their map pick, but this was the map that they've won 6 in a row on. The map that we were expecting them. Is it their map pick?
Yeah, it's their map pick. Yeah,
okay,
you've got extra
now I'm even
substance to
more
your
worried.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like compositionally it's going to favour the defence a lot heavier. I think if they can get this 5th round, then it's not too much to worry about, especially given how the start of the map went, maybe those first round nerves coming on through. But certainly not the end of the world. They want to claim this one, and that's why they've upped the pace. However, that sage wall does catch them from going through straight onto site, and now Kai, invested into this operator, can just hold down elbow. Needs to be careful not to go too far though, because there's many a body waiting around this corner, and whiffs off that first shot. Oh dear.
Two. Oh my gosh, it's like Modern Warfare 2 again. The sniper battle's coming through. Aaron's found 2 picks for themselves, and Fang alone on site, scared, needs help, needs somebody to come support. A-Team doesn't even need to go here. They've known that they've drawn the rotates, and it's the perfect timing from Monk. And A-Team still has 45 seconds to work with. They don't even have to go on B if they don't want to. But it seems like it's the best opportunity for them. At least that's what they feel like.
Yeah, I mean, a 2 versus 5, it's always going to be the best opportunity regardless of what site they've gone to, but feel like they've drawn the bodies across, so do get that pivot into the rotate. Start to sink their teeth into this site hold now. 1 off site, 4 on. Start to try and take that backspace and make it impossible for this flank.
And that's a bit awkward to deal with.
Oh, no, it's not. Never mind.
Still, kill does go down in the end, and it ends up being a 7-5 half in the favour of Trace ever so slightly. But I feel like this pistol round going to be of vast importance. It could be the thing that gives Trace that buffer to experiment a little bit more on that attack. But on the flip side, if A-Team can start off that second half strong, we go into this game even yet again. And you said that defense favoured for these compositions.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I don't have the full stats to back it up, but just looking at it,
you got the brain, Veggie.
This is where I was going to. I've got that aged experience, right? I woke up this morning to a message of someone telling me that I'm a boomer, just completely out of the blue. So clearly, I'm old in that sense. So I'd like to think that maybe I know a little bit about the game, but maybe I don't. We'll find out sooner or later. But like you said, 7-5, really not the end of the world for A-Team. Starting off on, what was it, a 4-0, maybe a 3-0 right off the rip. It's a bad start, but the fact that you've managed to recover it, you forced Trace to use a timeout when they were in the lead nonetheless, which did lead to a round win. I think also the fact that the coaching team from A-Team didn't use a timeout themselves maybe gives a little bit of self-confidence to the fact that they were comfortable with the direction the game was going, with the pace of the game, and certainly the beat that they'll be going into the second half with. And as you said, Snow, a pistol means this one's basically all tied up, guaranteed to come through. So there's certainly a lot of hope.
Okay. Let's not say guaranteed, because I've seen some very spicy things happen on round 2, and I would not be surprised if the pistol round means nothing. I mean, the bandit plays, the sheriff plays that we've seen, there's everything up for grabs when it comes to VCT CN.
Yeah, I mean, nothing's ever guaranteed in life, right? You've got to go ahead and take it and make it as what is yours without being a motivational speaker. But if you want something, you've got to go out and get it, and that's exactly what A-Team need to do. They know there's a chance at Champs waiting at the very end of this playoffs and play-ins run if they can make it theirs. And they need to make sure this map does end up in their favour. So they get their turn at defence. A 2-1-2 stack is set up. Trace looking to assault this B-side. Paranoia for close will go out. Smoked up in a paranoia from Monk, prepped and ready to halt. But Trace don't like what they see. So they jump on that horse and they start backtracking their way through town.
It seems to be the aim of the game. Kai with this sheriff just trying to look for a potential peek, a potential pick. There's 4 players ready and waiting for them. The Prowler is there, the wall goes up, but it's broken instantly, and it's just a fist fight in mid. But it's A-Team that seems to be winning this. They don't want to stop there. They're almost eager to just send it through that smoke, but realise that with the numbers advantage, they can just back away.
I'm looking at Trace, I went, right, we're going to start B. Okay, that didn't work. Let's go mid. I mean, it slightly worked, but we're not too comfortable with it. So let's go to. Do you think we're going to get here and then
Slightly
maybe
worked.
we
They
go
lost
this way?
3 members, Veg. Slightly worked isn't the position I would put them in right here. A 3-for-1 ain't a situation you want to be in, but A site is free, so it is actually the option they can go for and at least get the spike down, but it's going to be a difficult hold.
剩余10秒。
Well, let's see how they can do it. Not much util to hold on to. Still have that paranoia though, which can be pretty big. Smokes out back of sight. Del B to hold on the flank. But there's not going to be any challenge to it. Everyone's going to progress through these 2 main checkpoints from CT. 3 going from one and 1 going from the other.
我方有1人。
And that makes it hard for Delby. This one way just means it's almost unplayable. Has found the 1 kill, but with 2 members staring him straight in the face. It's a relatively simple first round for A team. Just came all really from that 1 mid fight. They were ready, prepped. Maybe a little bit of research been done by them, knowing what Trace likes to do, because they seem to have been reading their mind that entire round.
Yeah, I feel like natural reactions as well after rotating straight off of one side. You might head into that closest checkpoint, and I feel like for Trace, even with Delby holding that flank, Spike really not in a prime position for them to get anything. 1v3 was exemplified to be even harder. So Trace have to pick up their bags and find another angle, and it's going to be just a straighter hit over towards mid. 2 bodies focusing on B. But the main cavalry is going to come through this marketplace.
Marshall does not find a kill in the opening part of this round. A pinch through on towards B. In the chaos, can they find anything? It's Eren and Monk that are holding it down right now. These Spectres putting in great work on this anti-eco round. And it is a relatively clean one. 3 members still left alive. And it's always a question, right, of whether it's worth the Spectre or whether it's worth going for that upgrade. Because I feel like the Spectre can be great in those anti-ecos, but in this bonus round, this is where it really struggles.
Yeah, but when the team's just going to run it down at you, as we've seen in these last 2 rounds, then the close range gun will certainly have some value to be found. Get to see if that value is. But clearly, a lot of attention put into these Spectres. 3 on the board, 2 Stingers coming in for A team. Ready to handle anything that Trace might throw at them. A little bit of noise being made over towards A. Pressure clearly dealt with, but these bodies for Trace are once again hitting over towards B.
扑倒他们。
Yet to see these shock darts be used to break the trips with great effectiveness, especially on in the early round. I mean, they found their way onto B, and Delby, waiting for a potential flank, knows there could be an aggressive play, has already found 2. And lurking through mid as well, just causing a bit of chaos, creating some question marks for these 2 players left alive for the A team, who have found their way onto site. But it's a triple swing that comes out. FK manages to convert both. And Trace gets themselves back on the board when it was very much needed.
Yeah, a much smoother round from them. Clearly a lot more thought through with the idea. And especially with the execution. I think those 2 kills, those 3 kills make it pretty much sealed and dealed the round. The sight hold a little bit easier to do. What I want to keep an eye on is the Sage wall use from FK. I felt like Layla's was very much just block off one angle rather than specific sight hits. It's almost just used to where and when the feel was needed, the vibes, you could say it. But I want to see if FK has a little bit more theory behind their wall. So far it has looked a little bit like that.
One thing I was talking about, these Sova shock darts not quite being used to break this Cypher setup yet, and one thing I've noticed is Eren constantly shifting that setup to make it difficult for Fang to just instantly break those darts. But Layla is in such an advanced position, has already found 1. The heal gonna come through as well. Slow orb to stop the push. Kai doesn't care about it. What are you doing? That's a slow orb, you can't just run through that. And nonetheless, they still try to find the angle for fights, and it just leaves Trace at a loss.
Three letters in the name, KAI, but the three letters that come to mind are WTF. What are you doing, Trace? You cannot push that. You have the res, you get the numbers back in, and all of a sudden, you just give A-Team the advantage. Lua King's at least aggressed into this solid position. Picks up one, a little bit of chip damage as well onto Erin, meaning this 2 versus 4 is a little bit more likely, but it all comes down to the value that Delby can provide. Unfortunately, the res coming in means this is nigh impossible, especially with time.
Oh no, and just the amount of util being used, but the timing was almost there. Delby just has to find all three. One can live! Oh my gosh, at the last possible second, there was no reason for A-Team to fight that, and they give the opportunity, but they managed to reap the reward nonetheless.
Oh my, it was the 1 second buzzer. All you had to do was stop the ball going in the back of the net, and you just left the goal line wide open. That is a worrying sign for A-Team, to say the least, but committed to it. They tied the score up at 8-all.
I feel like that would have been one of those rounds that we would talk about being the biggest throw moment of the game if it had not gone the way of A-Team, but alas, it did. A-Team now looking for more aggressive peaks. This Sage will be used to not only cut off an angle, but find a position to find a kill. Oh my gosh, it's beautiful. Now, full Kiki on the back behind this Trace squad. The judge being used as well. It's A-Team thriving in the chaos. And Trace just can't seem to find their footing everywhere they go. There's utility stopping them. And now Delby, the sole player left alive, has the time to work with, but there's so many angles to check and they don't even have the spike.
They have a little bit of time, Snow. They can allow A-Team to make a mistake, but a mistake will not be made. Monk in the name, Cam is the game. They will collect the round, and I mean, it's unfazed. You look at him, he's just like, okay, it's fine. I mean, I almost fumbled there once again, but it's fine. And I think what I want to...
No, you go. I insist, sir.
I was just going to make a terrible analogy about how you said that Trace can't really seem to find their footing, and it's like a kid learning to skateboard for the first time, right? They have an idea, they have the confidence, but anytime they step on the board, they fall off and maybe knock their head a little bit, and that's what the confidence is going to be doing against them, especially against the team that we've mentioned, Tier 2. They should have been coming in here and showing off a little bit more of a dominant display, but really struggling to get to grips with this attack.
High, hoping to land a miracle kickflip here, just make some magic work. They're taking the ramp and hoping something comes out clean. The market push to try find a way onto site. Kai has gained that space, but we are not unfamiliar with this situation. A-Team just playing back, letting them take the site, looking to play for this retake. We know this utility usage can be good. Smoke's coming through as well to force some weird off angles. Monk has spotted an elbow, finds the shoulder, makes that the head. And A-Team just slowly dismantling any hold from Trace. Every player they find, it's a free kill. But as I say that, FK and Delby have found themselves a little bit of space, a little bit of presence as well. Spike going to be tapped. Delby has to peek eventually. The Outlaw watching it. It's not planted for them. Delby, you have to make your move. It's being stuck. But Aaron was ready and waiting. And A-Team has got themselves to those double-digit rounds and is starting to eke ever closer to the finish line.
Yeah, it looks like Trace were just like me as a kid, not very good at skateboarding. But they will skate towards the next map if this keeps up. You can see why A-Team right now are undefeated on Sunset. A much stronger sort of hold and feel towards the defence to what we've seen on the attack. And I'm just going to say this once again, the fact that Trace have had to use both timeouts and A-Team, despite how bad and gnarly the start was for them, the coaching staff were confident that they were going to have enough through the lines to get it done. I mean, it looks a little bit vocal about the coaching staff there for a team, to be fair. A lot of shouting coming through for a team that's certainly looked revitalised since the half is swapped. And I mean, so it feels like a lot of the attacking defensive rounds for Trace were off the back of 3Ks off of Kai and such, right? We're not really seeing any of that coming in on this attack from them.
Kai been really quiet actually in this attack half, and I feel like a lot of that is down to the discipline of A-Team right now, not offering those opportunities, those free kills. Very willing to play together, play for some retakes instead. I mean, the only round win that we saw from this Trace squad was that third round, was that anti-bonus, I guess you could call it. And since then, it's all been the way of A-Team.
Certainly, with the Mohawk, they'll be heading to the lead. Keeping this one in control, only 3 rounds away from the first upset in air quotation marks for these play-ins. The first of the stage across all regions. Can A-Team be the first team to get that victory? Well, let's stay tuned to find that one out. But as Trace decide to descend in mid, it's going to be Kai who cleans this one up. Cleaners called in. Timeout once again with some effect. 2 versus 4 now, Snow.
Hello, Kai. Welcome to the game. This is what we needed to see. It's top mid. The fights are coming through, but how are A-Team just winning this again? They've managed to find themselves at an even numbers position. Should still suit the attackers if they can isolate a 2 versus 1 situation. Information going to be gained where these players are, though. They know they're both in mid. Kai, again, a 3K. You said that this is how they were converting those rounds on defense. It was Kai making some hero plays. And it seems to be the same situation again here.
Yeah, and this is going to be extremely difficult. That mid-cross, exceptionally dangerous. And as you get to see the player's point of view on this one, no idea where anybody is. Delby was lurking behind, but has chose to just hold through in that first main choke point instead. Play off of the tap, play off the back of Kai, who's looking to get a 4K on this round. And as it gets stuck to half, nobody's peeking just about yet, but you have to feel the bodies will start to come on through. And that they do, as Delby secures the round. Kai clearly too low HP, not wanting to risk it, would play off of the contact. And Trace, yes, dispensed another timeout, but it's 100% success rate so far.
And it turns out that the strat to win is just send Kai in and let Kai kill 3 people, I guess. That's definitely one way to go about winning a round. And a little bit risky there. I feel like maybe that spike could have been stuck in another alternate timeline, but it's not going to be this timeline at the very least. And Trace having to go back to the grind, looking to even the score up now. They have access to quite a few ultimates, and the key one could be this Hunter's Fury if they're able to find a potential angle for it. But it's just a push onto site. Larkin gets TP through, made their way to backside already. Monk needs to get out, but it's been predicted. The TP play. They are 1 step ahead of it. And Kai now knows they don't have to push forwards. They don't have to go aggressive. They have the numbers. They can just play for these crossfires.
Yeah, Nightfall available for Dingway should that choose to be the action for retake. But instead it's going to be a call to action to save and head back. Keep these guns in for the next. Maybe Layla can get something on the exits to try and get closer to that resurrection again. Already halfway, having used it last round, isn't really the worst. And now actually gets halfway with that kill, and we'll just back off. Not want to give up the Vandal. The game of surprise has been given. The Goose has been chased. And Trace equalise up 10-10. Ladies and gentlemen, we truly have a game.
Do have a game. And a close one at that. Like you say, it's back and forth for these teams. It's a messy one for Trace, but it works out for them. This Hunter's Fury,
It's huge,
that
isn't it?
prediction was insane. That pickoff just forcing the save, and now I believe this is the first time out of the game used for
Yep.
A team. Coach is going to have a little bit to say and figure out what is going wrong. I feel like every time they've given up the site and played for that retake and really focused around that mid pressure and mid control is when it's worked out for them.
Yeah, the only thing I would say is that although this is A-Team's first time out, they did just talk to their team 2 rounds ago about what they obviously thought was going right and what they thought was going wrong. So maybe a little bit of a sign of some cracks starting to form and some real concern coming from these coaching staff. Maybe the words of note that were given in that last time out not being taken to heart or taken seriously and used to the full fruition. Felt like they were in a really solid place at 10-8, and all of a sudden, after Tracy's timeout, you find yourself at loose footing yourself. The ground's starting to crumble below, the dream quickly being out of grasp. But it's not all doom and gloom. As you can see, there's quite a lot on the board. The Nightfall, as we mentioned, 3 Vandals being saved from before. Overdrive available for full Kiki as well. If that Vandal wanted to get passed across to Monk, we could potentially see that Overdrive being invested. But it shall not be. Instead, it's a push out of A. Deep one way to stop any cover, but unfortunately for A-Team, there is no action over towards there. B will be the focal point for this attack from Trace.
Kai so eager and ready to go in. And it's moments like this where we kind of start to talk about the difference and experience. I mean, A-Team has Dingwei, Aaron, Monk, who have all been on this biggest stage before. That Trace squad knows what it's like to play under pressure. They know what it's like to be down and have to try come back. We've seen the highs and the lows of this team. At the moment, they are currently in that slump, but this map starting out with a win could be a great way to get them back into form. There's Kai looking to make this push here. It's just fake pressure again. Trace taking their time on this, just trying to drag A-Team around the map, and it is working. But as the time dwindles down, they are going to have to make a decision.
Yeah, that also gets a whole load of information. We'll call the troops to mid, but it's Trace who pick up that first kill. Nightfall has to be contested, and it will get a lot of information.
Door going to be broken. It's a pivot over towards B. The anchor here from Eren, trying to get themselves to relative safety as the A-Team is just chasing them down. No real plan coming through just yet. It's chaos right now, but it is falling the way of Trace. Dingwei, the player left alive, tries to make something happen. Just can't find an opportunity, a position to find a kill. Trace in the lead. Yeah, again, for the first time in this half, they've managed to find the advantage.
Yeah, restored their lead that they had from that first half, and rightly so. The first time since this switch across, since the pistols were taken, the bonus converted, the Trace find themselves in that power position once again. And you have to think, so they can keep putting their finger down and forcing it out. Overdrive available still for Folly Kiki. Wasn't scared to use it on their attacking half, but is waiting to see if there's any noise coming towards them before popping it this time. And once again, unfortunately for them, all the troops have been placed in the wrong spot. It's a focus here on mid.
It's A split yet again. It's a quiet contact play. Dingwei has sniffed it out though, knows that the players are here. FK gonna be spotted from behind. And now Trace, a brief moment of pause, a slight respite. Spike gonna go down now. They have to break this wall if they have any hope of getting through, unless they just flood through this defender spawn side. Ali is the point of contention. Trace looks like they want to fight for it. Kai has access to this stun, can cut off the members. Folikiki dashes out. It's the first kill found. It's a massacre on this side. The stun used to slow it down as well. There's just too many crossfires, too many angles to deal with. And Trace have placed themselves onto map point.
As once famously said, too many men, too many men. That's what they were up against. And they would not cross. A-Team felt like they had this map in their grasp. Felt like they had the tools to do the job. And the second timeout, meaning this is the third time this half, the coaches have had to talk to their team to stop this one falling away. And with only one round needed, it's going to be a grudging one to get back into it should they find themselves. Overtime is the only option. Regulation will be played if this round goes away. And Trace really doing a solid job of getting themselves back into the series.
A-Team taking this time out also gives Trace an opportunity to come up with a different style of play. I feel like they've been the team benefiting more from these timeouts than A-Team. Every time we've come out of timeout, Trace has had a plan, had a different way to play the round, and it's thrown off A-Team's holds.
Yeah, it's been really varied on how they've wanted to go through. They've had the read over towards A-Team, right? You just think about the last 3 rounds in particular. A-Team have set up for not a gamble stack, so to speak, but a set play at least through A or B, and then back to B, I think it was. But every time Trace have just somehow managed to read it into the other way, which is why you can see that red streak of 4 on the scoreboard. Op being the first time to come out for Folly Kiki, and once again, the numbers not quite where they need to be for A-Team. Another mid focus for Trace, having found some success. They will galvanise back in here. Resurrection available as well, should FK be able to use it. But the fact they're taking this first contact could be a slight concern. But actually, it's just to place the wall to block down that mid rotate and allow the team to gather up extra space.
It's just so awkward to play now, but this operator in the perfect spot. So much reliance on this weapon. They need this opening pick, and has managed to find 2. That is perfect for A-Team. Exactly what they needed out of this weapon. Some might have called it a mistake not picking up those rifles, but if you get 2 on the opening pick, could just shut this round out. But they need more, and Aaron and Lila just that one step ahead. It's a clean round for A-Team. Weapons will be online now. And just when their team needed the most, Folly Kiki manages to pick up a double and win this round out.
That's a lovely double as well, right? Oh, the slow-mo just to show it. Might have fast boots, but the operator is faster. And then the clean-up crew on mid to seal the round. And ladies and gentlemen, it may be round 1, day 1, but we have gone to regulation on map 1. All potential rounds being played through. These 2 teams refusing to be separated just about yet. Can A-Team drag us into overtime, or will Trace steal away the A-Team's most confident map? Well, they will start to try that by once again progressing in mid. 3 members of A-Team focused over towards A. But Market is already under siege.
And Kai doesn't really ever seem to care about slow orbs, just willing to walk through them and see if they can find a fight. So many players stacked. It's going to be an instant flood the second this spike is tapped. Here comes all the utility. Chaos ensuing on site, but it's Trace that have found the opening pick. A res comes through. It's pretty much a 6v6 round with these Sage ultimates online. FK trades one back as well. It's chaos through here. The operator doesn't find anything, and slowly but surely Trace are winning the fights. Dingway, the sole player left alive, has to be the hero, has to find a way to isolate fights, but just can't do it. And in final rounds, it's the fully completed regulation. Trace manages to close it out.
Yep, 7th heaven was not to be the case. 6 was a step too far, 7 was the loss. That's what they get for throwing their hands about in the air when those numbers are up for contention. But Trace win map number 1. A reminder that that was A-Team's map pick. That was where they are most stable, which is where they found their home. It's Lotus that's up next for both of these teams, and not really a great record for either of the teams. But the fact that Trace have picked into it gives you a little bit of confidence that they've done some more theory crafting, maybe done some VOD reviewing, and that they have a place to go. But for A-Team, I mean, it's a difficult one for them to swallow, right? Especially given how the map started off, but certainly capable of bringing things back and had a good showing after that. I think if you fix those sort of first half of the first half, then maybe this goes a different way.
It is worrying though, the idea that your map pick, your strongest map, while it is a close one, you still lose it out. It's definitely not the start that they would have wanted to their play-ins run. But a lot of it did just kind of come off the back of some of these hero plays. We spoke about in the first half, Kai getting these constant 3Ks, and even in the second half as well, a few big rounds from Del B to convert rounds in positions where rightfully they probably shouldn't have.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Kai was one of the players, like we said so many times, was getting those 3Ks was a factor in the first half, and when they came through in that second half, they got it through. But let's have a listen in to these comms.
没事没事，我躲。摄像头没了。退回来吧，够架够架够架。两个灯往前掰，灯往前掰怎么说？等我滑，等我滑。来来来，来3、2、1，掰。我方还剩1人。哎，过来吧，我来了我来了，把右边收了，我们直下去。来了，我们走一下。哎，我被当枪眼了，我不好下，我一个人下就行。我接着，还有一个背着。没事没事，上哪儿上哪儿下。一名敌人清除。下路呢？
Well, so nice was the call, naughty was the aim of the game, stealing away their opponent's map pick. And as much as we had Stalk and Kai, it was Delby who comes out as the map MVP.
220% headshot rate. What the hell? I imagine that was written wrong. 220% headshot game should have been the ADR. But yeah, I spoke about Delby briefly, but especially on attack, the lurks through mid, the timings that they were able to find, just constantly being a thorn in the backside of A-Team, just making it difficult for them to play.
Yeah, certainly. I think a lot of the setups as well prevented some access to site and stopped them being able to have their full game plan on the A-Team's attack. And like you said, these mid plays were certainly pivotal and crucial in how the game was to formulate. Really well strung together for Trace. They had that sort of challenge to come back into the map and the series as a whole, you would have thought, but the fact that they've managed to get themselves together to stop the rot, I think the coaches using the timeouts in the right times is probably another factor that we get to use. 100% success rate for them, 2 timeouts used, 2 round wins converted right after it. One a thrifty, by the way, thanks to Kai and that overdrive, so maybe not too much of a shock on that one, but a little bit of a bumpy start, but nonetheless, Trace get it over the line.
It's what they needed to do. They split, not been going great for them, so having that first map win, especially on your opponent's map pick, it's hopefully a sign of things to change for Trace right here. But as we spoke about Lotus, not really a map that we highlighted for either of these teams, and it will be the next map that is picked up, and it's a bit of a question mark for both these teams. I feel like Trace, with how they played in the first map, should have some decent reads on A-Team at the very least.
Yeah, I think for me what was most concerning is seeing A-Team having the majority of the first kills and still losing out the map, especially in that close fashion. I think if they want to clean up anything, it has to be managing to convert your 4 versus 5s or 5 versus 4s, however you want to put it. And that will really help get them across the line. So a lot of work to do, but they do get a little bit of a break before this next map. And I think that's what we'll do as well. We'll take a little short break and send to the advert. So don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back after this.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And you may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
Welcome back to day number 1 of your play-ins at VCT China, brought to you once again by Project Horizon. We find ourselves at potentially the midway point between this first series. It's Trace versus A-Team, in case you missed it. A banger overall towards sunset. 13-11, Trace were able to steal away A-Team's map. And Snow, for Lotus, is there any marked improvements that you need to see from both teams?
Just better shooting. No. The shooting was great. I think I would really love for them to kind of cut out a bit of the chaotic play. Sometimes it worked, but sometimes it was just both teams yeeting utility at each other, and then nothing would really happen, and then they would just dry peak afterwards anyway. We saw some coordinated plays, but you take that last round, for example, everyone threw the util at once, nothing happened, and then they all just went in dry afterwards anyway.
Okay, so some forms to be taken over towards Trace. This is the exact composition that was used in that loss this stage already towards JDG. So maybe some work on it in the background, some improvements made towards scrims for A-Team. They're bringing in the double controller with Eren and Monk playing Viper and Omen respectively. Fully Kiki keeping on the Neon path, and Vice and Fade being brought in as well. Not too different in those regards. It's just double controller versus double duelist.
It's going to be an interesting one at the very least. I feel like the Vice could be the difference maker in this map. We've seen it work to great effectiveness. We've also seen it be kind of not effective at certain times if teams are good at avoiding that Vice's sight.
Yeah, and I think that will be one of the biggest things is how you deal with the Vice wall as early as possible. I think when you see teams try and avoid it, they can then pivot into it too late on in the map and the series, and then by that point, all the information there, the stall util is still very much in play. But we won't have to wait too long to see if that will be a factor, because map number 2 is about to start as Lotus becomes the final, or what could be the final battleground for A Team. Trace want to steal this map as their own map pick and send themselves into the next round with all gamers awaiting for them. But if A Team want to be the ones, they need to win this plus the next, which Summit would be the third map and the decider over towards here. A Team start themselves on attack, very similar to Sunset. Let's see if they can manage to convert the pistol this time though.
Some fights over towards Rubble. An opening pick already from Fang Fang. There's a clash through B. That's not really much for both teams. Trades, but it is A Team that is down in numbers. Just deciding to relocate themselves towards B. Delby is ready and waiting. And somehow has managed to find 2. The classic really pops off in some situations if your aim is as good as these players.
Yeah, that classic was looking like the bandit, the way it was clicking there. I had to take a second look at what gun he had in the hand.
My classic doesn't do that.
I was like, wait a minute. Hold up, something ain't right. But nonetheless, Trace, deja vu from that number 1, claim the first pistol, put themselves in prime position to start to rack up rounds on, once again, what is going to be the defensive side. I mean, this map, obviously known for being incredibly attacking favoured, so if Trace can build on the momentum that they can get here, then they'll put themselves in a good spot. They have aggressed all the way up towards A, some killer combinations, but nothing to be found. Instead, the bodies for A Team head over towards C. Prowler reveals in mid-stack, but the spike well and truly over by Rubble.
Waiting, the double hold towards
Look at
B.
the pings.
Yeah. But it's the Outlaw, I mean the Marshall, that doesn't really get anything. Just a double swing out, the classics. How do these classics keep getting away with it? Keep finding these kills in situations where they usually shouldn't.
Yeah, bodies drawn across the A off the back of that as well, but A Team, patient as ever, commit to this C hit.
Ice slows them down briefly, but they do manage to make it through onto site. The Bulldog in a risky position. Was a one and done angle, and they did their job. It's weapons now over to A Team, and the spike going down as well. So it's a good opportunity for them to look to convert this Thrifty. All 3 members from Trace now stacking up towards this spawn side. Want to go in together. No real utility to work with, only the satchels for Fang Fang. Flash is good. Slows them down just briefly. FK manages to get 2, but it's the Bandit that's been activated. The close range angle could be just what they need. And Lila with a 4K, a thrifty round for A Team. And Trace look like they're 1 step behind of this one.
Yeah, immediately equalised up. It's not going to take a number of rounds to fix this one. Already a marked improvement, and it's a lot of patience shown by this A-Team squad. Happy to wait out the time, wait out the stall utility, but causing a distraction on other sides as well to make sure that the numbers couldn't be thoroughly stacked up.
All players towards Mound for Trace. They are holding this area of the map down, and if a single player from A Team looks to make a move, they will just get caught out. But it's a paranoia ready and waiting to counter a play, but that is the one agent that you can't make that play onto. The Neon just easily dashes away. Smoke to get all of this pressure as well, forcing A Team towards the A side of the map, but they're just gonna fight through the smoke. They don't even care. And now Mound being retaken as well. They just want to fight. They know they have the stronger weaponry. They know they have the numbers advantage. And Delby's managed to find one, but cannot get anything else. And it's a long, long walk for FK to get back over to this site.
爆能器已部署。
Yeah, so it's a tough one, right? But when pistols are all they have, they need to try and take an aggressive play, which is why you've seen that pressure out of forward C.
这是
Well handled by A-Team. After that pistol round, they could have easily seen the rot that we've seen over towards Sunset, but the quickest correction that we've seen to date, they go up 2-1,
别眨
and
眼。
this attack is looking very clean and well thought out. Only one body being dropped there as well.
I mean, it seems like A-Team's strat right now is me C player, me kill player. It's like they saw the play coming through onto Mound. They knew that there was more than 2 people there, but they didn't care. They just wanted to run through and just kind of flex their gun advantage on them.
I think this is Is this a tech pause, or have we got a timeout being called by the A-Team?
Seems like a tech pause. That would be a very strange timeout. We're 2-1 up, timeout.
Yeah, it's just there's no talking. It has to be a tech timeout. But so we get to waffle a little bit, and you can see the coaching staff as it flicked through the cameras looking a little bit happy with how things are going. A little bit of a joke and a giggle, very similar to what we've seen on Sunset when Trace called their first time out. Despite being down, they looked like they were never in a panic. Things were going their way and they knew it. But this time they will decide to extract what juices can be found on A, but it's a clinch and a push that nets in all sorts of trades. Oh my goodness.
冲冲冲！
Told you, Veggie, it's the A-Team strap. Me C player, me kill player. They
Yeah.
they just want to fight into these Trace players. It's almost like a statement for them, but that statement goes awry. As now the spike is going to go
爆
down
能器已
and
部署，
Trace has an opportunity, an even numbers
扑
situation,
倒他们！
weaponry. Even for both these teams, utility being thrown by Dingwei. The Vice ultimate is going to slow them down. Pistols would have to be used. Delby swinging out, finds one. Dingwei has been spotted. The classic is all we need. As it is a round win for Trace, but a costly one at that.
Yeah, certainly not what the timeout would have been hoping for. But that's what these Vice ults can do. At least for A-Team, it looked like it was going to do the right thing, but then forgetting about a different angle. Certainly not expecting both players to swing from the same bit
我方还剩
after
一
a
人，
slight delay. And Lua King clutches up, not for the first time this series. However, money so poor that Trace, despite winning the round, aren't really going to be able to bring anything into this.
A lot of util being used, Robble again. An A-Team very willing yet again to fight into it. There is no resistance this time though. Trace is just kind of anchoring back on the site, looking to play off of these thorns and the flash that's been set up to counter them. Slowing the push just now. Paranoia available, ready and waiting to be used. Wall has been tripped. Aaron's just running through it. Fade ultimate to counter. But A-Team just decimates all the players on site. The site hold is no more. One kill as a consolation. A Vandal to be picked up as well. Looking for more, but the smoke is going to slow them down. And it's just Kai left all alone to die. And A-Team gaining control of this game.
Yeah, A-Team starting to fry. It's Trace. All they can do is sigh. They might have felt like that one round win was a way to find themselves back in, but as we said, the economy took such a hit that they were unable to bring it through. And as this time, another timeout being used by Trace. I think it's another tech pause. Yep, confirmation, tech pause indeed. Maybe? Are they talking?
Are they he's reading the lips. He's trying to guess what they're saying at this point. It's Veggie, our translator, apparently trying to just get an inkling as to what is going on in this game. But 2 tech pauses, slowing down the pace of the game just a little bit. It does give the players time to think. Obviously, they can't communicate, but they can definitely theory craft in their brains, especially these IGLs.
Yeah, and I think for A-Team, things have certainly been going in towards their favour. They've got the Nightfall available, Overdrive also available. However, for Trace, Steel Garden, online, Showstopper 1 away, you want to try and get Feng Feng that ult orb, but he's pushed past it for now, but now they have that control. You should see a comeback to get that orb and really put in a win factor together, and that has now been gathered, so any site retake becomes a little bit easier should Feng Feng stay alive and have an impact in it. But you can see, so the A-Team haven't really decided on where they want to go. They've got 3 bodies pressed up towards C, 1 and 1 elsewhere, but Spike hadn't been gathered yet either.
Ooh, a rare miss from Kai right there. It is luckily traded out, but that is gonna send the rest of the team to not quite go just yet. They're stalling. It's a single player that's got through the wall, has shot off everyone else to Thorns to slow them down. Before Kiki has found the way through onto site. Delby now looking to create the space. The ultimate is there. The Steel Garden slows them down. Using everything in this round. Trace just needs to find a way to convert this one. But they traded out instantly. Everything was in their favor. They popped 2 ultimates. And they still couldn't eke out the round win.
Yeah, that's absolutely massive for the attacking team. Drawing out those ultimates and still walking away with the round. I mean, I was putting a lot of pressure on the Showstopper being a factor. And when it finds nothing but maybe a tiny bit of space, that is not optimal, to say the least. A-Team, the attacking team, find themselves some success. Will get run down a little bit, but it's Erin once again at the goal, who makes this a 5 versus 3.
This is looking a bit rough for Trace right here. It's difficult. They can't seem to get anything going. Valking is in a good spot. A knife out, walkout. Could TP away if they find the opportunity.
Oh
but
my God.
they don't need to. 3 kills with the bandit. The molly is going to force out the swing, but just finds another one. Valking is the hero that they needed in that. Oh no! Valking gets 4, and still Trace can't convert the round. It's a miracle, but somehow it doesn't let them a positive.
Oh, the bandit bully done everything they could. I mean, this is just an absolute masterclass from Lua King. To even get that 4th one is exceptional. But then Layla.
No.
Oh, I mean, what are you gonna do, man?
Nothing, apparently. Nothing but lose the round, and that has got to be their kick in the teeth for this Trace squad. A victory was so close in their grasp, and now it's a fast B hit. Thorns gonna slow down the rest of the push. It's just for Kiki, but it doesn't matter. They're just running forwards. They're just looking for these fights. FK knows that they have pushed forwards, but the pit is used on B. This retake becomes so much harder now. No real ultimates to use, just Lower King. With the From the Shadows, could get a bit of information of where these players are if they so want to, but they're going to wait for the haunt. See if that lets them maybe find a spam through this pit. Just need to find this Viper, they just need to find a kill, but no, the Hornet is used to get the space. A swing out from Eren and just back into the pit. So clean, so efficient. A-Team just dismantling the rest of Trace, but no! Fang, the hero of this round, says Lua King, I will not let you down again. We will convert this round and we will get ourselves on the board.
Yeah, the Viper just so aware that the spam in towards the pit could net them a kill, so tries to take some aggressive angles. It pays off for one to get this trade on towards Lure King, but ultimately will be the downfall. Feng so aware of it.
Oh my gosh.
And I think in reality, when you're looking at where that pit goes, it's probably one of the worst Viper pits we'll see on this map in terms of space. I'm not even being that mean about it, but like the space that it doesn't take and it opens up is just really tough to hold into. A lot of space opened up for the defenders. But nonetheless, the attack will head over towards A, a 3 versus 3, whilst this stalemate favours Kai as Layla tries to swing late. But Body's fully committed here at least.
Lurk has been spotted. Lurking again, carrying on that performance from a couple rounds ago. 2 quick kills in succession to give the advantage to Trace. Aaron can't find anything there as well, and that was a nice, clean round for Trace. That has been what they're looking for. We spoke about it in that last map, but Trace maybe we're a little bit over-reliant on some of these hero plays to make work, and so far in this half, that has kind of been the same, but this is the first time we've seen them really
bit more of a
pull
team
together as a team.
Yeah. And I think the other thing to kind of note is you look at the scoreline, right? 5-4, I believe it is, to A team. That could easily be flipped the opposite side, right? If that one round that you seen Lure King get the 4K was able to either pick up the ace or the teammate get the trade, it could easily be a 5-4 defensive start for Trace, which is obviously why this timeout is needed by A team. The first time we see them use a timeout in the first half of a map in this series, clearly identifying that things haven't gone quite so swimmingly. We talked on Sunset about how the composition favours the defence a lot more. Granted, might slightly be the case, but you would have to say that Trace's composition most certainly favours a lot of explosion and faster pace on the attack. So, is a 7-5 good enough for A team? Is a 6-6 good enough for them on this half? I wouldn't be as confident as I was on that last one.
It's going to be hard for them to kind of find their way back into this game, because it feels like Trace is starting to find ways into it, and part of it has come off the back of that operator. That might be pretty much what the timeout was addressing, that operator coming through and just able to find some of these opening picks.
Yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, we are just having a little bit of a tech issue, so you get to look at our beautiful faces rather than anything that is going on towards the game. But we do get to theorycraft a little bit more and towards how this half goes, Snow. And you mentioned what A team can fix up, but for Trace, do they kind of just keep doing exactly what they're doing on defense? It seems to be working with that sort of 3 pressure that can come out of A, etc.
Sorry, ask me that again, Veggie. My brain turned off for a second.
That's my duo, by the way. This is what I get used to every single time I work with this guy.
You speak and my brain turns off. That's all you need to know.
Just ignores me for whatever goes on. But I was saying, like, do you think Trace just kind of keep on doing what they're doing? They don't really need to adjust too much, especially given kind of the grasp that they've got back into the game?
I don't know, because we see grasp back into game. They've had 1 clean round. He's gone again. Every other round from them has just been more these hero plays. It's not really been clean, effective team play. It's been pray that somebody gets a 3K and we can convert something off of that.
Okay, fair enough. Well, we'll get to see how it goes through. 1 round is all we missed there. Tech issues hopefully resolved. We do apologise for your viewing experience. But it looks like Trace managed to win that one up, so we are now tied up at 5 apiece. 3 rounds in a row for Trace. This series is certainly one that seems to have these snowball moments of teams putting together a chase. A team deciding to once again try and find some success over towards C. Not quite challenged. Vice setup is here, but thankfully the wall's over to B, so you don't need to worry too much about that. Aaron and Layla looking to try and catch anyone off guard or maybe activate late and put in some pressure, but now the sight hit starts to cement a little bit more.
all going to be open to create that B pressure as well. Potentially just cause a little bit of chaos in the ranks of Trace, but right now they seem pretty content with where they're at. That wall over towards B will give them the information if a site hit actually does come through. And A-Team not really working with anything right now. Mound has been cleared as well. Kai waiting with that op, the opening pick as well. It's going to be able to slow the team down. Showstopper used, but it's Kai that's quicker with the trigger. Now with all the supporting cast from Trace being here, this B site is pretty much unobtainable.
Yeah, it's a really nice wall as well that meant for the player who needs to trip it has to look out a little bit deeper, which allowed for that opening pick from Kai. And like you said, it's a real stalemate. Really nowhere to go. 14 seconds. You have to quickly commit or hit. And it looks like they're considering sticking Paranoia play through. It's just going to be a force from Trace to try and take these weapons out their hands to make this round be as clean as possible in the next round. But actually, Dingway picks up 2. But ultimately, the weapons not saved on. It's going to be really tough as we get close to the end of this half. Some big ultimates available for A-Team, however. So expect to see them dispensed as we go forward.
This operator needs to be assessed. They need to do something to counter it, some utility to force Kai off an angle. Smokes to cut off the sight lines because Kai, that's 2 rounds, at least that we've seen. We don't know what happened in the interlude, but 2 rounds that we've seen where Kai has found that opening pick, and it's just opened up the round for Trace and made it almost unwinnable for A-Team.
Yeah, it's difficult though because you're not really expecting it to be holding that angle over towards B. So a little bit of sympathy for this A side, but a 7-5 attack in half to your opposition on defense is most definitely not favourable. So need to tie this one up for the best outcome. And as the smoke comes down, here comes Kai once again looking to get the first blood. Will peek out, goes quite wide, but nobody at least allowing it. But the main thing to note is A-Team have tried to open Garden, not gone through, Nightfall invested and still just stuck between B.
They have gained this space though towards the broken door. Sight going to be coming through as well, but convergent paths available. It's going to hit all 4, but nobody ready to retake just yet. Lila with the Steel Garden slows them down for just a second, which means we are in a full numbers retake. Steel Garden used to counter, while Igigi just pushes forwards and finds the kills that is needed. An A-Team with a flawless round to finish this half off.
You can take away your guns and get ready for your own retake, but you can't take away this little lightning that leaks out of my finger and shoots you in the face. Finally, it provides some value. Tied up at the half is the keynote. A-Team, despite losing the pistol, started off pretty strongly. Trace found their way back in quite a dominant fashion, you would have to say. Unlucky not to be leading at the half, for sure. But they'll be pretty happy with how that half went. Like I say, granted, they could have been further ahead. They certainly could have been further behind as well. So, can't be separated here on map 2.
Great, thanks for that, Midgie. They could have got more rounds, they could have got less rounds.
Listen, it's true, it's how things go, right? But they certainly will be. Can't be separated here on map number 2. It took regulation to separate them on map number 1. So we're not 100% how this would go, but you would have to say the odds are a little bit more tilted in towards Tracy's favour.
Yeah, I think, like you highlighted, compositionally, it does suit them better with that double duelist, and we know how eager Kai was to get into these fights, especially on Sunset. That first map we saw, Kai just constantly was breaking Sage walls to just find an angle to find a fight, and you got to feel that this is going to be the exact same. And one thing that I believe Trace did really well on Sunset was pulling A-Team around the map, and when you're on a 3-site map, those rotates can be even more important and also detrimental if you make the wrong choice.
I was going to say, do you think Kai maybe plays on like such a low graphic settings that he can't see the slow orbs?
It just doesn't. Just they don't render on Kai's PC. Any utility that stops you from pushing forwards just doesn't exist.
You know how like people play low graphics, so the Viper wall is like slightly easier to see through. So maybe it's like that, right?
Yeah, I mean, it would explain a lot, to be honest.
Yeah, it certainly would. But Trace get the chance to show their attacking prowess, a chance to show what aggression they can bring to this. Remember, their map pick to play through. They started a little bit over to C, but didn't use any utility, so didn't really apply any pressure. A-team trying to get rid of some of the question marks around the map. That Prowler identifies that no one's by B. And now, Vice Ball tripped up. They will make a little bit of noise and head over towards B themselves.
They're doing just such a good job of dragging them around the map, but that paranoia is perfect, but there's nobody available to capitalize. The smoke is good. Kai, again, looking to go forwards, try find some fights. Can't get a pick just there. It's a full retake situation. Not really much space gained for Trace right now. A-team has a lot of options for where they want to go. Monk and Lila trying to fight together. It's a 2 versus 2 scrap, but it is being won out by the Trace members. And they are trading off of each other so well. As Eren, the last player alive. A cheeky little half one-way there. An easy kill for Fang Fang. And a pistol round for Trace.
Yep, you said the A-team had a lot of doors to come through. Well, just like a door-to-door salesman, they got it slammed back in their face. No entry allowed, no time to talk. Trace didn't want to buy what you're selling. They'll pitch up and win the round. Although, this is how the map started. Let's not forget, Trace winning out that pistol, quickly being taken away from them. So, A-team certainly can bring this one back.
Let's see if it is yet another classic diff. There are some bandits in play as well, and these close angles could be very detrimental to the Trace squad. That's 4 members ready and waiting. There's definitely some positioning. I mean, it's a good old PRX strat. We've seen this one before, but sadly for them, nobody from Trace wants to even sniff that side of the map.
I mean, PRX usually do it on A stairs, not just holding the exact same bit, never mind high low. But they push out, they get a bit impatient, get a bit bored, and instead, the only board they get to play is the chessboard as they wait for the next round to start.
And a clean converted round. I feel like that peek out was almost so unfortunate for them because they went into the worst weapon for it. Close range against the Spectre. It was just a massacre.
Moving side to side, just spraying down like the rain when you're up in Scotland. It hits you from everywhere. And it's certainly not too fun to go out in. But Trace finally convert the second round at the second time of asking. Put themselves 2 rounds to the lead. And Lure King has done something.
Yeah, the bandit. We saw this weapon be very effective in the first half for this. A 4K that wasn't converted. Would look to make the same magic happen again. But right now they're kind of just looking to play through Kai. With that Vandal, the Soul Rifle, there is a Guardian as well, as Fang Fang just goes into sight. The trick shots coming through. Lila in the backside as well has been spotted. The information of this player is there. Flash to slow down the rest of the Trace members. Not everybody's in sight just yet. It's a bit of an awkward one for them. Trying to get the spike down as best they can. But A-team's already on the retake, already looking to take this space back, create a bit of pressure. But Fang Fang again, finding more and more kills, being the hero of the hour. Just does not want to stop, and this double duelist combo, so effective at taking space and finding kills.
And this defense quickly falling apart. You're getting to see why Fang Fang was named twice. So good, they named them twice. 9-6 up on the scoreboard. 3 rounds certainly put together. Starting to cause some real separation between these 2 teams. You're just starting to think that maybe this dream run isn't going to be a lower bracket run. Would be needed. However, it was a lower bracket run after losing the first match that got them here. So,
在那儿，
it's not all doom and gloom just about yet. And as we wait on the translation coming through for this, we will just confirm that the previous was Lua King having the most Spectre kills, 86 in the league, but not going to have time for that because it's an explosive hit over towards C.
Fang Fang is just sending it full confidence in these plays right now. Has the showstopper if they elect to use it. Might not feel the need to, given it's a anti-eco round. A team with 2 members here waiting and only pistols in hand, but we've seen the damage that these pistols can do. A perfect paranoia gives an easy kill, and just like that, the site is taken. And A team is on the back foot yet again, and they just can't seem to find anything.
爆能器已部署，
An early exit is what they'll find. 2 players, 1 Sheriff, 1 Classic. No chance, is what you would think. Time's ticking away, it looks like we're just going to try and die towards Spike. Layla having invested that Sheriff, maybe wants to find something. You can see Dingway just shooting a Classic, maybe trying to see if they can bait out someone to come and push. But Trace know they have this within their grasp. Don't need to make any oversteps. Also pretty good, but FK, the one away from the Nightfall, allowed to go hunting and will pick up the rewards for that. Will reap what they sow. And now the odds just get stacked even further and further. Like you say, the showstopper available, Nightfall now available. This big round for A team just gets more and more chucked at them.
我先去。
Oh, and it's such a good play onto Mound. A team caught completely unaware. They thought that was going to be their opportunity to potentially find a pick, but instead they are picked off. And the second timeout coming through from A team, and it's difficult to find what they should even say. I feel like we've seen them go aggressive, we've seen them be a bit more passive, and everything's just been going the way of Trace.
Yeah, I mean, it is difficult, right? It's a Lotus attack. You need to control at least one of the lanes, right? When you start to break this down into the League of Legends terms, you can't just allow the opposition to have all 3 lanes in full control. Sitting back and allowing the opposition isn't what this composition's really made to do. But going up against the double duelists, I wouldn't mind kind of seeing what Trace were doing in terms of controlling A, taking away that orb pressure, start to get your ults rolling into cycle for yourselves, and then you can start to look at what you have on retakes. But right now, they need to dig deep into that well and find something.
Don't leave him hanging. He was holding the fist bump out. No one fist bumped back. It's a sign of things to come for A team, I guess. It's being blanked on the fist bump, not the team morale you want. Like you say, A team has to find some way back into this game, and they think the operator might be the way to get back into it. Folikiki, with that weapon, was going to look to find one of these opening picks.
It's definitely a possibility, but the numbers stacked in a different place. Face Flash is good though, halts it for now, but Kai still picks up that opening kill.
Oh, and it's Waylay, so they're just out of there for free. Takes such an aggressive angle and can just back off to the team. And Fang Fang, he's already behind the site player. The operator does that one, but Folikiki is going to be trying to survive and keep this operator alive into the next round. This weapon, so much investment into it.
爆能器已部署，
No way they go for this retake. You just can't. Come on, don't do this. Don't throw the weapon away.
上上上！
I will say I'm a little bit disappointed that we didn't spike max there and get DLB and orb, right? You've got FK planting the spike despite having the Nightfall on. Kai obviously has the ultimate, so you're in a 3 versus 1 against an operator. You can afford to give DLB the spike to try and plant up, get closer to that steel garden. Granted, this round puts you to 11, so it might never come to fruition. But I mean, who else is going to use the orb? Showstopper's available for Feng Feng, so no matter who uses an ult, you're not really going to get that back online. So you might as well start working towards it. So a little bit of macro fixing things to do as they come
Yeah,
through if we want to start
Veggie,
nitpicking.
The resident orb maxer.
That's what they
I
call
love
me.
when Veggie said, it's orbing time and orbed all over the map.
Let's get ready to orb.
Well, no orb max in this round at the very least, but it is another round win for Trace. The operator was kept online, and that is the only benefit for A-Team, really. Would need this weapon to go huge in this round if they have any hope of winning it.
Yeah, what's that wall? What's the wall? Immense wall, man. Oh, this is so unserious.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it feels like maybe Trace just being a little bit silly with it. A-Team kind of giving up hope. I don't know what's happening right now. And Op doesn't net anything. A very fast play from Trace. A full retake needed from A-Team. And it was a full investment from Aaron, I believe, into this round. So no money for the next. Fatal going to be used. Convergent paths as well. This round looks so unwinnable for A-Team. It looks like we're going to be heading towards map point, but that opening pick does help them a little bit, but they need to pick up the pace. F-Key gets 2, though. Ingwe trades it out, but can't get anything else. The op peak finds another. The numbers are dwindling, but it's both teams that are losing members, and they have to get onto the spike, and they need to do it now. Dingwei peeks out, nets nothing. Op is lost. And this game might be all but over, barring a miracle for A-Team.
Oh, that was close, you know. That was very close. A-Team might have just won that had they have tripped the wall, but nonetheless, they give it a really good effort. And I mean, you're right, it really looked unwinnable at one point, but the op shots on a retake, not something that you commonly see, managing to provide some value. And we do head towards Sky Motor match point here on day one, match one for these play-ins. Trace potentially moments away from sealing a game against All Gamers in the next round. A remarkable improvement from them. Our team yet to win a round on defense.
High, already pushing the pace. Fang trying to support as well. Looking TP's in. It's everybody just finding their way through the utility. Looking, just about manages to get out with the From the Shadows. And his kill is going to Trace. This round should be over. This map should be over. But Monk and Dingwei are still alive. They still want to be the heroes of their team. Slowly creeping forward. Smoke going to be used as well. Paranoia available. And Monk, the only player left alive. Nothing to do but die and watch that defeat screen pop up. As Trace has cemented themselves as the better team. Showcasing that difference between challengers and the main stage teams.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a tough one to watch back. So I think you look at how map number one went and you have to think, you know what, A-Team were slightly unfortunate to win it, bar quite a few sort of large rounds from individuals. They certainly look to have that in their favour, but then when the map switch over towards Lotus, I feel like it's a really poor display, right? The attack wasn't too bad. It could have went a little bit better, but that defense was fairly abysmal. So they'll have to try and fix that or avoid the map as they head towards the lower bracket to make a run. If they want history to repeat itself in terms of how they got here, an opening day loss followed by a massive lower bracket hero run. But for Trace, as our match winners, they bow down and claim their prize that awaits them. The next round of All Gamers is their challenge. And from what we've seen, there is some improvements that have been made, a little bit more confidence. We wanted that if this side were to progress, and I think that attacking side certainly showed that that's possible.
Disappointment very much going to be in the faces of this A-Team squad. This was their chance, their opportunity to showcase what they can do, and first map looked good, but Lotus, they just fell flat a little bit. Just not really much that they could find. They were kind of one step behind, and Trace always leading the flow of the game.
Yep, speaking about leading the float, I think we have an interview about to start up, but the players will sign off for now as they go on. Just getting ready for the production crew to get into place and maybe see this one coming on through. But for A-Team, they have a little bit of work to do before the next round, a little bit of practice.
欢迎大家来到成都站揭幕赛的赛后采访，我是今天的主持佳彤。再一次恭喜 TE 拿下今天比赛的胜利，我们也是邀请到了吊臂选手，今天发挥非常的出色。那首先呢，想问到你们啊，其实这一次首战面对到来自全国大赛的队伍，他们对你来说，或者说对我们 VCT 来说，其实是一个挑战者的姿态。那大家可能天然会对着我们 VCT 队伍会有着更多的期待。那对于你们来说，面对他们会不会有一些压力呢？
我对我自己的感觉大家都一样，
大家都一样，还是很有自信哦。那其实说到今天两张图，其实比分都很接近嘛，其实也一度有着被反超的一个时候。那个时候也是这么自信吗？
我感觉就是自己的失误，
还是非常的有自信啊。那其实呢，也是问到我们之前这一次面对到 AT 这样的队伍，他们可能比起之前你们面对到的 VCT 其他队伍，比如说没有那么熟悉，或者说可以供你们去准备的样本量也没有那么多。那在赛前对于他们来说，有没有做什么特别的一些准备工作？
准备肯定做了，我们教练已经给我们就是跟我们说他们怎么打，所以我们就是知道他们差不多要干嘛。
准备非常充分啊！那这一次其实首选的第一张地图日落之城，其实他们在赛前有着100%的胜利，但你们还是最终锁定下了这张图的胜利。这张图赛前有没有做什么特别的准备？针对？
没有吧，我们就打好自己就好了。
一直很自信，做好自己的就会迎来属于自己的胜利。那这一次其实对你来说也是面对上了之前的老对手 Monk， 这一次再次在赛场上相遇，但是是以一个对手的身份，有没有什么特别的话想对他说的？
继续加油吧。
继续加油，你也加油。continue working hard, Monk。好，那我希望所有的选手都能在后续的比赛中继续加油。那接下来呢，我们无畏巡回其实也是来到我们第5站成都。对于这座城市，目前这几天待下来，有没有什么特别的印象？
成都吗？成都很好。
很好，好在哪儿？
就吃的东西很好，然后我感觉成都是一个好城市。
那吃的东西很好，有没有什么特别想要分享给大家的美食？
火锅。
好跑哦，经典的火锅。那也希望大家如果说有多余的时间的话，可以去多多品尝。好的，非常感谢吊臂选手。那接下来呢，让我们用联想准秀者手机 Y 4 0新一代来共同记录。3、2、1。
Well, there you have it. They did get to do a little bit of prep. I'm glad they admitted to preparing for a match that was probably one of their biggest matches so far this stage. That's always a confidence builder.
我们的现场幸运观众啊，那还是由你来说，3、2、1，开始和停。
好，
可以说开始。
3、2、1，开始，停。
This is just a prize draw, isn't it? Just pulling through the winning seats. If you're sat in one of these seats, congratulations. But I don't know why you're watching our stream if you're sat in one of these seats.
It'd be very interesting if they were watching this stream instead of the main one, but fair enough. Maybe they just you got a lot. Have you got a lot of fans in China, Veggie?
I don't think I have any fans. Period. If I'm in China, but we'll take it though. Surely there's got to be one out there. Yet to find them, but when we meet them.
Yeah, so now Veggie, the question becomes, sorry, it's hard to talk seriously about matches when we've got such a cute mascot on stage. Just
it reminds me a little bit of Snoopy, right? That's almost what yeah. It's not quite, but it reminds me a little bit of Snoopy, and I'm a Snoopy fan, so.
Are they just really short?
It's you. Oh my god, is that you?
Okay, I've been called out live on air by Veggie for just being a short king, I guess. But yeah, talking about the kind of aftermath of that match, do you think it's an A-Team underperformance? Do you think that it was Trace prepping well? And what are the implications for Trace going against All Gamers now?
I think it's really impressive that you've seen Trace come out and take away A-Team's strongest map, especially when the individuals weren't just Kai, right? I think that's one of the important parts, is it wasn't just reliance on Kai. The rest of the team all had their moments. Obviously, that player in shot, Delby, being the MVP of map number 1, shows that it's more of a team performance as they go through. I think all gamers really started to get their act together as we came through the stage and started to look a little bit stronger. So it's going to be an even tougher challenge to step up to play that one. However, you can only beat what you've got against you. When you ask me if it's a poor performance from a team, I think it's hard not to say that when you can't win a defensive round on Lotus.
And it's not for lack of ideas. They tried a lot of different stuff, but it just wasn't working out. Any opportunity they had, anytime they got some kind of numbers advantage, Trace was just a little bit better at converting these rounds and coming out clutch.
I mean, I forgot about this Viper's Pit. I'd wiped that from my memory for a second.
It's going to be in your nightmares for the next few weeks. You're just going to be thinking about this Viper's Pit.
But listen, at least the coaching staff will have some work to do between the rounds. A little bit to fix, a little bit to worry about, to take it on. The micromanagement of the plays, just a step behind. But for now, we'll get a listen in at how Trace managed to get this one over the line. The more I see that Viper's Pit, the more angry I get. Like, it's actually really triggered me.
Veggie upset over the Viper's Pit. Valor King going to be very happy about the plays that they made this game. Getting MVP on this one and a couple of insane rounds. This one here, I mean, it's crazy to think this round wasn't a round win. A 4K with the Bandit. They just didn't manage to clutch it out in the end, but it was a save at the end of the day, so makes sense.
Yeah, but even picking that 4th kill up in the snake bite as well, like you're being slowly decayed as well as getting bullets shot at you, and you still manage to keep your composure and get the kill. It just shows you why they were able to pull out a really good performance for the rest of the half. And 13-6 would be the final score in this 2-0, and it was a 6-6 half, man. The fact that you then come out and you just win every single round on your attack, obviously just really put forward by the fact you were able to win that 3rd round on your attack as well. And you look at it coming in here, first kills once again being more favoured towards that team. We asked them to do better with that. I just don't think you can be getting 10 first kills and only walking away with 6 rounds.
Yeah, but in part, you've also got to think, Veggie, the context. Like, a first kill is a first kill, but if your first kill is instantly traded out, which is what we did see in a lot of these rounds, still...
Then fix it. Stop that then. Fix it then.
Okay, fix it. Just don't die next time. But it does come as kind of, I guess, the higher risk angles that some of these 18 players were playing, right? They're playing a lot more one and done, so you're going to get the first kill, but then you get traded out and the advantage is kind of nullified.
Yeah, maybe so, but I'm still expecting better. I just don't think you can have close to... I mean, they had the advantage in both maps in terms of first bloods, and to me, 13-6 is obviously a lot harsher than the 13-11, which was a really close game, and they can certainly go back and look at that as something that could have went in their favour, and maybe today just wasn't their day. Defence just wasn't clicking. but it was one of the things that we wanted them to improve on coming into this map, and it certainly didn't seem to be improved on in that fashion. So something to go back to the VOD dungeon and fix and rectify for when they head up into that next stage, because if you do lose the next game in the play-ins, that's you out. That dream's gone, right? It was, I'm going to say so close, but you couldn't quite reach out and grab it. You could maybe sniff it from a kitchen down the hall, but unfortunately not to be. But for them, it's to live another day.
And live another day and go on to battle all gamers, which is going to be a tough game for this Trace squad. But we don't end there, do we, Veggie? It's not just this one match that we get to see today. We have got another matchup coming up after this.
Yes, we have a lovely swap across. Another newcomer to the stage will grace the presence. We didn't quite get the drama here in match number 1, but maybe it'll be in match number 2. So don't go anywhere, because we're taking a short break and we're going to conjure up some spells and see what we can do for you.
Inside of me, you better watch out if your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me, and he gets caught real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score, never getting bored. Lots of blood and gold, always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really listen until they feel it forced apart. If you start shit, you be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you let scars rip to be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. This world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
next to me, come on.
I get this feeling in my chest. Don't want to say that I'm obsessed. Your body's left my mind on red. Forgive me, but I must confess. This feeling in my chest. Don't want to say that I'm obsessed. Your body's left this silhouette. Living in my mind, you know it. Did you
On your feet right next to me, come on.
You're my perfection. See, I need you like the radio. You keep the beat alive. Gotta have you like the stereo. I need you in my life. Hey, you're my obsession. 'Cause baby, you're my melody so sweet. You're my obsession. You're my
Welcome back to the stream, everybody. We have another Tier 2 team ready to face up against a squad whose tricode begins with the letters T and E, but this time there's a C on the end as well. It's Titan Esports Club going up against Keep Best Gaming. I'm Charlotte, joined by Volt. We're basically the supply teachers here today, and listen, we're very excited to talk about this game because Keep Best Gaming have been a very exciting team this entire year.
They're basically a team that dominated 2-2, right? Like, when you're thinking of EMEA, where we're from, we're thinking Enterprise, right? They're basically in the same position that Enterprise is. They've won the first split. They've won from there the playoffs that directly qualified them into the playoffs of the play-ins. And they just went upper bracket all the way, even winning the whole thing. They didn't drop a game. And, you know, like, there's definitely a conversation from the game that we've seen in just the last best of three that, hey, like, again, like, A-Team is a team that has made the run. They were dark horses. I really thought that Unsettled Resentment or Any Question would be the teams to make it alongside KBG. That ended up being the case. And, you know, like, credit where it's due to the A-Team. They've definitely had very good individual performances. But I think that what we're seeing from KBG today is going to be much more interesting. We can talk a little bit about Titan. and how they're faring. But I feel like this is probably a better stage to talk about the guys on the other side, right? Where I think that this is the better time to do that. I know a couple of those players. Of course, I'd assume most of you guys also know players like Akaman, right? Like Akaman that was with, what was it, DRG, right? And again, like he had a good performance. You always said the same thing, that he's like not at the top level, but he's a very serviceable tier 1 player. And he dropped down to tier 2, and he's basically leading what is the best tier 2 team.
Yeah, I will say as well, like, just looking at those tier 2 squads that could have made it, I was personally very excited about ODG as well. Not just because their name is incredible, Octagonal Disposition Gaming, but also because of Xiaoyu, the sole survivor from that roster that made a run at Ascension last year. Obviously didn't breach into the upper echelons, but was a very exciting, very promising team, and he himself was a very promising player who I was honestly surprised we didn't see get picked up this year. And again, ODG fell at the sort of 5th, 6th sort of hurdle, but when we look towards next year, I'm hoping to see teams start to make these roster moves, and I really do want to see Xiaoyu getting that move up to a bigger team. But yes, KBG is a roster that seem very exciting and led potentially by Seabeast as well, who again is another in a long line of CN teams importing a Russian player and
guess where
incredible.
From? That is always going to be the funny case. Most of those guys come from MENA, where I'm from. So I've kind of had the pleasure of actually seeing most of those guys. There's a very funny tidbit that I think it was the 2022, the inaugural Superdome, that one that had Fnatic and I believe Ascend at the time, that still had the old Ascend team of the yesteryears. Funnily enough, Seabeast was actually playing with Rarga on Nasr at the time. He went on in 2023 to be the MVP of the team, basically leading them to the best that Nasr has ever seen. Before then, a tier 2 org doing what a tier 2 org usually does. But at least for us, though, on the side of TEC, right? We can talk about them for a second and go back to our team, right? Muggle definitely being one of the main storylines of, like, how things actually fared initially. Didn't go too well for him with Billy. Now with TEC, seems to be the same case. Again, we always say this, maybe it's too many cooks in the kitchen. Unfortunately, that kitchen is going to be kind of dull because there are no more Spitfires in the team. They decided to make that switch. It's a switch that I'm not a fan of, but I think that they've made that decision knowing that, hey, maybe we're going to be a little bit weaker in firepower, but we're going to make up for it with a more balanced team, and that is the case, to be fair.
Yeah, and then again, we've been talking about this KBG roster for a lot of this pre-show. Just a brief look at Ackerman's stats there. I'm assuming the VCT CN is from his time on DRG, but a marked improvement coming into the tier 2 circuit and playing within this keep best system.
Yeah, and again, like the system that we were talking about, just leading there, right? Like back to Seabeast once more. He came into this team under what I believe to be a recommendation from Hind, who used to be with him as the coach before in other teams like Oksuji. That was the one that they played in Blender, if I'm not mistaken. So that's going to be a pretty intriguing one to see how this system works, right? Because we're talking about those two. Those are the two that we know the most of, at least from either being in Tier 1 or being in EMEA. But you look at the rest of the team, they're definitely pretty good players in their own right. Like you think about Tong, Ying, and Christing, like all three of them basically played in the secondary / academy teams of some of the top teams that we have in the league. Both, I believe, Christing and Tong were in XLG's EVO roster, and if I'm not mistaken, then Ying was in DRG. So that's also kind of a good lead up to the team, right? That's a team that have had time to work with better systems, especially XLG. They're one of the teams that I rate the highest in the region in terms of their coaching staff, and they even meet even more improvements coming into this stage too. Maybe the team themselves haven't had the best of results in the initial phase, but I definitely think that they're going to go far, and I think that they've definitely instilled good fundamentals into those guys, and that's what we need to see, because it's the repeat of the earlier game that we've seen between Trace and A-Team. I don't think it will be that good of a Valorant game to watch. From what I've seen from KBG, They seem to be much more organized in comparison. Still very loose, mind you, but at least I don't feel like we're seeing any of the major mishaps that we've seen in the previous series.
Yeah, I think as well, Titan Esports Club come into this in a very strange position because, you know, they have Haodong on this team, right? It is maybe one of the players that we look at the most to sort of step up. But we saw there the stats from Lucas as well, who's been very inconsistent but feels very dependable in the clutch situations. But this is a roster that last stage actually made that bridge through to playoffs. They came into the stage 1 playoffs, yeah, sure, didn't really get anything going there, but it felt like this is a good platform to build things off of. This is a good thing to build into stage 2. You've got plenty of time then as well with Masters London happening and an early playoffs exit. You have plenty of time to build into this stage, and they've just faltered. Like, yeah, sure, they got a win in the group stage. Hooray. They then lose their seeding match to Trace Esports. They sit as the lowest seed coming out of the group stage, which means they have to face up against the best tier 2 team, which is this KBG side. I mean,
I'm actually going to say I haven't been that impressed by them this stage at all. It's not just the losses. It's not just the fact that, oh, you know, you look at the group and you think, okay, you know, maybe the group is a little bit difficult in the teams that they've had in that one. No, actually, I think the group Alpha was a lot more difficult against more than Omega because Nova looked a lot sharper. I think that both Nova and Tyloo are probably the 2 best teams that have not made it to London. And they weren't on that group. They had to play against teams like DRG that didn't look the best, like Wolves that are in a major restructuring. And they never really looked solid despite having all that off time that those other teams did.
Yeah, exactly. It feels like they've been going backwards, or at the very least haven't been going forwards at the same pace as everyone else. And like relatively, that has been a regression, which is a shame because we were looking. I was looking at this team and potentially being like they could be a dark horse to make champions, or you know, make Masters London. You know, get to an international tournament this year. But the pieces haven't quite been working, and then again, mid-stage, bringing in Rainy for Spitfires, it just feels like desperation at this point for a Titan Esports Club team that should have pedigree. Coco and Lucas have been very good players in the past, but it's inconsistency. Dynamite as well, a player that we've seen a lot of. Haodong was with those early EDG rosters, the ones that initially put VCT China on the map, and yeah, sure, he might not have lifted the Champions Trophy as a player, but he was a core part of that squad. But right now, Titan Esports Club are in freefall, and that's the worrying thing, because they could very easily lose here today, and then every single chance is out the window. It's do or die from that point onwards, and that is something that they just have to avoid.
I mean, I'm just thinking about that, right? You also add in Spitfires to the equation that looked so good during his time, of course, with all gamers before, and even here on this TEC team have been so shaky. Rainy coming in, and to be fair, he just feels like a scapegoat at times. He's been playing nothing but the Neon. He's really been supposed to be, hey, you're gonna do all the scut work, right? In a sense, you're gonna play Neon, you're gonna create the space, you're gonna be willing to die for us. And unfortunately, even with that, even with them having a sacrificial lamb, the stats don't really look that good. So that's where things can definitely be a little bit problematic. I am going to ignore that one, and I'm just going to say I'm really looking forward to this KBG team, because from what I do remember, both Alchemon and Ying actually both play Duelist. So the double Duelist compositions could be pretty interesting, and I'm really happy to see CBase play again, man. It's been quite a while, and he's been one of the best sniper players that we've had in MENA for a while. And you know, with all of those guys, like I'm thinking about Abyss, I'm thinking about Exit, now him, Varga as well. It's good to see a couple of the familiar faces making big leaps, and this is a real chance for KBG to put their name on the board, because next year, who knows how things are going to be. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a massive rift, because of course, as you know, a little bit of a side tangent here, but there are new rules for the partnerships, and there may be some new partners in and out. And I'm looking at the teams that have actually had to fight through the play-ins. Couple of historic organizations in China are looming, and definitely will be looking to, you know, make a contest like that. So if you're a team like this KBG, you might make yourself for a case for a core to be picked up in the new partnership system.
Yeah, for sure. You know, just looking at organizations like Weibo Gaming, like Rare Atom as well, who have always been a mainstay. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I'm surprised Rare Atom fell as early as they did this time around. They've always made Ascension Grand Finals, always lost them as well, but that's besides the point.
Poor
again,
guys, man.
Two different teams coming in. Like you said, A team, bit of a surprise. KBG, pretty much the shoe in this entire year, and they are the ones that have to pick the first map. It's going to be Sunset. Titan Esports Club choose to take us to Summit. It has actually been a decent map for them throughout the stage, but it's a risky one to go for. And then it feels like finally we get some stable ground towards the end of the best of 3. Ascent, perhaps maybe the most bread and butter map in the pool at the moment, will be the decider if we require all 3.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Of course, Summit still, for me, a sign of saying, I don't think I'm a better team. I would rather be the better team. Everybody's like, oh, we know how to play defense. To be fair, some of the angles are a little bit difficult for that. But we go back to a home turf for now. One of the maps is actually, funnily enough, with Spitfires on the Sage. I thought the TEC looked solid. Now they got Rainy. Back to the double duelists again. And it is going to be just a single duelist. Only Akimon on the Neon, choosing to put Ying on the Viper, which is going to be such an intriguing composition, right? Like, we have seen the Sova before. We've seen a bit of the Fade here as well. But I'm a big fan of this duo, like the Sova Viper on the Sunset. I think they can make it work, but it's going to require a lot from them to actually do that.
Yeah, again, I was coming into this expecting to see Ying playing duelist roles, so to be on the Viper of all is certainly an interesting one. But again, for the side of Titan Esports Club, like you're saying, it feels like that constant shifting, revolving door. They've not had a chance to settle. And yet, sure, you have a few more chances because of play-ins, but we're at play-ins now. They can't really afford to keep shifting things around any longer. They have to get to what sticks here and now, because otherwise, again, all of their last chances will be spent. So, looking towards Sunset, it is the KBG pick. This is where they're feeling the most confident for this series. Titan Esports Club then choosing to start us out on the attacking side here, so that will mean that KBG are sitting on the defense. Vault, there's a lot of discussion around at the minute about whether maps favor the attack or defense, or if that is a bit of an outdated notion. What's your take of this as we head into Sunset?
I think that some map designs just do favor a specific side, right? Sunset is one of the maps that maybe doesn't actually play out to be that case. It's very lenient depending on the composition that you are playing. And I think that the defensive setup right here from KBG is pretty good. Good timing on the Paranoia, can win them the round. But they're late to the party, and that's Akimon caught off very early. The other Paranoia does nothing! And Christing decides that he is going to be the beasting on that one. 4 kills to his name. And Haldong have got to roll back the years to win what remains of a 1v2.
We're 30 seconds into the round, Vault, and already 7 players have hit the canvas. You're just looking towards Haldong to see what he can get done. First tap of the spike, now looking towards middle, where we know Tonk and Ying were setting up that slow creep round. Looking to take the first fight, wins it cleanly, but now you're looking at Tonk. 2 Cyphers up against each other in the server, but Haldong, unaware of this positioning, has no idea as to what awaits him, so he decides to pivot towards B.
Yeah, 1v1 here. Definitely rather winnable, if that is the case. Just am a little bit intrigued of whether or not Tonk Actually decide to push early because he could catch a good timing, but he's not going to be looking at stairs. And that means Aldong might have gotten the drop on him, but not going to be the case. Tong prepared, ready, and KBG off to the right start.
Yeah, again, got a bit sketchy there, but 4 kills coming in from Christing to really open things up. Yes, they missed the timing. Ackerman caught off guard, but this classic incredibly clean shots, and then the follow-up with a ghost as well. It could have been an ace. It also could have been a 1v3 coming in from Haodong, the captain of Titan Esports Club, but not to be instead. Bonk saves things for keep best, and now TEC have a different tune. A site not to their liking. It's B instead where they turn their attention.
Yeah, well, we'll see if attention can pull apart. At least for TEC, very slight investments, but do not underestimate those two bandits and what they can do. And especially on double duelist, space might not be a constraint. And seems to be going now. Tong trying to hold on, but Ying is already gone. And he's really looking to try to find the gun, which he does for now, but the spike is going to go down. Rotations coming in, late mid-play from Haodong, but Christing is going to catch him off again. Well, that's probably the most important kill of the round, because now they only have to worry about the site itself. Dynamite on the market door, trying to take a good timing. The high wall is on, and they're trying to speed past the other side. That's 1 for Sabis. Trades are coming in, 2 for 3, leaving Lucas all alone. He should be handled well, and is. 2 kills from the IGL. 2 rounds for KBG, and while there are casualties, I think that they're going to be happy that they were able to avert what could have been a crisis.
Yeah, it's still a costly one, like you say, though, Volt. It's just 2 players surviving. But, I mean, Rainy did very well here with the Bandit to open things up. As much as we were saying, we might have preferred to see Spitfires in the server. Rainy did find a double there, and that does make things very, very sketchy here for the bonus. KBG, just those 2 saved Bulldogs. You would expect Titan Esports Club then to find this round. Because if this one goes wrong, that's when we really do start to get concerned. And already, oh good lord, the fight in mid has gone awry, and Sea Beast with a Sheriff finds Coco. Already, keep Bester a man to the good.
Yeah, Sea Beast, as always, loves to set up those aggressive plays, and they had the double pincer from Tiles, the TP from the Omen, and now Ying could be overplaying his hand. Thankfully, Tonk is actually able to find that kill. So win or loss, Key Best have put themselves in a decent position. Right now, they got the numbers advantage. They got 2 rifles, but not the healthiest of the bunch, any of those 3. So they've got to be very careful. They're wary of what could be of a mid-crunch, but as you can tell, Haodong in the market. Lucas could beat him to the punch. He's going to swing for a timing, and they're occupied with the market trade, but still, good enough for Christing again.
Yeah, it's the opening kill there that really keeps things in the favor of KBG. They, from that point forward, can just trade, and they do so very, very well. Even with the lower weaponry, we'll see here the first kill coming in. In fact, it's a completely separate engagement, but here's Sea Beast following up. Here's Tonk following up on Ying's contact. And again here, this fight, the crossfire, very well could have caught things off guard. But it's Christing to save things. 7 kills already so far in just the opening 3 rounds. And it means the Titan Esports Club are knocked down to a half buy again. Rainy does choose to invest a Vandal into this one. It's not just a pure save here. And Ackerman now in trouble. Christing's gonna fall. The stun and the paranoia providing the perfect cover. And now, despite this elbow control, Ackerman does bring one back.
Yeah, good damage though from the side of TEC. And with it, now they got 2 rifles. That could be enough for a rotate if they want to route through another primary point. For now, they're going to reclaim elbow on the side of KBG. Slow on the rotates. But Ying should match the pace of what remains of TEC on that part. Haodong trying to keep his space. And Neural Theft that confirms the B side is light and confirms the B hit from the other side. So both Cyphers have used their ultimates already. Nothing saved for the post. Now a 4-on-4 ensues.
Rainey's got to be careful here playing up close as the outlaw shots ring through. He doesn't have any armor, so a body shot would be enough to take him out. No play through mid yet again for Tiny Esports Club. They're just playing on the site, and it's the close angles that work out in their favor. Lucas and Rainey finding impact eliminations within the server, but Lucas 2 HP. He's got to be careful. It might not matter though, because Coco's found a double from on the site itself, and Tiny Esports Club are on the board.
An important juncture at that, weaker buy, and they're able to convert, still spilling damage on the side of KBG, who are happy to handshake many trades, and that could be their undoing there. Of course, thankfully, Akaman was able to trade the opener from Rainey, but just because the over-rotated into the A side made the B side weaker, hence the retake a little bit more difficult, because they could not break down the crossfire from that point onwards. And now, in the 5th round, a Hunter Series in their hand, still decent enough economy. Aggressive on that side, the reveal is there, and great work from Kisting again. Well, this guy, for how many times, have been the bane of this TEC team, but Rainey is delivering a magnificent performance tonight, and he could be the key, because he's basically cutting the rotates in half.
Keeping questions within the minds of KBG, and Coco finds another. It felt like Christing was just completely in his domain towards Elbow. And again, another 1-for-1. Ying only with a Guardian, but the rotation taking so long because of Rainey's intervention towards mid. It means that we sit in a 2-on-2. Now the control on the site is secured. Spike still got a bit of a way to go to get here.
Intriguing one at that. Decent shot from Tonk and a double as well. And KBG still in the lead. 4 rounds to their name. And if I'm Titan, I might actually be considering a timeout already.
Yeah, I mean, you have to, right? Down 5-1. Nope, 4-1, sorry. Got ahead of myself there, but I mean, I can't see the buy looking particularly fruitful in this one. You've now lost your max loss bonus as well, so well, actually they do have a bit to spare, but is still going to have them short of pieces of utility. They don't
not a fan, to be honest. Like, yeah, it's not just that the buy is split up and Haodong has got to play a sheriff. Like, that on its own is okay. It's because of how much ultimates and how much utility they've invested in the last round, and they're gonna have that for this one. And yeah, I feel like that was the primary part of how they're able to win the one round that they got, right? The utility, the split, they found success here on this B side, and they're trying to run it back, and funnily enough, in the name, Dynamite might find value, but he's only gonna get Christing still. A decent enough opener. That makes it a 5-on-4. It's a chance then for Rainey to cause more damage, but Tonk quick on the trades, and the trades are indeed in the favor of TEC after all. So CB's left against every single remaining member. It's a 1-on-3. I've seen him clutch before, but I think that this one is too secure for TEC to lose.
Yeah, it does feel like a safe angle as well. Christing on 150, Ackerman the same. To make sure that there is that ability to reinvest in the next. Keeping that Vandal on side is going to be crucial. And despite all of our complaints and grumbles, it actually works out for Tiny Esports Club. Just with the slightly weaker buy, Haodong now picking up a Vandal as an upgrade, and just off the back of Dynamite's run it back, it completely set things up, and Coco's paranoia as well. The utility here to blind the players of KBG has been absolutely perfect, as we saw curveballs being used within the ultimate itself from Dynamite. Really nice work and coordination still from this side. And oh, okay, well maybe Rainy did still go down, but big double from Tonk actually. It just wasn't enough in the end, and like you said about the trades, it wasn't enough. Now a timeout being used, and it's Keep Best Gaming that call it here.
Makes sense though. You look at that retake, right? How aggressive Christing was. And again, I talked about this a couple of rounds ago. They were really willing to handshake trades, and I feel like that was a bit too unnecessary in that round. They could have just waited around, you know, especially after Thong got that kill. No need really for that Shrouded Step. And hey, for now, Keep Best know that they are in the lead, and they have seen A-Team getting a lead against Trace and then squander it. So they know they don't really want to give up any advantages to the team that has got the experience, to players like Coco, like Haodong, that if you give them an inch, they're going to make the most of it.
All things considered though, I'm very, very impressed by what we've been seeing so far for side of Keep Best. Definitely looking like the better team so far. And yeah, inconsistencies and a few mistakes on the retake aside, they've had complete control of this game. Yeah, it's taken a few retakes, but all things considered, not the worst way to go. Market door confirmed open for Titan Esports Club, making sure that they do get control of mid. KBG actually have 3 players at the top of it as well. Seems like we could get a big team fight coming through at any minute.
But I like that from KBG though. The double rifle buy, it's enough of an investment to make it dangerous, and because the rounds have been so close, the TEC's economy is not that secure either, but they'll need to find kills here. Otherwise, that investment is going to go horribly wrong. Rainy getting good space. That needs to be a kill from CBs. The IGL putting himself in the driver's seat, and he'll need to find a little bit more overdrive from the one. And that's 1 from Ackerman, 2 from the Neon Lightning Gun, and 3 from Ying. And that might be the round then and there. Rainy and Dynamite are going to get 2 back. But it's still an advantage for the other side. But Haodong nearly saving that one. And from one leader to the other, Keep Best keeping their lead.
That was very nearly the spray transfer of his life. Oh my word, Haodong made that incredibly close in the 1v3. Brilliant work from Ackerman though to open things up, but here you have it. Just unable to get the spray. The movement from CB's keeping himself alive and able to find the clutch in the end. My word, a couple of these rounds have been very, very close. TEC going to be ruining that one. And once again, it's Haodong, the one in these clutches, to make things oh so close, but just not quite able to get it over the line.
Well, I mean, they got the difficult round out of the way, but they've invested a couple of ultimates. Son does actually have a neural theft. He got the right read on the B-side stack, but that Odin definitely not going to have an easy time with the spam from the other way, because they can track tracers. That's the Phoenix earning a lot of close space. Now they got to be careful. They're waiting on any utility to be found, but unfortunately, no kills coming in from Market. There's a timing for Ying, and he's able to find the one. But Coco, again, he's been so good on those post plants. Dynamite left on 9 HP, and Haodong stuck in the corner, trying to survive for any extra time, but it's not going to be the case. Another multi-kill from Ackerman, and another time the KBG just looks cleaner on the board.
Yeah, another 3v1 for Keep Best. This time they close it out without much incident. Haodong, the lone soldier yet again. As B-side really hasn't been working out too much, that Odin. So oppressive, even if Ying didn't necessarily find the highest number of kills with it, at least initially. It brought attention away from the player's backside, and Well, that's exactly what TEC get distracted by, and Keep Best then can fight their way on forwards. This time around, it is a porpoise purchase from the side of Tiny Sports Club. Just the one Guardian coming in as the sole real investment. Rainy, the one to again be bringing along
the timing.
Heavier weapons for this timing. Could be absolutely everything. Sea Beast spots them out with the Owl Drone. They still got to be careful because the market door's open, and that's where Ackerman can strike from. Now Tonk getting activated up towards top mid, and Keep Bester 3 to the good here.
Well, saying a purpose purchase, definitely the Outlaw counts as one. They know not a lot of heavy shields in that round, so it should be an easy callings for the two-shot pump, and that's one dab from Lucas. That is a beauty of a shot from the Sheriff, but it's going to be the only casualty for TEC. KBG looking like the better team, and that's 7-2 now. And I don't even know if TEC can get more than a third. I think that 9-3 seems like the most likely outcome.
Again, it feels like they just don't have the ideas enough to actually deal with this. Finally, we see a timeout coming in, but again, it feels a little bit late to me, to be completely honest. Being down 2-7, sure, you can hope for that 7-5 half. It feels unlikely.
That's optimistic. That's,
Very
you think they're gonna win
optimistic.
3 in a row, though? Like, from what I do remember, they didn't even have a lot of ultimates, right? So that's like another one of my points of thought that, hey, like, even with that next round being a bye, they do have an overdrive on Rainy, they do have a run it back on Dynamite, but they don't have the Hunter series, they don't have the Neural Theft, and those are going to be the more important two on the post plan. The post plan that they've been suffering without having ultimates on.
Vol, if you were the coach, if you were coach after, what would you be saying to the squad right now?
Muggle, stop talking. let me cook on this one on my own. That's basically what I would be doing right now. But okay, apparently I was wrong. Lucas was on -1 from the Hunter theory with his death. He's got the ultimate. Okay, so this is the round that made me say 7-3. Like they got all the ultimates. They're really set up for a win. They don't need to overplay their hand. And Civis is playing a more aggressive angle here. And I take a peek at mid. The high-low works for one. Ah, come on. Nearly biting off a bit more than he could chew, but also nearly biting the head off Lucas. So not a bad start for the defensive side.
Yeah.
I'll definitely say, especially dropping Rainy is going to be a massive problem for TEC because they rely on him for creating space.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that you're missing your Sova now, and TEC could be going anywhere, and you have a bit less information. Still, the Cypher setup online for Tonk, and his Vandal as well might just be good enough for the job, but no. Haldong coming up mid finds the first kill there, and now you really don't have any information if you're the side of KBG until that recon is used. Now you have an idea of what's going on. Already though, Tiny Sports Club with control of their site, flooding in. Dynamite actually investing the run it back here to try and delay any flood attempt that we see coming through. He's in bow, but does get taken down, but the delay has been there, and TEC is still a man to the good.
Chance then for the market to be the primary line of the post plan. They're going to try to speed Alchemon in. And Haldong is in a great position to play that round. They spotted the head of Dynamite, but not the kill. He's not close, not far, just got a curveball in his hands, and a good timing from Christing then to clear off that one. But did they anticipate a second in there? They're going to be occupied with Coco, and it seems like the veterans are going to lead the team to safety. So 1 on 2, there's more than enough time for them to play that round out. Too little, too late for KBG, and Ying is going to lose his life. That's 3 on the board. But look at how many ultimates they've had to use just to get that one round out of KBG's grasp.
Hunter's Fury still available for them at the very least, but I mean, I'm looking at the HP bars at the end of that one. Oh, my word, it got close. Lucas still on that 25. Held on, brought down to just 2. Well, 17 initially from that fight towards Boba. Skin of the teeth stuff, but it works out in the end, and now it's a bit of an A focus once more. Waiting out the util with that recon. Now keep Bester in those deeper positions. We've seen Christing have incredible impact from here before. The operator, though, doesn't quite hit its mark from Ackerman, and Christing falls to Rainy. It's TEC, actually, who find the advantage in the opening exchanges.
And not only that, they immediately pull back, so the rotations that are being pulled by both Tonk and CBs are going to be for naught. I'm not sure that they're gonna commit to that rotate, though, because there's a smoke there on middle on the right side. And I really thought that Tonk would be aware of those antics, but, well, too little too late. Now Rainy got the flank, and Ying is supposed to somehow survive this onslaught. Not going to be the case. Much better played from the side of TEC. Gotta give credit where it's due there. But, well, KBG not completely out of the playing field. They got a neural theft on Tonk, both Archiman and CBs that aren't that far off of their own ultimates, but CBs is going to take a basically long-winded approach. They're saying we're going to concede that one, and we're going to be playing for the 8-4.
Yeah. So, at the very least, Tiny Sports Club split the difference between the worst and best case scenarios. Well, I guess the worst case scenario was still the 10-2, but with the ult round, we very much expected there to be a third on the board. Tiny Sports Club actually do go hunting here. At the very least, it's just Dynamite who wants to get up another run it back, potentially. He's not really finding orbs from kills, just 3 of those to his name. Remember, we are still on the patch where the Phoenix Ultimate costs 6 instead of that upgraded 7 in, is it 1302? 1301? One of those patches, anyway. It's still very, very powerful agent to play.
Well, at that, absolutely. But you gotta give a lot of credit, though. In this game, Rainy has definitely had a bit of a transformation for TEC. So, at least that's the pocket of time that they were able to do something in. Rainy's looking a lot better. A lot more comfortable as well. Him and Dynamite syncing up nicely. And they'll need to do that if they have any chance of passing through the second line of defense from the operator. Smoke coming in. Ah, come on, trying to take his chances. Well, not only smoked off, but also the Hunter's Fury right on the target. But actually, no. Christing is going to find that kill, and Akaman somehow getting away for free. So that's a silver ultimate for nothing. Dynamite trying to take a risk. Go, CBs is in an angle where he can win that round, but fast reactions from the Phoenix, and it's a 4-on-4 in the post.
That's unbelievable. Seen some crazy escapes from death already this round. Both Ackerman and Dynamite surviving in those positions. I'm unsure how. Now, Dark Cover's sent through to provide a bit of a problem. Relay Bolt as well, and a Neural Theft. Everything being thrown into this. It's the final one of the half. It's a Viper's Pit to try and gain some of this control. Ackerman with a good kill. Coco, though, trading back. Ackerman with 3. You're looking at Dynamite to do so much, and it's just not enough. Ackerman finding a 4-piece here to bring double that number onto his team's score sheet. It's an 8-4 half for the side of Keep Best Gaming.
Well, definitely proving all the doubters wrong here, Akaman. You know, we're talking about the improvement from his time in kickoff to now with Keep Best, and it definitely is showing. They invested all of those ultimates, but good timing from Akaman, and then just the immediate trigger pull. And yes, of course, the Howlong was a little bit softened, so it makes things a bit easier for him. But, you know, when all is said and done, an 8-4 start on the defense is great, but it doesn't really mean that this game is over. There are some worrying signs, but not just the pistol round. I'm thinking like, well, how well are TEC going to play with that double duelist composition on defense? Because that is the biggest question mark.
Yeah, I will say as well, attacking on this map is miserable. Like, it's at least in my experience in my plat ranked games, it's miserable. That's you know, pro teams probably find it a little bit easier, but you know, a pistol round could be all you need to get that momentum back turning, and especially if Keep Best themselves do struggle on that attacking side, which generally does require a bit more of that coordination and team play, then there is a world where TEC can get their way back into this map, but really it does start here on round 13, otherwise you're pretty much just looking at Summit.
Yeah.
Not that I'm a doomer or a doubter, but it feels it's must win.
Yeah, that's definitely how it does feel like. But that doesn't mean it's really guaranteed to be that case. And I guess my one point is when you're playing double duelist on defense, there's really only one thing that you can do. It is push on, right? Like, you need to have those traps, those setups. The post plants are probably going to be a bit too difficult for them to manage if that is the case. But I'm just really interested in what key best are going to be pulling out with that Viper, because we've seen a couple of walls, especially on the attack. There's a wall that splits up mid. I'm not a fan of it. There are a couple of other walls. I feel like this is probably the best wall that we've had now, the one that splits the A site. It's a very good one to just stay as a default. And they're trying to set the pace early. Key best on the attack, and already a very early Archimon insertion, and the rotations are pulled from TEC in spades. They've forsaken middle. They're playing defensive on the B side, but looks like they want to create some space on elbow past that cover from the other side.
3 players in this position. Ackerman is in for a world of hurt, and well, there is the reveal that in fact there's a trio of enemies awaiting you towards elbow. Now they do split up and scatter, looking towards short and towards middle here. Again, it feels like it's a pretty decent read, but Keep Best themselves have a bit of a grip on the situation and are starting to re-explore elbow themselves. Definitely a lot more indecisive though.
Oh, absolutely, that could be the case. But in cases like these, I feel like with a composition like the one that KBG are playing, they're going to be slower by nature. And that explosivity is the element that we see TEC rely on once more, but it could be their bane, because look at that timing from Ying, but
wow,
couldn't find much more. Rainy really here for redemption. 13 kills to his name. At least the spike will go down. It's a 2-on-4.
Double the numbers here for TEC on their retake, and they are making light work of it. Rainy nets himself the hat-trick on the round, and Haldong's there to finish things off. It is that much-needed pistol round to kickstart momentum here on the second half.
Some beautiful, beautiful work on their side, if you're looking at it this way. Yes, we'll have to just anticipate a bit more from TEC to that pace, because they've been basically playing at a breakneck one. And if they slow any more than this, well, things are going to be disastrous. And if they speed up even more, then maybe things can be too much chaos. But for now, an important pistol round to get. Yes, there is a plant for KBG, so they can invest in a couple of upgraded pistols. But I think it's going to be basically smooth sailing here for the defense. Very hard to gain an entry on the sides when you're on a solo Neon with no utility to back you up. Because yes, they're going to get the sheriffs, they're going to get the bandits. But you look at their backpacks, not a lot of utility, and not the best of starts for Akamon. Already down to 36 points of health.
Certainly felt the ire of Titan Esports Club. Aldrone re-exploring through mid here as well. Lucas doesn't spot anyone towards tiles, and KBG actually looking to sell the 4-player Fate over here on the A side. Obviously, you just have Sea Beast towards B with the spike. It does seem to be working. A lot of players in attendance means that, yeah, you're gonna have to start getting a move on actually, because they're being forced away from this. But even still, no one has any idea that Seabeast is on B. Howdong though, it might not matter. Finding a double with the Ghost, and now Tog's fallen. The confirmation of the spike plant will come in, but it's just Seabeast with a bandit up against 3 players. Even though he's got the spike planted, it still feels like it's very difficult.
The only hope is this needs to be sharp off the rip. And he's only going to be good for 1. Good damage and another spike plant for KBG.
Yeah,
so it's not like that they're going out of this one empty-handed, but TEC are looking much improved on this defense side.
Again, it just feels like the attacking side on this map just can be so difficult. Foolish. Coming into the bonus here, KBG have done decent damage and they've found themselves a couple of plants as well, so they should be able to invest pretty much fully into this one, and indeed they are. Meanwhile, Tiny
look at TEC, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, it's rough, but this is what you got to do when you take such heavy losses in the follow-up. So this should be the opportunity for KBG to find 9, and then potentially build some momentum through this half, which is something we didn't see Titan Esports Club accomplish on their attacking side.
Striding in with confidence this time around. Still respecting, of course, TEC and their prowess, but knowing that they should be the superior side, so they shouldn't actually give them much space to play for. But the good timing then could be a problem. Lucas still on short. Able to evade the drone initially. And this time, TEC are at least taking hold of B main, but that means that their A defense is a little bit more suspect. That one way is a nuisance for Alchemon, who tries to spray into it. It just nets an easy kill for Howdong, and that's exactly how they would lose a round, because there's still another player in diagonal, and the timing is going to betray them. Coco is ready, and Lucas got support. Paranoia in, but Sybe somehow still getting that one. 2 for Seabeast, and Christing is going to get another one. It's only Dynamite to find a kill, and Howdong is going to be settling just for the 1. They're closing in on double digits. That round could have had implications, but I guess it's wind under their sails at the end of the day.
I'm very, very surprised at what happened on the A site there, Volt. I mean, it felt like for all the world that Lucas was going to be able to sneak away with a kill, potentially. This opener from Howdong is absolutely lovely. Headshot with the Sheriff, but he was just blind. Near sighted up, just goes for a random shot, finds a headshot. Sure. That's one that TEC will be haunted by when they watch the replay back. This time around, it's heavy on that contest for the A main space. It's a fight that TEC do win, but very quickly give it up themselves. A contingent 3 strong here for Keep Best, looking to recontest.
Well, we'll see if that contest is going to net much for KBG. And again, a team that is expected to play like that. They want to burn whatever util that is there for TEC. Because without information, they kind of have to use that running back and the overdrive blind. Unless they're going to be playing for the post. And I'm not a big fan of them playing on the post against a team that has both the Cypher and the Viper. Because even if the wall is deployed somewhere, Poison Orb is still available, Snakebite is still available. They definitely can slow them down significantly. And it's going to be nothing but the Cypher on the B side. Tong actually taking Lucas out of the equation early. While the spike is not planted yet, Howdong got very little space to play for. They know where he is. They got him stuck in the corner. That's 1 tag, but no kill.
The problem is he's still fighting in a 4 versus 5, and it gets even worse. Howdong hitting the canvas, and now things start to look very, very dangerous indeed. Rainy has found 1, and Dynamite with a double in his ultimate brings things back into the realm of possibility. Overdrive popped, taking down Christing. You're up to Seabeast. Now he might be ruining the decision to use the Hunter's Fury earlier. Rainy already up to half, looking to stick this all the way, and does. As Dynamite nets a triple kill, Titan Esports Club are back in the conversation.
Well, the double duelist showing in this round. 2 ultimate to save the day, and you can tell Sybe's a little bit of I guess, annoyance in the way that this round played out, because the timing for Dynamite was just perfect in that one. And Rainy getting the space, finding his own kill for the overdrive, make things a lot more difficult. They're trying to play it for the contact there, KBG. It ended up being on the losing side, but a fair bit of ultimates used from there. And CBeast is still trying to make a call here for the KBG side. Seems to be the right one. A repeat on the B side. Next to him a side that is now confirmed to be empty. Even if the firepower is a little bit weaker, they're not going to be that actually sad about losing one, because they get the side for free. They get the setup, but they need to take Rainy out. And they're trying to use their ankles, but Lucas is just going to rip them open a new one. And Ying is just trying to save the day if possible. One on stairs, high-low, and it is going to be enough after all.
Oh, they very nearly lined up there for him. That would have been a clutch for the ages, but how the hell does Lucas find 3 kills from backside? I mean, yeah, sure, that's a nice one, but just that spray down is glorious to behold. And now TEC within a single round of tying the game. Like, this is the worst thing that could have happened for Keep Best. They've only found the bonus so far here in the second passage of play.
That was, I guess, a rite of passage for all the tier 2 teams. That's when they'll show there's metal in a team like KBG if they're able to somehow, even with things not going their way, struggle and bring results. Right now, Akuman being the point man. 3 more on that push, and Dynamite can definitely buy a lot of time. Tong taking the peek, and that is absolutely ridiculous.
Unreal. And now Rainy is in a spot of bother really here. Not just the paranoia, but the neural theft moves his position away. Ying now can invest the pit to put lockdown onto this site. Lucas trying to find kill, the Hunter's Fury does, but it's CBeast and Ackerman on the site itself to get their own impact. TEC now fighting back from half of the numbers, and while the spam nearly takes down Ackerman, he's still standing on 3 HP. Coco trying to fight his way through the pit. Lucas coming in from the defender side spawn, makes things possible. Cresting's fallen. Lucas might just do it again. It's another triple from him, but Coco just can't quite find the clutch. Double digits now on side, but there are some frustrations coming in from Keep Best.
CBeast, I guess, again, holding on for dear life for the team. A big call made, and it all started with the first piece of the domino tipping with a great shot from Tonk, and from there, well, that was a labor duel, but everything else really worked so well for KBG. Despite Lucas's best efforts, it almost felt like this round would be won by the trades, just because of how close the Beast was playing in the whole time. But KBG, double digits it is. TEC back to weaker weapons, but they know that it's not the end of the road. There's still at least 1 rifle in their hand, and them playing on a double duelist gives them a lot of pace, a pace they're using to occupy one of the 2 most important pockets. That's an ultimate orb in the B site that is given over to Dynamite, and that could have impact on the later rounds, but I think on this one, all it has done is confirm that they are not there towards the B side. Stronger rotations towards mid and A. And with the drone being used and the audio cues revealed, I think that Dynamite and Lucas might be thinking about middle being a genuine option here for KBG. CBeast is still keeping the eyes on the other side. They try to route back towards B, and Rainy getting away with his life there, and he's still looking for seconds somehow.
You hear that outlaw shot with no shields, that's surefire way to again to Scarpa. Keep Best still keeping their attention towards the A side of the map. Here, this execution, only 25 seconds left. Lucas goes exploring down short, and will get punished for it, really. Now you're looking at the players on the site itself. Dynamite's in attendance. Tonk very nearly getting caught out from bottom mid, but it's the TP over to the other side. Rainy might be able to get there in time, not quite able to. So now it's a retake situation with only one player in attendance. That's Tonk. The rest of these guys trying to get their way forwards. Rainy might just be able to stick it, but through the smoke, there's the headshot, and Ackerman's come up from behind. It's just Coco left to stand in a round that maybe should have been so damn winnable for the side of Titan Esports Club. Instead, the deficit expands to 3 once again, as it's an 11th on the board for their opposition.
Remember what we said a couple of rounds ago, Charlie? I said that's the rite of passage. And I guess that they're passing it with flying colors. They won the round with weaker economy. They played this round where they got the better economy so well. Even with Kristen dying, Agumon has taken the perfect timing on that mid peak. And from there, it was all but over. Yes, maybe it looked winnable at one point, but because they know TEC has to earn some pockets of space for the Neon and Phoenix to work, they're punishing them severely for that. That double duelist composition, yes, got a lot of good strength, and we've seen Rainy and Dynamite bring the best out of it at times. But right now it's rearing its ugly head on defense, and that's what I was talking about, right? I guess they living by the sword and dying right now by the same sword.
Well, one thing I think that we should mention about this game is that, well, there's a bit of a rotten prize, really, for the team that ends up victorious, because you end up in a match against Edward Gaming if you win this one in the next round, which is never an easy prospect for any team, but certainly not when EDG have, I don't want to say been embarrassed in the group stages, but certainly not shown their best selves. They'll be hungry to find some sort of fight back into this one, and yeah, tricky one for, again, the winner of this game, but you still want to win it regardless. A shorter road for you, and well, Ackerman's road has been cut incredibly short here within round number 20 as Tonk hits the deck as well. 2 picks immediately for the side of Titan Esports Club, and while Haodong does take a little bit of counter back through the information stand, and Rainy falls as well, we're still looking at an advantage for the defenders.
Yeah. Well, with that, the round is gonna be a bit close. I'm actually surprised that they didn't let Sabis get the spike plant, so he gets his own Hunter's Fury. So now they gotta play all together, all 3, close to market. A timing there for Lucas, who could easily find a multi-kill, a shoulder spotted, and that's one. The rest now trying to rein in from the other line of sight, and it's not gonna be too much for the Viper. The Beast looking for an angle, 2 players from his left, even a third coming through, and it is going to be Haodong to win that one. They tried to grapple the bull by the horn, but that is a foolish mistake.
Well, at the very least, Seabeast has his Hunter's Fury online now because of that death.
Silver linings, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really much in the positive to take from this round for the side of Heat Best, being honest. Only the one casualty for Titan Esports Club. A way for them potentially to start stabilizing their economy. Lucas still down to 0, but plenty in the coffers for the rest of his teammates. But Heat Best still able to reinvest here themselves. And they're looking a little bit more towards the eastern portion here, at least to open things out.
But again, KBG basically playing that exact same playstyle. They know that, hey, TEC is the team that has the responsibility to use that Phoenix, use that Neon. They get information to play aggressive, so they're always waiting for those initial 10-15 seconds, and there's a great timing here on an unsuspecting Sova, and they're even aware of Dynamite. Oh, that is such a beautiful protocol. They've read him like a book, and they're probably gonna get match point, but with that kill coming through from Haodong, well, there's definitely now some talking to this one.
Yeah, very, very low Omen, but Rainy not the healthiest himself in this position from CBeast. Could be everything. Oh, the gun barrel spotted, spammed out, but it is just Haodong left to stand alone. He does still have that low HP player, but a snakebite sent towards his position makes things a lot more difficult. Time beginning to become a bit of a factor in this one as well. The defuse needing to come in. And well, despite the low health, it's still Christing who finds the final fight. Clean headshot there with a Vandal and 12 on the board.
That Vandal could have actually been useful in the following round.
Yeah.
But
3
at least he
chances now
tried.
as well. Oh my god, that flick onto Dynamite's unbelievable. But yeah, 3 chances to close things out here for T-Best. They are looking strong in their own map pick.
I mean, that Vandal was a Vandal that they're not gonna have. They're not even gonna have real guns for Rainy and Lucas. They're relying on the overdrive fully. And for T-Best, the way that they've been playing, they know plays like these could happen, and they're trying to deny Rainy as much as they can. Dynamite even adding a bit more to that tally, but between the running back and the overdrive, nothing has been found in terms of kills. But a massive amount of space that KBG will have to reclaim over the over the minute 15. And they'll have that.
Yeah. I mean, TEC do immediately give it up, though. Expecting that rotation towards B, but KBG just pause. They give things a freeze. And, oh, off of the recon there. Oh, counter ult, though. This Hunter's Fury from Lucas. He's trying his hardest to take down CBeast, but only the 1 tag spotted. Nice idea to use the ult off of the out drone, but again, TEC were ready for that eventuality. Now Keepbest do look towards B. There are 3 players in attendance. Haodong up close to the smoke. I don't know if they're going to expect it. Oh, never mind, they put a camera up.
Yeah, cancel the play to right idea, but
they'll have to
hit it
here,
back,
though.
right? There's no time, so what do they even have to clear it out? Akamon got a slide, but no stun. Is CBeast and his recon. There's going to be everything in this round.
Yeah, into red time. This is a bit of a Melons moment coming through. The double from the judge of Rainy, and now Coco gets involved. The ultimate stuck by Christing. And CBeast, at the very least, is able to deny a flawless round coming in for the side of Titan Esports Club. There's no real silver lining past it. Took far too long and used the Hunter's Fury and to the Shadows as well. Those are key pieces that can help you close out a game.
Yeah, and again, the way that they've used it is the reason that I'm actually very unhappy about that round from KBG. Because they've done so much better with those tools before. They're playing ahead of the arrow. They didn't get the information. Could have actually used the Omen Ultimate as a way to scout for information as a second drone, per se. But not the way that they decided to play it. And TEC, well, they lured them in. But last round, they've made a lot of their keep because of those 2 ultimates. Now they don't have those. They don't have the Hunter's Fury. But what they do have is a weakened KBG. So they're definitely trying to rely on that. Rainy with an outlaw in hand. 22 kills to his name. And he's going to be done at that. A great shot from Ying. And this could spill the end for TEC's campaign. I say that. But Lucas immediately trouncing on the other IGL.
Yeah, you'd still have to look at the weaponry available here, though, for KBG. Ackerman just on a classic and far away from the overdrive. Might not even get that back for the rest of the map here on Summit. Molly being sent through, Ackerman dealt with early on, and so much damage being dealt. Christing somehow with a double. A hot hand at his feet, but still coming up with the goods. Now you're looking at a 2 versus 2. Tonk here with the outlaw and sprayed down. It's so scrappy to close things out, but it's Keepbest Gaming who find it in the end. 23 rounds to finish things out, 13-10 on their own map pick.
Yeah, some magnificent work there from TEC, and especially from Rainy. I gotta give him all the credit in this game. He ended on 21 kills, 22 kills, I'm thinking. And you know what? That was such a good performance from him, but unfortunately speaking, KBG were just the better unit in the end. Another big round for Christing there, who's probably going to be the MVP of the game with the way that things have gone. But I'm just thinking about that one, and I think that, hey, like, it didn't pan out too badly from TEC. I think that they've looked much better than they have in groups. So if they're going to keep playing like that, then suddenly the Summit feels like a real proposition.
I mean, yeah, they beat XLG on that map at the start of groups, so, you know.
XLG look so shaky. Just like EDG and AG coming after London.
Yeah, I mean, true, but hey, you gotta take it as it is, right? This is a map that should be good for them, but you know, let's sort of narrow back in on Sunset here for a second. I think Ackerman as well was a real star, as we can see some of his highlights coming in here as well. Despite some heroics from Haodong, Dynamite having a few good moments, it really was Keep Best who, yes, had the better teamwork, but also just had some of the better standout moments where you just had players popping off. So at the end of the day, that's kind of what does it. Still a little bit shaky from either side here, and plenty of opportunity and room for improvement. At the end of things, like we say, it is that 13-10 scoreline. MVP stats and more discussion to come after this.
可以啊。1 HP， 我们1 HP， 多也，我们1 HP。28，走吧。进步了，从我们家走，把枪都收了。Nice！ 还有没有？大哥 ，I coming too。然后的，多 save， I'm on it， 多 save，I'm full。一滴血，往打，一个，one small。球 ，big 65，nice bro。躲起来，你们看紧张吗？我看不了。对，在下烟外那个。我这可以用命换，没事的。80，走。Careful， 这个我射死了。哎，追！行 ，big set。
Big plays coming in from Christing today. So many multi-kills, 6 in total. And you think about that one, like, I think 3 or 4 of them were just round winners. And that was the difference between them winning and losing the map here today. Great performance, start to finish, as you can tell on the highlights there, Charlotte. But I guess I'm used to Sibis playing in cases like these. And that's like one of the good things about, I guess, playing in EMEA, is that even as Sibis used to play before, when he was playing in MENA, he was used to people talking in a foreign language to him, because teammates would be talking in Arabic and comment in Arabic while he is trying to lead in English. And apparently it's the same case here for KBG, just the necessary primary callouts, but the rest of the team are just communicating in Mandarin. And that's a good thing, that they're able to manage that one quite well. Of course, not the cleanest game from either side, but I think that KBG are going to be really happy with that result, considering how much of an over-performance it seems from Rainy, considering the usual.
Yeah, I do also, again, want to give some flowers to Haodong as well. He had a couple of moments where it looked like he might have been able to swing things in TEC's favour, but really, you look at the post plants from either side, just wasn't really cutting it. 4 out of 9 for TEC, 4 out of 8 for KBG. I mean, again, the attacking side on this map proving to be the place where the struggles lie. But you look at the thrifty rounds, and I think that's really where it comes into it. 2 of those coming in for the side of Keep Best. And despite some of these performances from Rainy, what I'm really looking at is that cast. 65% lower than average, despite excelling at nearly every other statistic.
Yeah, and definitely a part of that have just got to come into the underperformance coming in from Dynamite here on this pack. While he was also making space, it felt like Rainy really needed some of the other people that are much further behind in the pack, like Haodong that we were talking about, like Coco, to step up. And that's how they were winning, right? Like I feel like that's how they won the post plants, is that Coco got timings, and it wasn't never really Dynamite, who had 12 kills to his credit. He wasn't playing a bad game, but it just wasn't good enough, and I think that he will need to step up massively, because there's a weak link syndrome that is here in the Summit. Summit is basically a TDM. It really relies on, especially if you're going to be playing double duelist, to both guys stepping up to the top level.
Yeah, for sure. Dynamite had a bit of a rough one, lowest KD on the team, and playing that Phoenix, where again, you're not even necessarily the dive duelist being the one creating those distractions like you expect Rainy to be the one doing. You're the one following up on it and getting those trades, but it just wasn't really happening. So again, we'll have to see whether that improves on Summit. That's map number 2 coming in after this.
Nothing could have prepared me for the high-stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite. How will I know if I'm ready? The demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. Yeah. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite.
Well, it's the first map won by a tier 2 team here, actually, globally in VCT Stage 2. None of the regions have had their play-ins yet, and we are all already at the second map of this series between Tiny Esports Club and Keep Best Gaming. Summit up on the docket. Tiny Esports Club's map pick after losing map 1, Sunset 13-10, and Seabeast is playing the KO. Meanwhile, there's some crazy stuff happening on the other side too. A Raze Waylay coming in and a solo Astra.
Okay,
I mean, Volt,
I
this
think
is crazy.
we've lost the plot, right? Let's just put it that way. We have lost the plot.
Yeah, oh, 100%.
This is just going haywire. But I've seen Seabeast play that KO before. He was basically the primary KO on Alcaldesea when they were playing Breeze a lot last year. So that's something that I think that he's going to be comfortable with. I just don't know how useful it will be on the map. I think that there are definitely good choke points to use the flash on, but just the way that the map is structured, it's not as open. So that's maybe where I'm a little bit worried. Pockets of space for the KO to definitely be useful, especially alongside the breach. But then you look at the other plays, and it's a Raze Astra Fade composition. So they're basically telling you their intention. They want to get space, and they want to keep it, and they are not giving it up.
Yeah, with Waylay as well, an agent that I actually quite like, but can be difficult to slot into compositions, and I think maybe with this double dive works a little bit better in tandem with Rainy, because you can dash in, refract out, and then be that follow-up. But we did see Dynamite struggle to act as that follow-up on map number 1, so that's where my eyes are going to be.
Yeah, definitely. I guess for me then, my eyes are going to be on T-Bet and what they're going to do on the defense. The double initiator setup. Need to find value, but for now, Spike Plant is an audio cue that not moving behind. They know that they're trying to create spaces, and Sabis is going to be the first casualty. Great shooting from Haldong, and an attempt there from TEC to even get a bit more as they try to pivot back into that A site. The fault line doesn't do that much, and I guess that we're seeing an exhibit why maybe Breach can actually be pretty good. That flash was perfect for Akamon. But Coco finds an answer, leaving a 3-on-3. KBG finds the one. Oh, that was messy from Coco. At least Lucas in a 1-on-3. That's a double peak. That's how it always is going to go. A second pistol in the series for KBG.
Feels like Christing is always able to survive on such low health, but still have so much impact at the end of these rounds. We saw it to close out Sunset, and we see it again here. Just 4 HP, but goes for that double swing. And it's the right click at the end of the day to actually provide that final kill. You're looking at Coco to do a bit more here, to be honest with you. But yeah, the double swing with Ying and Key Best. Another first round on the board for them.
Yeah, Key Best have also played other maps, mind you. Like, I've seen their Breeze a lot. That's why I was a bit surprised that they elected to go for the Sunset over the Breeze. But I guess they're trying to bring stuff that they haven't shown before. A Summit was an option against an A team in the grand final, but they didn't have to pull that out because it ended up in a 3-0 fashion. And now, TEC weaker on the attack side, so they really are trying to make the most out of every single star on the Astra, but
yeah, up
all
against
it does is just, yeah, they're going to be walking into a breach fault line here, and I think it's going to be doom and gloom.
Most likely, yeah. If they even find a kill here, I'd be very surprised, and well, it certainly hasn't happened so far. Flash drive up over the top as well as the door slams shut. The Beast just keeping this mid control on lock. Well, as I say that, very nearly losing the fight, but happy to give that space away. The weapon with Ying. That's all they needed to do. The juggling act towards B-Link is absolutely perfect, and now Haldong looking to save off a flawless. Not to be the case.
Yeah, some really good work there then from the national team. Decent setup, and I hope to see more of that. In the pistol round, the fault line wasn't as effective this time around. Much better off from Ying, and him and Sabis just playing a decent round in holding that mid line of sight. And I feel like as long as Key Best rather, actually keep hold of that space with Ying and Sabis, they should be in a pretty good position. I feel like the KO and Breach really love middle. It's just a pocket of space that feels like it's made for them. So if I'm on the side of TEC, that's probably what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to play to the extremities, try to pressure them out, maybe get an opening pick, which just needs to be the case with that Waylay.
Yeah, Dynamite yet to find the score sheet so far, but I mean, that's something you can say for Rainy as well. Both duelists struggling for the side of TEC, which Getting a bit of a sense of deja vu here, Volt, to be honest with you. Prowler sent in towards the A-Link side, but not finding anything. It's instead the Vandals to do their bit.
Kind of ambitious there from Yang, to be honest. No util, just a dry peek.
Yeah, maybe wasn't
that's
expecting
so
there to
unlike
be
the
like
team,
three
right?
people, but even still, yeah, it's a risky one, perhaps feeling themselves after the Sunset win and now 2-0, perhaps?
Well, let's see if they're going to be able to hold their ground down a player. Still an outlaw. And it's in the right place. Just need to find the right time. They dash through the Cypher trap. Spotted there by Akamon, but he's trying to hold on for dear life. Timing is against him. That's an easy kill for TC. Sabis is really trying to force the issue. There's a crossfire established on the other side. Just as the smoke fades, Haldong finds 2 more. As crisp shooting from TEC, and exactly the way that they needed that bonus to go.
Yeah, another big triple coming in from Haldong. So often the player that you look at, really, for those sorts of moments.
Got him.
Yeah. Over-ambitious there from Ying. Ackerman as well.
One enemy remaining.
Does feel like... Good replay. It does feel like maybe losing the plot a little bit there. Hopefully now this time for KBG they can stabilize into something a bit more sensible. They're going for a 1-2-2 here. Honk alone towards the west, but TEC only now just starting to attend.
Yeah, and well, I mean, again, for TEC, good signs all across the board, right? We're saying, at least, like statistically speaking, Lucas and Dynamite were the 2 best performing players. It was Haldong and Spitfires that were really dragging the team down a little bit in terms of individual performance. So they're picking up on that, but they haven't really been picking up on the way to play the map. I feel like, again, a bit too slow for my liking, especially with the double duelist. They need to be explosive and successful, and that was just a sitter there for Tonk. Great shooting from Dynamite on the second on Sabis. That was a very difficult shot to get. And if TC play like that, well, Dynamite might just rectify all of this false on map 1.
Yeah, for sure. He needs to have a big showing to... Well, maybe not needs to make up for it, but even still, it certainly helps. And KBG know there's really not much opportunity to go for this one. A 3-on-5, a retake onto the B site. Certainly easier tasks in the world. So it's a save round here in round 4. Titan Esports Club tie the game. I think, yeah, we didn't see them tie up the game over on Sunset. So this is a positive.
Yeah, definitely a step in the right place. And that round is perhaps for them the blueprint of how they want to play, but maybe they'll need a little bit more out of it, right? I don't think Dynamite is just going to get that lucky every single time. The timing on the silence was perfect, and then the reveal, just all that he needed. And, well, we're speaking about the Astra. That's one of the power points of the Astra, is that she can also act as a pseudo-initiator. She didn't use the stars there for another smoke on the link. Instead, it was a stun right on Sabis' feet. And that was the difference between them getting the kill and still having to fight for the slice, or getting both. And, well, Rainy actually very lucky not to find himself as a casualty. And there's a timing there. The KO Splash is great for Akamon. Looks for a second, and even a third! A crazy eruption from KBG!
How on earth does Ackerman get away with that? It's unbelievable. Neural Theft invested, and now Haldong will be aware that there's 3 players towards mid. He does have to be careful here. He's the one with the spike. But Coco has found so much space over towards the A site. He might be able to catch them off guard here. Big fight coming through, but it's Beast, the one to find it. And now KBG going towards A. That is actually the incorrect read. Haldong still lurking towards the B site itself, but With that Cypher utility still up, you'd maybe expect to tap up the cam soon, and there it is. Howdong, his position now known, and has to deal with the trip. Cypher cage as well. In this one, it's a very, very difficult situation to be in. Tagged up by the knife. I mean, surely he doesn't walk away with this one. Surely he doesn't walk away with another 1v3 under his belt. The captain in the clutch has been so pivotal so far for this team, and he's already found the first. Second one, no! You're joking me, Howdong! That's unbelievable!
How did he get away with that? Howdong threaded the needle to perfection, but he had no business finding that first. The trade just a second late, and that's all that Howdong needed to find the win. And all this round started because Costream just wasn't able to find Rainy, and despite everything that Ackerman has done, then Beast also locking the door on the A side. Just that trade there being a second late from Tongan Beast. That was really all it took for the round to be over. Howdong really leaning on his experience. He's teaching this new generation that, you know, the old dog definitely a few more tricks. Now to see if there's more to be found. Akama finds another kill. Well, not the weapon to be recovered at least, Charlotte, but they're definitely going to be happy getting away a man advantage this one.
Yeah, after we saw, honestly, 2 unbelievable triple kills. Or triple kill sequences, I should say. Howdong finished on 4, but in the previous round, maybe a chance to breeze in this one. Although based on that first blood from Ackerman, maybe not. Costream's got to be careful towards the A site. Beast as well now. Looking to hunt for that information. But again, you're looking at Howdong towards B. Ackerman's the only one in attendance with Tonka's backup. It's just pistols here, but that right click does so much damage, and Titan Esports Club are forced away from this. It's a big map. 30 seconds left. You don't really have time to rotate. You just got to try and push into this. And it's Tonk with a big double kill. The third not found, but I don't think it's going to matter. Double numbers now for the side of KBG, and actually, the kill's coming in for TEC. They've got a plant here low time, so they should be able to get this one off.
Howdong again. If he does it a second time, and it's game over, but not this time. This time, Beast is ready, and he is sharp, and they're not gonna get lightning. Not a second time of asking, and the Titans freeze here. And considering the way that they have lost, and the round that they have lost, I'm starting to feel a bit of deja vu around the sunset, because that is how KBG was just able to snowball the sunset in their lead. It was in the final stretch here, very early on, but the fact that the round basically stagnated in the middle, and then Tong just finding those peaks there around Alchemon that had nothing but a classic.
We are seeing some truly outrageous stuff in this game, Volt. This is an unbelievable match so far. And maybe yet more craziness to come in round number 7. It's all square after the first quarter of play. And Ackerman now has an operator on that A line. Instead, TEC, at least for now, looking to head towards a link instead. It's a good opening pick, but there is that sniper rifle making itself be known, trading out in the favor of TEC, and Ying's on 10 HP. I mean, Titan Esports Club should be good for this. The Cosmic Divide being sent towards the back lines as well. Ackerman's playing ahead of this. He might still be able to find some insane impact.
Timing is not going to favor him. They're already storming that side. The Boombot on one side, Nightfall on the other. And it needs a lot of good shots. Tonk is not going to be the one to deliver those. Ackerman with one. Ying still there with 2 flashes to his name, mind you, but the utility is not going to be used. Instead, Rainy will trade that kill. And the operator probably best to be saved, but that seems very unlikely. Even Ackerman knows getting out seems like an impossible task, so he's going to send that one. An attempt there on a high low. Does actually isolate a single duel.
Surely not.
And now, Rainy stuck in the corner. I think he's the one to ensure that round to be over, right? One shot from the operator. Even if he finds the kill, should be game over. And he doesn't, and that probably is the round done and dusted. Rainy again to be the primary force for this TEC and have now grasped the lead.
Yeah, that they have. This one, I mean, definitely feeling like a first, even though I think we did see them get a one-round advantage on Sunset. A short-lived one-round advantage, but advantage nonetheless. Very nice shots from Ackerman, but no one else really on side and able to chime in with anything of their own. First time out being called. This time it's KBG again at the start of things. After 7 rounds, this is when the coaches feel like their intervention needs to be heard.
Yeah, and a good time for the intervention, to be honest. You know, they're not that far off. And everything in the way that this game is set, KBG have been playing a good game, but they've been losing some crucial spaces, especially that A connector. And if there's a way for them to try to actually win that back, then that's where things are going to take a much better turn. And that is going to be the most important duel. Last time around, Cristing was trying to peek into middle, didn't emerge that successful. This time around, again, look at them there on A-Link, wanting to take that mid space. And I think it's going to be crucial for them not to lose that A main quickly, if that is going to be the case.
Going for the fight towards mid, or at very least getting some information with that Prowler. I mean, you talked about A main Volt. Tiny Sports Club are here, and they're already in. The double duelist combination already making waves and paving that path forward for the rest of the squad to fight on in. Non-command from Sabist will, you know, at least halt some of that progress, but the spike already being tapped and should be able to come in. Dynamite looking to fight towards Cave. It's only the one Sheriff from Cristing doing some good work, but you still got Lucas, you've still got Haldong and Coco and Rainy to contend with. A team ace in the end of it, and Tiny Sports Club double down on their lead.
Yeah, in the right way, because this round could have spilled disaster. They're able to get out, but they just logged them in spawn there, made sure that they couldn't get out, and that's really the most important part of that one. The mid play didn't find any value, and TEC just not overstepping when there's no need to do so. Shooting from Dynamite, and then, most importantly, Haldong still holding his nerve, as always. The buy is back in. Ackerman actually playing a glass cannon operator, and that is going to be such a difference maker for a round like this. Ackerman, for now, trying to hold the line, not peeking into him initially, but they're going to have to walk into his line of sight if they won't have any chances. So there, might have a chance. Prowler early pushes him off. He still is trying to find any value, but so TEC gain that space. Waylay's so close up. The Beast there for support, and Dynamite is not going to overstay his welcome, but he's only going to run into Cristing Crosshair from there.
Feels like TEC are now scrambling to get something done. It's towards the B site they look. It's a target-rich environment. 3 players ready and waiting. They will be looking to greet them here on this execute. I don't think it's going to be the kindest of welcomes. In comes the fragment, in comes the breach stun as well. Fault line out. Now a flash drive over the top. Tonk looking to press on forwards as Rolling Thunder makes its way through. Ying able to capitalize, and now the neural theft being invested as well. I don't know if they have the time here, and even still Sabist might catch them off in mid on that rotation. Lucas just about surviving, but even still, you might just be looking at the bullet tags to slow things down. Ackerman's in attendance with the operator, and now the spike so desolated, isolated, deserted, down in mid. There's nothing else to be done. While Haldong can find a nice couple of kills, it's just not going to be enough.
Yeah, they didn't close that mid door early in the round, and even if they did, they didn't have enough stars, and that's where the Astra is gonna come back to haunt them and the solo controller. So those stars used early, being pulled not in the right time, not in the right place, and just a masterclass at calling around that double initiator from the side of KBG. It felt like that B take was fully stifled, and they got the kills, and they still had enough util to slow down the A push, and Akuman on the operator was the most important part of that one. If he didn't find that kill, this round would have gone completely differently. Now, putting the proper respect on his name, but it should be an easy one, is Dynamite to go down to the hands of Tonk instead.
What? That's nowhere near him!
What the hell is that?
That's ludicrous, finally been put to bed. But, I mean, his crosshair was nowhere near Haodong. I mean, I do feel bad for Haodong. 13 and 6, his impact being felt, but now that he's down, the rest of the team falling with him. A 4-on-2 that TEC has to try and navigate here. And they're still trying to fight into that operator. Feels like an impossibility. They fall back, grab the orb.
Look at Beast though.
Yeah, it's the Beast all the way up through mid. He should be able to catch any rotations that look to come in.
He doesn't even need to.
Why does it feel like TEC are saving already?
They're not going to be saving, but they won't repeat the same mid push, especially when they're weaker on numbers. So if they don't clear Beast, even if they get into the A site, they probably wouldn't be able to find a win. And Beast is starting to get the timing for this one. With 20 seconds left on the timing and them not showing up at mid, he knows they need to be at the spawn. And they know also that there's probably somebody on that other line of sight. So perhaps your intuition was right. And it is going to be a save. Coco conceding that round. And it's back to a tie game.
Yeah. But that's the crazy thing, that it just looks like a team is saving when they're at, what, 50 seconds left of the round? That's an entire half of play left to go. They do get to keep both of the rifles, with Lucas taking down Beast at the final moments.
Even with that though, my case, I guess, to be made in this one is if we are going to see a better defensive half from TEC, because their composition just feels very heavily attacker-sided. Again, I'm not really that sure if the Astra is gonna be enough. Sure, global smokes are great, but does she have enough, like, basically slowing speed if she has to use the stars both as smokes and also as stopping power at the same time?
Yeah, and that's really where the solo Astra comes into question, right? Because if you pair it up with, you know, maybe an Omen or something like that, then you start to feel like maybe there's a real chance that something can be made from that. But as it is right now, yeah, there are questions.
Now, many questions to be answered in this round. A couple of ultimates already present, a couple more very close to completion. Especially eyes are on Lucas's Nightfall. That might be why they're going here towards the A site. Get set up for Lucas, and they're able to get that orb without much contest, knowing that KBG, unlike a lot of the teams in the world, aren't really pressuring for the A main control early. You don't like that variance duel, something that we've seen a team, for example, like XLG, be a massive opponent of, but for the trade-off, look at the way that they're setting themselves up. Sviz gets the kill, and Akuman is there to deny Haodong from even finding an answer.
Never mind. He leaves the angle early. Haodong might still find something, and actually, it's Rainy. A double opening onto the site. Sviz still looking to try and survive, but it's Rainy for 4! I don't understand how on earth he's been allowed to do that.
Unfortunately, the Pain Shells, perhaps the best ally in this round, because that was a double kill setup for sure. Just didn't really count when it mattered most. And You know, the initial play was great.
Down A.
Just Ying really needed to find two there. He needed to try to be a bit more calm. And even when he wasn't, Rainy just so amazing there. And I say that as a Valorant player myself. Tracking is probably where most of us are lacking. So to see tracking this precise is kind of funny to watch, actually. It does feel robotic in the way that he aims. And I guess, you know what, credit where it's due? You look at Rainy on the scoreboard, this guy has been doing a lot of the heavy lifting, and how long as well, but...
Yeah.
Some question marks
As it
again
often
to the
is,
defense.
to be honest.
But here's the thing, that's the thing, question marks to the defense, because they'll need Coco and Lucas to be much better when they switch sides.
Yes. That's true. And again, we saw big things coming in from Lucas on the last map, but it's inconsistency that's plagued him time and time again. Diving into the early portions of this round, it's a showstopper from Rainy to open things up, but Sibby's a massive triple kill from Art. As the door slams shut, so do Detect's chances. A 2v4 now, Howdong fighting in from mid, might just be able to find something, but well, Ackerman's operator's looking towards him, and Dynamite's been spotted. Feels like we're gearing up for an even half, and that's exactly what it'll be. 6 rounds apiece from the opening 12. Nothing to separate the squads here on Summit.
That's a magnificent play. From Sabi's there in the replay. I mean, the setup, of course, the double ultimate was great, but just catching the kill off the sky and then so crisp on Locus and Coco. He had no business getting a third kill, to be honest, there. Like, 2, very understandable. A third, that was him basically earning keepsake for the team. 6 rounds on that one. And again, question marks will be asked of how will TEC be able to manage on the defense, but most importantly of all, well, KBG have really been living and dying by Akimat on the operator. If that's not there, and if they're not playing on defense, how will they too actually be able to adjust to the attack?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, really, because it does feel like we have seen the stronger sides from each team in this first half. So again, perhaps feeling appropriate that it ends up all square. I just can't help but be worried for Titan Esports Club. And I mean, that could just be residual from, you know, the rest of the stage, but it does just feel like they're always so close to losing a game, unfortunately.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to say this. I think that TMV is going to be seething if Breach is actually able to win a game of Summit. So that would be so fun to watch.
That's also true.
Because to be fair, like, they've been calling such a good game around it. Even though I'll say the fault line is such a bad ability, man. Like, it's not good. But they've been doing so well. They got a couple of good setups. Like, you've seen, for example, Akamon peeking behind the door flash on the A side. That's the one that I'm thinking that, hey, they definitely have their reps. They've played that composition before on Nationals.
They've got the theory.
They know how the cookie crumbles. But
and
applying that against a tier 1 team.
Yeah, I do think that's, though, maybe one of, I mean, thinking of TMV specifically, maybe one of his main gripes is teams play Breach but don't have the theory on it. So it's nice to see a team that actually does have some ideas on what they're doing. On the attacking side, though, that would be something a bit different. 5 players looking towards the B site. Now Sabis looking to get involved towards mid. Ackerman shut down early, but a good response from Christing.
Yeah, KBG not really getting the space, though. It's a 4-on-4, sure, not bad, but their sole duelist gone, and even if Dynamite dies, they're not going to be too unhappy about that one, but well, that's one that they will have to think twice now on the side of TEC about. With Howdong out of the round, they can hit back on B without any of the util being there, but they are still being methodical on the attacking side. But that means that they're taking their sweet time. Time that in other cases would have been enough for TEC to win the round, but now they're trying to circle back. They think it's an A-side hit. That's fake smoke kind of sold everything for them. And they're going to be walking into open grounds. If Sabis gets a single kill here, it might be game over.
Oh,
because he kind of has
that?
just won the round. It's on a golden platter. And while, yes, Sabis goes down, you're talking about a 2-on-3. There's still utility on Ying. And the only thing that they have on the other side is just the hunt.
Crazy shot there from Sabist, but like you say, an opportunity, a chance for Titan Esports Club to still walk away the victors. A two-strong party fighting in from Link, and Ying will be the first point of contact. They've not cleared him out. It's good for one, not the second. The trade is perfect, though, from Christing, a player who has honestly been on fire this entire series so far. And lead once more in the hands of Keep Best Gaming.
Yeah, a very good pistol. In the way that they just played the entire sequence, right? A little bit lucky, of course, on the initial trade. Just the 2 kills from Sabist and the way that they sold the fake with that extra smoke. It feels like KBG are playing like the tier 1 team, if anything. And it's just such a good sign for them.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It feels mean to say, but you are right. Bit more of a spread look at the start of this one for Keep Best. Still a couple pistols on side actually, so looking to invest heavy into that bonus. Hello, do they clear Dynamite here? That's a real question. Oh, Saturate's only good for one. Ackerman can adjust in time to prevent any further losses. You're looking at maybe needing to do a little bit more there from Dynamite. So often the case, and Tonk, even with this ghost, still winning out fight! My word, that's some crisp shooting.
Some beautiful stuff there from KBG as a whole. A couple of important rounds then from Akamon, or sorry, a couple of important kills rather. On the Marshall, still proven mastery on the sniper. And most important really in that round is that they didn't face any severe casualties, just the one. You're not going to be too fussed about it. They walk into this round 15 with 3 rifles. And they're going to be pretty happy whichever way this one goes, because they're going to be able to buy anyways. And I think that they have enough to definitely cause some damage if they play their cards right. For now, TEC defensively were initially focused on the extremities, which leaves mid open for KBG. If they play it as late as they are, there's grounds for those double duelists with the Fade. Cause a little bit of damage if they're not ready.
Yeah, readiness, the name of the game. Being TEC get caught off guard a couple times here. Might do so again, but scoping at the wrong moment. Lucas maybe doesn't quite know how incredibly fortunate that timing is. Now Keep Best look towards the B side of the map. You do have 2 players here, Haodong and Rainy. They've been the hard hitters. They're going to have to hit incredibly hard here to go up against the full brunt of this team, but Sabist already finding the kill. Tonk as well. While Dynamite can find one, it's still a 3-on-3.
He's had to leave sight, and now he's got to wait again. Could try an early attempt, and that means that he and Lucas will just have to find a kill, because I don't think that Coco is going to get any way back in.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it. He's attempting from Link, but yeah, not to be, and Tonk as well takes one down. It's all Dynamite in the end of things, but even he can't do enough. That's a bonus round conversion coming in from Keep Best Gaming. And fears about this defense from TEC starting to come true here, Vol.
Yeah, and that really was perhaps the thing that made me say that I feel like KBG looks like the tier 1 team and TEC looks like the team out of nationals, because you look at the way that they play and rotate. It it feels like a ship, right? Like when everybody leans on the left side of the ship and you see the ship itself lean. That's the way they're playing that defense. Like, look, very heavy on B. They started to feel weakness on the A site. And once again, this is like the third or fourth time that they just made a 3-player rotation. At least, thankfully, this time they finally adjusted. But KBG are just able to slow down the pace as much as they want, and they know that as long as they just maintain composure, TEC are going to keep making mistakes like these. And for the second time of asking, they find both A and B link to be open grounds, really. 1 player apiece on either side. And that was a perfect flash into beast. Not even needed. Punk beating that timing and getting an opener for KBG.
That's a bit ambitious there from Lucas as well, going for the orb. Ackerman bearing down on him with the Outlaw. Haodong finding one with the Bandit. That's on the other side of the map though, so his rotation is going to be delayed. Meanwhile, Titan Esports Club queuing up in art as they look towards Cave. That smoke giving them the heebie-jeebies a little bit that someone might be playing within it. Instead, just all on the site itself and towards main if you're Yin. Fragment in! Oh, hello! Dynamite's taken down Ackerman. It's a 3-on-3 now, and problem is though, Haodong's still on 5 HP. This convergent paths could be huge. Oh, and it just might be. It just might be. You're looking at Ying! Oh my god, how has Haodong survived there? Yet again, he gets away with daylight robbery.
I'm sorry, but this is the most egregious one out of the bunch. The entire box is spammable. How does he even survive there? And just the way that round was played, again, you know, we're saying, oh, the theory, they know the theory on the breach. I don't disagree about that part. But I think that they were not ready for the way they ultimate this time around. Sure, a great shot from Dynamite to boot, but just having a player on site in the easiest angle to ultimate is the problem for me.
Oh, he crouched at just the right moment there to go for that swing. Did you see that? Literally bullet going over his shoulder. Sometimes you need luck, sometimes you just need Haodong. It's pretty much the exact same thing in that occasion. Ackerman now coming in, but Coco full blind, still landing the kill, and it's a showstopper from Rainy. Titan Esports Club, they're just going for these mad plays, and it's working out, denying things again. Ying's on 11 HP. Dynamite can't quite take down Tonk, but it's a 5-on-1 situation as now the breach hits the canvas.
Well, they've painted it in red. And the attacking side is down to just the 1, and Tonk this game around. Having an okay performance, but the lights are dimming. Backstab ready by Haodong, who has been impeccable in today's matchup. And for Tonk, it seems like this is it. Curtin is calling, and he can feed it on his side. I think that is good, though, that they're taking away as much time as possible, right? They are trying to, I guess, calm down the nerves on the KBG side. It's going to be peaked eventually. It's just going to be a matter of timing there. And for KBG, well, this game starting to perhaps run out of their hand. And they could close it out in 2, but it looks like TEC are not going to let go of their map pick this easily.
Yeah, they are still behind though. Let's not forget. Titan Esports Club still sitting at the round deficit. Still plenty more work to do. But we're seeing signs of life now, and that's the crucial part, because we just haven't been thus far, at least on this half, and that's going to be the second timeout called from Keep Best Gaming.
Yeah. And, you know, the thing about Keep Best, again, like, you're talking about the team. I've seen Haint lead a couple of teams. He's, like, a very well-drilled coach in terms of, like, the way that Nate actually likes to lead some of those teams. And you gotta remember, like, he definitely has had his rounds. But I've seen him most in MENA, where he was leading teams like Nasr with Sabis back in the day. That's why I said that's probably the connection. He was with Wolves, I believe, in 2024, if I'm not mistaken. So he has been here in the Chinese scene for quite a while now, his 3rd year, to be exact. And, well, things seems to be going pretty well for them. So let's see if that is going to continue to be the case. He called the timeout. Definitely a couple of things to be corrected. But the question then becomes, well, how do you actually get a clean entry on site? Because that has been their biggest struggle. Despite the theory being so well played, it's not always really the case that theory is the only thing that dictates the way that the map is approached. And right now in application, both extremities head at the same time, making sure that nobody's aggressing at A, while claiming B to themselves. A claim that can get Akuma on his overdrive if they want to make that long rotate. But it seems like that they're happy with that map space and perhaps just fishing for an opener, nothing less.
Yeah, when you talk about not just the theory, I think you're looking at these gunfights especially, and we've seen a big step up from Dynamite in that regard. Well, yes, he's still negative, it's just a -1, and it's a big improvement from what we've seen earlier on. This time it's... Oh, okay, never mind. Curse of the commentator there. Sabiste absolutely nails him. I was just about to say about the operator as well, being like, oh, we saw it work for Ackerman on the first half. We're seeing it work for Dynamite here, perhaps, but not to be the case. Still, though, Rainy and Haldong have been the real raid bosses so far for Titan Esports Club, and they are still standing.
So, attempt then made there, but Lucas is read by Tonk. So, no trades from that side, and they got numbers on the B side. Cresting again, another from the shadows in the open!
Way.
Haldong! Excuse me, you've been able to get blinders off multi-kill today, and that's the one that you're gonna miss.
I would like to apologize to Titan Esports Club for just completely cursing them this round.
They're out, yeah, they're out.
I mean, I guess, you know, Rainy could still do something, but Coco's just working on saving that operator towards the A site, and it's just really a hunt for exit frags more than anything. Tonk will go down. Do as much damage as he can in this position. But, yeah, even Coco can't survive over on the other side of the map, and that restun should be exactly what's needed. So no chance at saving, no chance at keeping those weapons forwards into the next, and no chance at denying double digits as Keep Best now do find 10.
Yeah, beautiful play then from KBG in total. That double peek had one intention in mind. It's like they knew how the operator plays and where to play against it. So gotta give him the most credit there in that open ramp. From the point that the operator fell down, you could tell. But that was the anchor to the entire strategy of the EC. And unfortunately then, it is going to be the round, perhaps collapsing, and maybe the entire game collapsing for TEC. That was a massive investment in terms of their economy. And I'm not sure if they're going to be able to recover from there.
It certainly is looking a lot more difficult for them if they want that to be the case.
Financially, they can afford to buy, but it's not about just this buy, right? At least that's for me what I'm thinking. I'm thinking about like
the stockpile, right? It's about the future buy and just how sustainable these things are. And yeah, that's where you really do start to panic and question, and even just those loss of that operator and the Vandal just becomes so much more difficult.
Well, there it is, the operator again. But this time, because of the last loss, as you can tell, like the reserves are nearly depleted. And they could have had a stockpile that would have lasted them the entirety of the 24. But not going to be the case for now. Still, KBG happy enough to play that B main space. Triple peek into. Seen Dynamite there with the operator, and he's going to take a massive chance. How did he get away with his life? And excuse me, where are you going, mate?
I mean, it's absolutely audacious to go for that light speed double dash. Still survives, but now Haldong falling and Dynamite still on 21 HP. He does have to be careful here. Flashpoint does do well enough to take them off the angle. Aftershock as well. I mean, the Breach is doing its job at clearing out those positions. Flushing Dynamite into the open. With all that utility expended, and well, I was about to say it's still a 3-on-3, but now Sabis goes down on the lurk, and it is just these two players towards the B site. Rainy maybe gets a bit too big for his boots, calling upon Lucas to get something done. But now it is a one-on-one situation, and Coco's so far away.
Oh, and there's also the Rolling Thunder in addition to the fault line. Seems like Ying wants to take that duel head on. He's not going to be looking at the right angle if he's not prepared. And Coco trying to go out, right timing. Ying just not ready for that duel at all. And the round difference yet to remain as one. A timeout from either side. And both timeouts end as a victory for the team that called it.
Yeah, I mean... Crazy from Dynamite to go for that play.
Poor guy, man.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, the thing is though, we talk about wanting to find the impact from Coco. He's still not necessarily having the most amount of kills, but that 1v1 is a situation where it is the perfect amount of impact to get Titan Esports Club back in with a chance in this game. Yeah, sure, you still take heavy losses, you still have a lot to try and reinvest, but you have the win. You're now just one round behind, and the buy for KBG is also looking rough. If Titan Esports Club take us to Ascent, that's one of those moments where you're looking at that round and saying Coco did exactly what he needed to do.
Yeah, I mean, Ying there really, I feel, overplayed his hand a little bit, and that could be the round. They could actually think about twice, so... At least for me, I have to wait and see how things actually pan out. Mid is where they are keeping their numbers. 3 players from TEC, but not willing to handshake a duel. Just leaving Coco there. Play behind the dark cover, but the rest of KBG are back towards the B site. The good timing to take if they're able to break the breach util and immediately run in. But they're not thinking about the tripwire yet, and it's allowing TEC an extension into middle. So now they gotta worry about their flank, and they need to take a site in the span of 35.
Yeah, they should be able to get themselves actually onto B here, but Nightfall comes in just to try and delay things, and Haldong's up in heaven. He's not been cleared out. He's found a double kill. Finally, Ackerman deals death to him, but still, disadvantage situation. Make it an advantage situation, make it even. This is chaos. This is crazy! And it's Dynamite to close things out with the operator.
Welcome to Summit, where 1v1s are the name of the game. A simulator of trades all across the board. And this time, because the operator is alive, things pan out much better for TEC. It's a tie game again. And at least, if there is a silver lining for KBG, getting the spike down is going to alleviate their financial woes. But that is a position that Dynamite definitely made up for the last couple of rounds, and where things could have actually been a lot more difficult on that side. 10 rounds apiece, 20 kills for Alcamon. Him and Rainy really racing for who's going to be the top dog. And this time, Rainy's the one that's actually holding the operator in his hand. Playing towards middle, smoked off, but there are 3 players setting towards an A-side head. So Connector is a good angle to take. But the question is, where do you go from A-Link? Because if you try to handshake a duel, I think it's going to be pretty much the round over if they do.
Silence falls upon the map. Prowler howls on out, and now Ultimate's invested. Conversion paths towards A-Link. But no real way to capitalize off of it. Dark cover just providing the perfect blockade. Oh, and that flashpoint's perfect. Rainy forced off the line, and yet again. Oh no, the movement just not quite there. Operator completely dealt with. Haldong only able to find one. So it's in the favor of Keep Best Gaming. But how many times we said that before? How many situations have we seen it get turned on its head? In the post plant now, TEC have to retake.
3 on 4. No ultimates on the side of KBG. Sabis goes down early. There's a real chance then for this round to go to haywire, but so far Alcamon has been saving the round. Tonk on the other end of the wall. Tough cross for Dynamite, but Tonk Really gives him the duel, but this time Christing awakened from the slumber, and he's gonna save the team.
Unbelievable from Christing. He's been a bit more quiet here on Summit than we saw on map 1. But that is absolutely the impact that you needed to see. His utility denying that conversion path from before, and now the 1v2. And a crisp, clean transfer to keep his side in with an advantage. Now just 2 rounds away from securing the series, and look at the buy from their opposition. 1 Marshall, and then pistols for the rest. A couple of classics, a couple of bandits coming in.
But just think about the setup that they've had, right? 4 flashes, 3 of them aimed at the operator, and really, Rainy had no business playing that one. Oh, they're back again, this time a sniper in their hand, but it's only a Marshall in the hands of Dynamite, and Akimon back to the Outlaw shenanigans. The door is open. There's a sniper on sniper duel. The bigger brother ready for that one, but the middle child is not going to find much. Smoke from that line of sight, and really no real need for KBG to press the issue so far. They can get the orb, get back away safely, but if they do that and they do commit a rotation, them conceding B main as well would be a massive problem. So I think what they're going to do is that they are going to give Christing there in A main and flip back into the A side, but that is to be expected though.
Yeah, here comes the null command and overdrive as well. I mean, they know they're low on time, so they have to invest the ultimates even against the eco round to make things work, but still kills coming in favor of Titan Esports Club now. Tonk and Sabist making things back in their own favor. Potentially upgrades to be found. Despite going down, it is a 3-on-2. Keep best looking set to take this one to a match point scenario. We've seen Haodong in the clutch before, and he does have a rifle on side. It was on this very site, in fact, that we've seen him pull off some heroics. Tonk finds the catch. The flash is perfect, and now you're looking at Rainy, another star player for this side, but it's not going to be enough. A hat trick from Tonk, all but secures match point.
That's a magnificent play from the Cypher there. You know, credit where it's due to TEC, considering how weak their economy was. Definitely made them work. Ultimates invested. But Sabist again, just the setup of a lifetime there. 14 assists on the KO. And I think that more than half of them are actually just off of flashes. Like, it's not even the quote-unquote support because he silenced someone. No, it's like flashes playing their part. They know that they're not aggressive on the B side. So that means that they're gonna be very wary about that mid approach. And you look at that KBG immediately, slowing down that mid take that they were planning. And they're just gonna be very happy to play the extremities, or they play on mid with both Ying and Sabist running the ringer back into A side. A chance for Alchemon here. It's a big duel, the 1v1 that could decide this entire map.
Yeah, again, the flash coming in from Sabist. Dynamite looking to catch the players from mid. It's all taking quite some time. Sabist taking a little bit of damage towards mid as well, as half the round now has lapsed. Keepbet's looking to alter their plans once more, instead heading a bit more towards the mid portion and maybe looking to fight towards B. It's instead that A-link push that's maybe going to be the cost to them. Dynamite already with the first, and now a saturate sent through, hindered up to Beast, falling, and Dynamite able to dodge the stun, not quite able to dodge the phantom bullets of Ying though. Now Coco on the site is left alone and left to do it all. As the door towards Arc comes down, and yet there's the Rolling Thunder. It's perfect. Coco still playing ahead of it, still good for one. Now into red time. Showstopper coming in. It's a 1-on-2. Ying should be able to plant here, but instead looking for the fight. He doesn't have much time. He doesn't have his life either. Titan Esports Club stay alive with now just 1 round in it.
He's so stingy with that Rolling Thunder. And by the time that they used it, oh, that was Too little too late. Great shooting from Dynamite on that one. And again, you just look at the fault line as well. Like both of them coming out a little bit late. And then in the moment, I guess, TEC making the most of it. They got their own conversion path and they've been so good at capitalizing of Dynamite setup. And the buy is weaker from KBG Gaming. So if there's ever a chance, it's here on this one. A triple setup into Alchemon this time. Knows the beast to set him up. But Rainy, a massive risk, and it's going to pay off.
Yeah, he saw the Furtonk as well, but waits for the cage to drop. Crisping's actually found Lucas towards that A site. Convergent path again. They're not able to capitalize, scale off of that effectively. And then we sit in a 4-on-4.
Well, not so bad for KBG. Could even be able to pick up one of those rifles if possible, but well, that 4-on-4 setup, with the way that they're slowing it down and back into the A site, going to lead into a very difficult take. Haldong already on the case, and Coco has been set up for a while. Spotted even the one. I don't think that they need to commit to that A site take. They had enough time to rotate. It looks like that they've settled their case, and Dynamite is trying to play ahead of all of them. That's Pokemon gone. Zabis as well, and it's gonna be a meat grinder on that side. Overtime guaranteed. TEC still have a chance.
That they do. A closer affair than their opponents pick, but on their own playground, the battle that they chose to take. And they make sure that it's not done just yet. 2 chances for Keeper to claim the map. 2 chances squandered. And now it's all up in the air. An extension of play. And now a sudden death shootout to see whether we end up going to that decider map or ascent, or if Titan Esports Club will fall to the hands of a tier 2 squad. No operators coming in this time around. It's full rifles and full shields across the board. So we head into round 25.
Well, we'll see if it's going to be the case. No operator for Akamon, so clearly choosing the armor here in that sequence. Off angle that is seldom checked, but the utility is at least good enough to force the Neon off the initial line. Akamon could go back there again, and this time it's TEC that are actually extending their sight lines towards middle. The Beast with a deeper angle. The same can be said about Christing. And it's gonna put KBG in an awkward position, because while they have most of their angles checked, they're gonna be so weak for some of those duels. They needed an opening, and Dynamite is obliged to take a duel. Thankfully, him being on the waylay does mean he gets to take 2.
Fragment just to delay towards Link. Doesn't really hold them off for long, but now here's the next layer of the onion. There in goes the knife coming in. Oh, hello. Just completely mowed down for you. Would have been good for one. Tonk is, but now he's under real pressure. And Titan Esports Club, well, they're making sure they turn up the heat. 4-on-3 now. Paranoia coming in onto the site, but Coco's caught out Ying towards mid. It's all going wrong. They haven't cleared Ackerman on the site. Now they have, and now they've gained a match point.
Yeah, massive play there from TEC. He got the read, held their nerves. And we'll see. Things could change. I guess Civi's there, took a judgment call, and it went horribly wrong, and unfortunately, I've got to say, like, individually speaking, I think that KBG are definitely on par with Titan Esports Club, but it's really been experience on that one. Ying looked a lot more comfortable on the Sunset. Not the case here. Even if he understands how to apply his breach, just his movements aren't as comfortable on the other side, and we'll have to wait and see if that adjustment is going to be made on attack, where the initiator holds more of the value. Middle play it is. 2 players set up on the TEC side. They cross the race on the line of sight, and SCB is finding his opener, but despite down in a pretty awkward position. There's a chance for Dynamite to single-handedly win the round there if he finds another kill. Got the refract, the re-peek in, yank for one, I'll come up for the trade. Not bad at all from the attacking side, but he didn't find a kill here at Connector. Alkaman saves the day, but he too goes a bit too far forward, and that is the same case from Dynamite. Express delivery right to your doorstep.
My words, I mean, you got to make a play in a situation like that, but that was certainly bold. It would have been a 1-on-3 clutch. Not to come to fruition that time around. Yeah, trading.
It is maneuvered pretty well.
To perfection for KBG, right? And they call their timeout, knowing that it was that defensive side that caused them the problem in the first bout of additional play.
I mean, I'm just thinking, like, I think that the only reason that Dynamite would dash like that is probably because he expects them to be running towards the B side, right? Like, that's the only thing that I have in my mind. And that's like, oh, like, that's like 1 in a million chance that I win the round, is that if they have their backs turned, I get a kill, I get a 1v1, but otherwise he looks this silly, unfortunately, for him. And that's the OT timeout called for KBG. Yes, on defense. They've been close, to be fair. But again, I want them to be as proactive as they were on regulation. And over time, the one round that they played on defense, they were so scared. And against the way that TEC are playing this game, against their composition to be exact, you really need to speed things up. You need to use your 2 initiators to take early duels. Because if you allow Waylay and Race to execute on you, you're probably going to lose that execute 9 times out of 10.
Yeah. All square after 26. Here we go. This is a bit of a fight coming in, but again, the timing of the utility just not quite there. Christing's in a lot of trouble, somehow able to survive. And another 4-on-4, but I mean, you're going duelist for duelist here. I think on the attack, you're maybe feeling a little bit less happy about that.
Especially when it's Alkaman, who has been having such a good game. But the same can be said about Dynamite. Definitely a resurgence on this map, 225 to the Waylay 2. And they're going to be cut short of what could have been a conversion path to win them the round. Now to see if KBG are going to be able to adjust, if Left to Beast, who's holding such a tight angle. And it's a good one for him to take hold, maybe do a little bit of damage. And Lucas, nearly dead, just don't need to overplay his hand. Still got his knife and both flashes, so as long as he's alive, he is a very important asset to the team. Utilities coming in, trying to delay the hold, could right-click himself and flash in, but instead he takes it right with Christing. They trade 1 for 1, but they need more from Sabiz, and he's only going to be able to deliver a single kill. A little bit too late from Ying, and even individually, he falls short, and now Tonk left in a 1-on-2.
Yeah, he's got to do it all. Refreshing the cage there. Towards Link is Howdong. This is opposing number Cypher on the other side. He's got to try and clear all these angles individually. And Tiny Sports Club, the players swing it together towards the A site itself. It's now another match point opportunity for them, and another opportunity to take us to the decider of the Senate.
Yeah, again, like, just that little bit of delay in the breach. The instrumental timing of that fault line, if it came a split second sooner, things would have been so different for them. And that's where breach is really difficult. Like, I feel like a lot of other initiators give you much more leniency, like the KO, like the Fade. Breach is really timing specific, and well, Dynamite could have been caught in a bad timing against Lucas. It's going to be counting as lucky stars. Decent damage done to Tonk to start things off. But at least from the way that this round has started, map control is important. But we've seen Dynamite suffer to the hands of the flashes before, and it might happen again.
Yeah, it absolutely has. Ackerman sliding in, beats the operator shot there. A big seize actually from Lucas. Prevents any further progress. It does feel like Tiny Sports Club are just looking to batten down the hatches here on the A site. Keep things on lock. Well, with now half the round gone.
I mean, they can route back towards B, right? I feel like that's definitely the call to be made here. You smoke this connector, you take the duel on the Cypher, and you route back into B.
It should be the case, but Howdong just goes for the fight there. Ackerman can't take him out, and Tonk's still on 11 HP. I mean, this starts to get, I mean, very, very risky for the side of TEC. And Rainy, oh, sorry, for the side of Keepest. TEC are in attendance. Yes, Coco goes down. Rainy, oh, dearie me. A whiff at the worst possible time. And now a 4-on-2 for the attacking side. They're in a post plant. And Howdong's been caught out.
Oh, the nerves are getting at them, Charlotte. The nerves are definitely playing a factor.
Oh, they absolutely are.
Triple OT it is. 14-14. And now, KBG back on the defense. Most likely hoping for redemption over there.
Yeah, the timeout didn't work out for them in the previous period of overtime, but still a chance to be made that. Oh, good lord.
Let's just forget about that one, okay?
It doesn't look good from the Beast POV either.
Yeah. Look, let's put it that way. Let's put it in the same place that we put KC in stage 1. Like, you know how everybody's saying that KC is the best team in the world now? And everybody forgets how bad stage 1 was?
Yeah, that does require them winning. And Keepest could still take victory here on this map. Obviously, we'll have to wait and see, but I think for Rainy as well, you've got to just put that behind you. It can be so difficult, especially as a young rookie player, to do that this overtime, really testing the mental resilience and the boundaries of how hard these teams can go. Right now, again, they're set up for an A split. 3 players towards main and a 2-strong contingent in mid.
Oh, the take is on for the A side, but I feel like then waiting for the fade is definitely the right call from TEC. But again, we spoke about this before. That both duelists run into you. It's going to be a difficult time for them, and it's going to be the case again. KBG, it just feels like we're basically running on a repeat at this time. Like, who's going to break the loop? Who's going to say, guys, maybe we shouldn't let them take all the space in the world and execute on us with the way they race. Like, one day, right? One day. And then can break.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, though, as well, we've seen TEC also be as inadequate with their defensive macro, I guess, in this overtime. Tonk with a very, very difficult task ahead of him. Towards the site. There's the gravity well, and there's just a hail of bullets sent towards his position. It's Titan Esports Club with the lead once more. The real problem becomes whether they're going to be able to close it out on their own defense side.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, not a fan of the way that KBG are playing that one. They're not committing to holding A main.
It's the same problem.
They're doing neither, right? That's the thing that makes me, like, so, like, I guess unsettled about the way that they're playing. You're not playing for a retake. You're not playing to hold that line of sight. Like, you look at every single team in China that's been playing Summit. Hell, every single team anywhere in the world, they will tell you that's an angle that you either need to contest once the barrier drops immediately, or you just play for retake. And they sit in a weird in-between where, you know, I'll definitely say, like, players like Tonk, players like Sebeast, definitely would be a lot better off if they're playing for the retake with that double initiator, but they're going against what their identity is.
Yeah. Well, for Keepest, they might not have to worry about that anymore. It all depends on whether they can claim victory here, because they are staring down the barrel of a 16-14 loss. Or they can force us to a 4th overtime. Sorry, a 5th overtime, even.
30 rounds of play. We could still see more.
No, it is 4.
pretty much
I was right the first
game
time.
play.
I need to not doubt myself. As really do the sides of, well, both of these teams. Conviction is the name of the game here in round number 30.
Okay, honestly, maybe KBG should down their defense. Like, some doubt towards that defense is gonna...
Okay, fair. Yeah, you know, yeah. But although I do feel like it's that doubt that becomes the problem, right? Because they're caught in two minds. They need to have an idea, settle on it, and fully commit to that idea, not play that half and half. But again, all of that potentially to come or not in round 31 if Pioneer Sports Club lose this defense. They're doing a good job at, well, stalling things out so far. 45 seconds in, and there's not much progress made by Keep Best.
Now, see if it's gonna work out again. That mid to B take has been one of the few points of actual convention for KBG, but they've done the right play this time. How long has been a continual nuisance for them? Well, I guess I have to curse them as well. I am very sorry, How Long. DC now could be staring the barrel. Very little space after Coco, but somehow he's not stunned. You could really find a multi-kill there. That's the first. They're not ready for more. And Coco's given space. Why are they giving him the space? KBG just lost the round, and most likely Ascent it is. Little time remaining. The nade comes in. Rainy for the 1, Rainy for the 2, and it's 16 on the board for TEC.
Yeah, 16 the magic number this time around, as it did end after 30. Here on Summit, it's Titan Esports Club who push us to a decider. By no means clean, by no means an easy victory. But through the chaos, the dust settles in a tied up game, 1-1, 16-14 here on Summit.
So indecisive there to close. If they just send everyone immediately onto the side, that would have been a very different game. But I guess, again, that indecisiveness is how they've lost that 1v3 against How Long. Is how they've let that game slip. And now, onto Ascent they go. Third map that they'll at least, since it's Ascent, and a very solved game. I guess that they're going to have an easier time tactically, but with both Dynamite and Rainy now being on full form, I'm going to be pretty concerned for how they are actually going to go mechanically, because these two are waking up. Took them quite a while, the entirety of the group stage. But hey, if there's ever a time for them to show up, now is that.
Yeah, for sure. Still chances left to go, and still an opportunity to make champions Shanghai at the end of the year. That's what this is all about. And I mean, hey, it's a long journey, but they made the first step on it by actually keeping a series competitive, which we haven't really seen in quite some time, since basically their first win against XLG at the start of the stage. With that being said, we'll have a bit of a listen in to the comms here in just a moment. Get a bit of a temperature check on how things are operating at Titan Esports Club.
我家门碎了，把门打了。我们 pick 这一个吗？3、2、1，我给帮来10路，确认。哎，有 CT 了，我给真了，给真了。还有个欧门，还有个欧门。看 A 小，你看 A 小。A 小有这个 A 小 K。我下包。屁股来不了是吧？想着 CT。Nice，Let's go。2个。东哥的残局我放烟。 没看到，大好像有个 KO， 别说，你可以开包连大，3打3，我开包连大，然后飞进去可以吗？我给 B 当烟。3、2、1，开大，一个 B 大，B 大一个 ，B 大铁壁，绿枪，B 大，我拆包东哥，拆包干吗？出来了，绿枪，没时间，我先玩。一个人玩，我先玩可以吗？我捆他，你先玩吧，东哥。他被捆了，打不着。
Well, significant uptick in performance there from Dynamite. 255 ACS a much better game, even on the operator, was a crucial part of the play, despite how much of, I guess, a beating those double initiator flashes gave him in the game. But he was just so good on attack, and I feel like that's really where he made most of his chops.
And again, there was still a point where he was like 12 and 13 in sort of the middle of the game there, but coming towards the end, and especially in overtime, just making his presence felt. And yeah, this operator on the defensive side as well just was so impactful for the side of Titan Esports Club. Again, so many crucial rounds so that TEC ended up winning that maybe they shouldn't have. Again, that shot with the operator from Dynamite, the Howdong 1v3 from way into the first half. Either of those don't go their way, and it's Keep Best walking away the victors. I mean, you've got to give it to Ackerman as well, trying his best. Really, you can't necessarily point a finger at anyone in terms of a poor performance, apart from maybe Lucas. And even then, he found a crucial 1v1 against Ying that got them to where we are now, and his team ended up the victors.
Yeah, and again, you know, like, you can definitely, I guess, lean onto it as a holistic view kind of thing. Because I feel like if it wasn't for some of the indecision for what we have seen from KBG at times, this would have been a very different affair.
For sure.
You know, the 1v3 from Howdong is one thing. The very final round where Coco just didn't have people pushing him. It's like they had their priorities wrong. They were focusing on the retake before they took the side itself. And that's one of the things that, you know, you do see from some of those tier 2 teams, where perhaps they're overthinking the game because they don't have the reps. They're trying really hard because, again, you know, they know that they're not going to be as fortunate as some of the other teams, the teams that, for example, have gotten a buy already, like BRG, like EDG, etc., etc. And some of the teams that even are here, that, you know, like, they've been put in that position before. A lot of experience for someone like Howdong. And that's how he played that game. I guess that indecision just needs to be flipped around. I guess Ascent is the best place to do that.
Yeah.
The map has basically been played until it's beaten into death.
It's a flowchart at this point, right? Like, Ascent very much feels like it. Obviously, we have that standard comp from years ago. I mean, we'll have some questions about the agent select coming into that next map, but that's going to be at the other side of this break, so don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we will see which of these teams will take it between TEC and KBG. Stick around.
I've been having trouble sleeping, 'cause these dark nights don't keep you, as they always star tonight. You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights.
Well, the national teams have one last chance to get a win today. KBG started off so solidly on the sunset of their own choosing and nearly closed it off in a 2-map affair. Myself and Charlotte are back to see who is going to emerge victorious at the end. Will TEC finally get a second win on the board, or will someone from KBG sell to the platter? Let's just talk a little bit about how we actually felt about that second map, right?
Do we have
I feel like we walked into the summit. It was a bit of a slug. It was very messy. I think that is an element that made the game that close. But how do we feel about the Sunset and the Ascent? Because I feel like those are the two that definitely lean into more elements of the usual. And well, that is something of the usual. I feel like I'm back in 2021. We're seeing Phoenix Jet comps on Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, I actually don't mind it. Pairing up with the Sova, Cypher, Omen, very sort of traditional parts of this. I guess it's just sort of like, you know, the old standard traditional comp. With the KO, but just maybe a little bit more aggression because you don't have that suppression. Instead, you're playing that Phoenix Duelist. On the other side, Neon. What are your thoughts on Neon on Ascent? Because I'm
a bigger fan of her than the Jet. Let's just put it that way.
Okay, I actually lean the other way. Actually, I think in this day and age, I really think that Neon.
Your stocks are low on Neon after the nerfs?
My stocks are lower on Neon, but just on Ascent, which is a map that she never really managed to find footing on anyway. I'm not quite convinced on it. Obviously, we've seen Rainy do some big things so far, so you know we will see what ends up happening throughout this game. If there's one thing to say is obviously you do get some of that explosivity. In both agents have an ultimate very much focused around killing as well. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. And it is the only change between these compositions as well. So you know, pretty much the same across the board. We are looking though at Keep Best to see what they can get done here on the defense, because this is where you're likely going to have to rack up most of your rounds. So if TEC can get stuff going here early, then maybe it does spell disaster.
Well, that it could. But with a double duelist composition, I think that they're going to be more lenient towards conceding a few here. But a few, many is very different. Like,
no balling is big.
Yeah, like they would at least want to get 4 rounds as the bare minimum on this half. And they set up in a way that might mean that this round could go very wrong. Because there's a double hold from both Howdong and Rainy on middle. And everyone else is just hitting the A side for a clean take.
Yeah, they just have all of this control. The Beast, yeah, spots out that aggression and push, and with Rainy coming in from Catwalk as well, certainly feels like the best start hemmed in towards that sort of heaven position, and now you have the wrap up as well. Howdong already making his way through mid, already sitting in that defender spawn. I don't think that KBG are going to be aware of this.
But they might win the round before Howdong is active. He needs to find a multi-kill, he only gets the one. He tried to pincer from the other side, and Dynamite does so well, but he walks into that paranoia, and time can become an element, especially with that kill from Lucas, who is going to find a double kill. That was everything for those 2 kills there, stopping them from dropping down from heaven, stopping them from getting their chance. And again, that same hesitation. They didn't commit to tree, didn't commit to heaven, and TEC just ends up being the biggest benefactor.
I think here we are going to see the retakes maybe struggle a little bit. Obviously, yes, you have pistols and you don't necessarily have all of your utility. And with that double duelist situation, it will be a bit easier to retake, but not necessarily having like double initiator as a way to sort of clear things out. We are going to see those retakes really struggling. There's, well, enough conversation about the overall play of this one, because round 2's already done. A big spray down from Dynamite in the middle of that as well. But, yeah, to finish my point, yeah, they left the A site open, and yeah, it's a pistol, but retakes are going to be difficult. That's my point. Contesting mid on an anti-eco on an eco round is also apparently quite tough.
Yeah, especially when Dynamite is this sharp today. 5 kills to the name.
Unbelievable. He's basically got his ult up already for the bonus round.
I don't know why they actually nerfed the Phoenix, so that's the one thing that I'm like, but why though?
Well, not... Yeah, well, because 6 was ridiculous.
No, I think 6 is fine.
Well, I agree to disagree, as TEC already starting to overwhelm here on the B site again. KBG not really committing themselves to holding this position. You just have the one player down in Boathouse. Oh yeah, Sabis needed to do more there. It's a complete massacre again. There's really not much you can do about it. Ying, the last one standing, and he too will fall. Only 2 casualties on the side of Titan Esports Club. They are coming into this map with a bang.
Yeah, some massive chaos, you gotta say, and a double duel is reveling in such. Some really good work there from both, of course, Dynamite, and you gotta say, just Lucas making sure that Sabis' life is a living hell in backside. And I'll say, like, here's the thing. Is 6 points ridiculous for an ultimate that is basically a Waylay E on steroids? I don't think that's kind of ridiculous, to be fair.
Well, it is when you get it like 7 times. You can get it like 7 times and a half.
You don't get it 7 times, to be fair, unless it's Fracture. Teams are so bad with the ultimate usage anyways.
Well, I don't think that should be... Anyway, we can have this debate another day, I think, because... Well, actually, it's an eco round. Sure, let's keep talking about it. I don't think just because teams are bad at using ults, that should be what you balance around, personally. But we might actually be about to see a bit of a fight here. 40 seconds, 45 into the round. It's Sabis to get the opening kill. He found a second as well. At the very least, preventing a clean entry onto the site from TEC, but it's now vacant here on A, and they do have the spike planted.
I mean, 1 more kill at best is what they're gonna get. Long. If he found that one, maybe there would have been more of a discussion, but now, I think Akuman knows his days are numbered, and it is just mere seconds until he goes down. Clean 4-0 there from the side of TEC. And I just want to go and find the veto, because I think we got it there in the chat. It was KBG banning the Haven, leaving the choice of either the Breeze or this as the last map. So that's where things definitely did go wrong in the veto, I do feel. Like, you know, I get it that TC, of course, is always going to ban the Lotus, because that's the map that they don't play. But I feel like they would have been better off on the KBG side, saying Haven than this.
Yeah, potentially. As well, Ying's found the opening kill. But Luca, again, it's just some crazy stuff coming in the entire time. That run it back immediately dealt with. Coco in an advanced
7
position.
orbs, by the way. Just saying, though. Just saying, though, John. Just saying.
Yeah, but it was the Phoenix that killed the Neon, and Neon on 0 kills. So, you know, I guess we're 1 for 1, as are these squads. But right now, it does feel like it's Titan Esports Club in control. Sabist, this is a massive position, but I mean, Howdong clears that. The awareness to actually clear that angle is unbelievable. I certainly wouldn't have cleared that angle in my ranked game. So they don't quite clear the Cypher trips. And Ying on for a 3rd already in this round. 2 on 3.
Well, it seems like he's back to where he likes it. Secondary duelist for the team. But Ying needs to find a little bit more still. Him and Akimon still alive out of the open. That's one for the ex-VCT player. But Coco is going to seal that deal. 3 from Haodong in this round.
What a
and
shot
it's once
on the
again
last,
where
by the way.
experience just really shines.
Yeah. I mean, Haodong is everything about this round for Tiny Esports Club. Clears out the player here, yeah, Sibbeast inside of B lobby. And this last shot, again, holding from main, and then the readjustment onto Ying is very, very clean. It's a shame we didn't get to see it again, but as things stand, yeah, it's 5-0, and that's exactly why Keep Best are going to call their timeout, because as much as you're both playing double duelist compositions, you are still defending on Ascent, and they're yet to get off the starting blocks.
Yeah, I think for KBG, they're definitely going to be unhappy about the way that this one started. Some good signs here and there, but just on the double duelist, they need a lot more in terms of fragging. And while Ying has been doing okay, the rest of the team has been struggling to gain control of key positions. And not only that, like that Sibbeast duel there that Haodong just cleared, that was also another point that, you know, on another day, Sibbeast would have been a bit more passive, would have been playing in B main itself. And there, he probably could have found a kill and dipped. Or he could have been mid, take the duel that pizza, made at least their round a bit more winnable. It's just all the decisions really going wrong for the side of KBG all that.
Do you think it's maybe a bit of an overcorrection from Summit, where they were playing too passive on Summit, and now they're getting too aggressive? Speaking of aggressive, here's Rainy, bearing down on the A side already. And Ying immediately domed, as Rainy finds the scoreboard. It's actually a B focus, sorry, hit coming in from the side of TEC, and this Hunter's Fury is absolutely huge. Beast with a kill, the tag on to Lucas. Maybe there is a chance with Ackerman's Blade Storm in play as well.
Well, I mean, for now, TEC still, though, thinking about Tree as one of their avenues. And it's a high-low stack on top of heaven for a moment there. But they decide against it. Now they're breaking up. You've seen that play before. Akimon ready, and that was crisp or one.
Yeah, again, the breaking up of that high-low is just because they're aware that they could get flanked from mid. So learning from the pistol round, where Haodong found the kill from that angle, and the delay was everything. Dynamite now also looking to try and tangle with Ackerman, and Sibbeast maybe needed a bit more there. It's the players on the site itself fall to pieces. The 3v2, but Rainy is low, and he's going to be the first point of contact here.
Well, it's a crispy shot from him. 3 to the name of the Neon. Not going to be a 4th. And Tonk has already delivered a few of those clutches. A 1v2. Definitely feasible, but he needs to find the right timing on Dynamite, and he's not going to be looking at main, neither will he be looking at hell. Got stuck between two worlds, and made much of neither.
Yeah, honestly, a summary of the series so far for Keep Best Gaming.
That's 3.
Oh, what a shot there from Rainy, finally hitting the scoreboard in round number 6. Keep Best, they've just not quite had that decisiveness that we need to see, and it's something that TEC have really been taking advantage of.
And they've been a lot better playing that single duelist composition when you look at the way that the integrity of the defense have been played. The time that they've played double duelist here on Ascend, it just doesn't really feel that rigid, right? Because again, you need a pacemaker of a Jet to make this work. You need a Phoenix that is going to dictate the pace of play, that is going to have this be feasible. Christing is having a very bad game. And more than often, Sibbeast find themselves in positions where, look at him on 3 there. No support, no help. Yes, he does a little bit of chip, but yeah, I understand this round is already weaker on the economy as is. But it just feels like there's no structure to what KBG are trying to do on defense.
Unraveling at the seams. At the very least, Ying is good for one, but Haldong, I thought would have been able to get the freebie onto Tonk there, but instead it's Tonk fighting back. That's the second kill. Christing sticks to TP, but Tonk can trade. Coco, I mean, able to capitalize off that mistake, but no further. And it is Rainy who had a big round in the previous, not to happen this time around. It's Tonk instead who's lighting up the kill feed, and it all goes green for KBG's first.
Yeah, finally something on the defense. They'll need a bit more next to that. I feel like right now, they might be looking at like an 8 for half and be content with that because of that start. But they still got their chops cut out for them. It was not a cheap round, not an easy one at all. It required a massive overperformance from Tonk. And they don't have ultimates. There's still an overdrive on Rainy. And lo and behold, TEC trying to make the best of that Neon. An immediate slide on A main will be doom and gloom. And now already Christing not ready one bit, dashing into the heart of the site itself. Yes, they know where Neon is. The main worry, will they be able to actually get a clean retake? Because last time, they were so hesitant. This time, just shows a very clear telltale sign. Push 3, be a nuisance from there, let the operator be the back pedal of the rest of the team.
Yeah, again, the retakes is really where we're going to see these teams struggle. Dynamite taking some damage towards the top of the site there. He's providing that distraction and gets a second go at things now, a second life. That was enough to actually just stop the round entirely. TEC up to 7, an advantage secured into the second half. And, well, at the very least, it seems like these weapons should be able to be saved over. The silver lining. One of the thinnest ones I've seen.
Struggling right now.
What happened to the guy that we saw playing on Sunset?
A pace definitely has got to be the case. I feel like the Neon, you know, you're down in the Neon a little bit. It's definitely is worth its weight in gold right now.
The Neon didn't seem to trouble him on Sunset. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Sunset, you're so used to the Neon. You're not used to the Neon as much here.
Well, again, we can superficially take this as a little bit of value to take from Neon itself, but Ackerman actually decides to just get out of dodge there. They're leaving Tonk to play completely by himself on the B site here. Now Ackerman coming in as assistance towards the defender spawn, but I mean, it's still going to be difficult with players in market.
I mean, to be fair though, I still think it's the right call to make.
Yeah.
You lose many players, you keep hold of your spawn, even if you lose that angle. But the problem is, they need the cross in, and Tonk lost his life so early. Trying to contest Dynamite, and even the spawn duel, not only did they lose, they didn't have trades there, so it's a bit too late. By the time he arrives, Agumon is already left for dead. Dynamite with a hat-trick, even if he's still on 2 HP. That round is already won thanks to him. Opener on Tonk. Now the Beast is trying to somehow make a miracle out of that one. Player in main, player in lane, and that's a big flank from Dynamite. Coming through for another quad kill for TEC.
I mean, Dynamite is just having all of the impact in the world on this Phoenix. Feel bad for Rainy though. His fast lane not really helping him out too much in that regard. And Chris not coming in from Ackerman, but not really much else to build off of here for the side of Keep Best. Second timeout used after 9. Because that 8-4 half is the bare minimum, and that's exactly what they're having to hope for now. Looking for 3 in a row to close out the opening 12.
Well, and they are in prime position, to be fair. To maybe even get double digits if you're on the side of TEC. I'm thinking of, well, what can KBG even do at this point with their setup? And they need a massive overhaul. I feel like they either need to put a lot more focus on one of the two extremities or on middle. And middle has been one of their banes because they are weak on the extremities. So they try to strengthen it, but they don't strengthen it in the right way. It's not always just about taking those duels. And sure, that maybe can work in tier 2, maybe can work on that level. But in tier 1, where people can not just shoot back, but also call back, that's where things as just, hey, saying I will take the duel and I will win, will not function. And, you know, some of the players like Tonk, like Ying, like Sabis, love to play to that style. But right now, they've been struggling to just cope up with the offense from the side of TEC, who's gonna actually present a new question. Well, what if we freeze and we give you nothing at all?
Yeah. What if? Oh, the drone does spot a bit of presence towards the B site. They're sort of prepping this Leviathan idea with the curveball up through the wall, but he's missed the lineup. Tonk still gets one, but
I don't even know how Tonk get the kill.
That's a big mechanical fail there from Ying, blinding his teammate. Maybe being undetected towards lane, actually. But presence shown is enough for
a swine, though.
to retreat.
This is where it's going to all matter. If Akamon gets that kill, a very different game. Speaking into Coco, not really the line of sight that I want to see. Yeah, just play passive. Wait for your timing. The smoke kind of gives a tell that there might be a player in line. Yeah, definitely making it a little bit suspect, but Alchemon makes good. 2 kills to his name, and he gets to survive and even play with a rifle now. Smoke falls, he's worried about main, but that is not going to be the case. Both players on site, and they're trying to run it back up top. Alchemon could find the timing on the Phoenix that he is looking for, but Lucas is aware of that being the possibility, and the Phoenix is going to buy plenty of time. Now Lucas tries to go out. He's been having time and again, but none of those has been successful. Maybe when Alchemon is there at main, well, things could be different. It's a messy spray from the one, and Dynamite needs to find 2 more. He's so quick on the first. He's even got the curveball flashed in the face, and Sabis is nothing to the Titan Incarnate.
There's just no way he should be allowed to get away with that. Using the run it back, I mean, it basically gives him an extra life to play with. It, I mean, kind of makes things a 3v3 in that position. Yeah, I mean, Tom even getting a kill there. Ackerman getting these 2. Feels unreasonable, but the 1v3, again, Keep Best just not playing together. Dynamite doesn't even really need to put in much work to isolate the 1v1s. It's Keep Best do that all themselves. And when he's got a Vandal against some of your players with pistols, it's just not a good look. Ackerman, though, certainly seeming to look pretty good in this round so far. Dynamite under a lot of pressure. Spotted out, still finding one, but it's just onto the ultimate. Ying can come back into the fight at no greater cost. Blade Storm and the ult sent towards mid. Finding success this time around, a 2v5. And spike control now as well. Question becomes, do they check their rear? It certainly seems like Ying is doing exactly that.
I mean, they will, but does he find success there? Especially if Howdong synchronizes his timing with Coco on another avenue. I think a peek from Tree could find a massive value of success. At least for now, though, the timing is running down. 30 seconds left on the timer. They'll need to take a peek. Alchemon hold it an aggressive line. Howdong does not spot the Phoenix initially. There it is from Ying. That's the second round for Keep Best. So maybe a 9-3 curse. That's probably what they're looking for. Do you believe in superstition? Because I feel like they probably would.
Well, I think if you're having to rely on superstition, it's maybe already a little bit cooked. But, I mean, yeah, maybe. No, not really. I mean, not with the performance that we've been seeing. I do feel like TEC are going to be able to play their defenses a lot more like attacks. You know, with the Jet Phoenix, you're able to get out of dodge, take aggressive positions, exactly like we see Ackerman doing there. So Haodong, what?
Excuse me?
And now he's got his neural theft information, the name of the game here. So they should know that this A site is completely vacant. That's the spike being planted. This is ridiculous, and I think Haodong is certainly living up to the first part of his name. How?
Well, let's see. Coco. Well, it's lights out, and all the lights are flaring up. Lucas and Coco delivering wrath onto this Keep-Best team, and well, it might have kept TEC from being the best on 2 maps, but right now this is complete one-way traffic. Sabis is left on 3 points of health. Sees the drone, misses the 50-50, and it's double digits for TEC at the halfway point.
Yeah, the opening 12 passed by with honestly not too much incident for the side of Titan Esports Club, just 2 blips on the radar. But a sea of red throughout the timeline and double digits already secured.
Taken out.
Feels like there's just not much hope here. I mean, the counter spam through the smoke onto the operator.
Just Ying peeking in general feels totally unnecessary.
Yeah, I mean, feels like Keep-Best, they're clutching at straws here. They're getting desperate, and that's exactly what you can see coming through. They just, it's the lack of experience. It's that lack of composure that has really been plaguing them. Because they honestly should have closed out Summit, if not for a few small mistakes. But you know, since that point, it's been all TEC all day.
Yeah, and I mean, if I'm thinking about it from the KBG perspective, I'm feeling like I should have won that best of 3 in map 2, right? Like, I think that Summit definitely should have been theirs. You gotta give credit to some of those players on the, of course, TEC side. The big round or 2 from Coco there. Haodong, especially in particular, has been lights out on that map, and Dynamite just finding form as well on the Waylay. Of course, all 3 are factors. But at the end of the day, this is the game, right? Like, they tried to play it, and while the theory was good on the Summit, individually, Ying didn't really function that well. It looks uncomfortable on the breach. A lot more comfortable on the second duelist, but as you can tell, that is the game of push and pull. This is why you see teams like Nova, like DEC, just swapping around their players and saying, like, yeah, the Spitfires is great, but for what we want out of this, out of this team, I think that Rainy is just going to be a much better fit. And to be fair, from this one best of 3, and I know I am the one now clutching at straws, but from this smaller sample size and even the earlier 2 best of 3s in groups, Rainy's been fitting the team a lot better, and finally they're getting results out of it.
Yeah. Although it does feel a bit rough to say that while it's currently 4 and 12.
Hey, he did his part though. He's making space for the rest of the team to play.
Yeah, and Dynamite has certainly been thriving again on the second duelist. 15 kills to his name. I think, what was the stat we saw at the halftime? Like 324 ACS or something like that. So yeah, doing well.
Okay, Ackerman.
It's just been absolutely annihilated by Ackerman this time around. Coco's up close to the corner. He somehow survived, drawing the eyes and attention for Haodong to claim 3. An absolutely massive triple kill from him. And now Rainey's online and on side to potentially close out this round. The door shuts and Ackerman's on 19 points of health.
You've got to wonder if this How Long was there from day one of the groups. What kind of game we would have had right now. The game that we're having is easy fodder for TEC. They get everything into the game. Both pistols for once go to one team, and it couldn't have been at any worse timing for Keep Best Gaming. They'll have to force. That's their one hope. And the problem is, without a spike plant, this force isn't going to be that convincing even.
Yeah, I mean, I do have to say, I do disagree with how that 1v2 was played out. The spike is on the site itself. Ackerman can get that plant, make this force a little bit easier, but instead just goes for the gunfights. It's just the incorrect decision. And now this forces a couple stingers and 2 shouts and a bandit. It's not much of a force realistically.
Sadly, it's what they can afford.
Even then, yeah, the aggression towards A is very quickly being halted. Feels like with these force buys as well, you kind of just have to hit, but again, it's indecision. It's just that little bit of hesitation.
But it's a good insertion, though. I'm a fan of insertions like these, right?
Yeah.
You put Akimon and Wine early, you gain a lot out of it, and if you find the timing here on Rainy, that would have been great, but they're waiting for someone to peek all the way in. It's a massive mistake, really, from KBG. They needed to be a lot quicker on that catwalk duel. And they only see one, and they don't even try to commit to it.
No, they're just setting themselves up for a fight against Rainy again. Tonk, I mean, somehow alive, 10 HP remaining. With full shields being brought along, and it's just an all-out brawl. The Dynamite is coming alive within. It's just that 10 HP Tonk. Camera's not going to help you. Sheriff, pretty much the same. 12-2 and 10 opportunities to close things out here for Titan Esports Club. Realistically, it feels like they might just take the next one.
Yeah, that's probably then game over. And I guess that there is really not much to talk about in this game. Poor Christing still on the running. 1-13 in this game, and fortunately he's the one probably with the best gun out of everyone from KBG, and even that is just a measly Spectre. And they've been a Spectre of themselves. They've shown on maps 1 and 2. I don't want to say a collapse, but to be fair, it is. This is a team that is just outplayed. This finally looks like a team that is a tier 2 team against a tier 1 team. KBG had such good preparation on both the Sunset and the Summit, and I gotta say, we haven't seen their Breeze, but I'm looking forward to seeing their Breeze in the lower bracket if that is going to be the case. Well, there's a minute on the timer. Could it be a miracle? Could it be a 10-round comeback?
Yeah, don't count your chickens before they've hatched. That's
I'm counting them on this one. I'm sorry. Like, eventually it's going to be over for TEC, right? Right? Right?
Yeah, it's going to be over for TEC because they're going to lose 14-12, obviously.
They're going to win here.
Yeah, they probably are. Let's face it, the odds are stacked against Keep Best. At the very least, they can get the spike into the site, but TEC know they don't necessarily need to overcommit on this. Don't need to needlessly give lives away. Instead, they can aim for the retake here with the far superior weaponry. Coming in, clearing their angles diligently. They know that, well, they definitely know now that Ying is going to be playing towards that main space, and the Marshal through the smoke actually is going to be good for one, but even still, you're looking at the fight on the site itself, and actually, while it is trading back and forth, it's now Titan Esports Club in the ascendancy, in with a chance. Ackerman just can't get it done. 13-2 is exactly the scoreline that we will see as Titan Esports Club finally stake their claim as the Tier 1 side. But my god, it was very, very close to their second win of Stage 2.
Yeah, and for the first time, for this KBG team, they'll have to be fighting as the underdog all the way from the lower bracket. For both the teams from the Nationals, definitely at times have shown flashes, and I gotta say, KBG was the closest of getting a win today.
Should have won Summit. They should have won Summit.
All credit is due though to this TEC team. A lot of resilience, and they've displayed a massively tenacious level. But yeah, at times you gotta look at those 5 and Nate as the coach, and perhaps there was a world where they could have pulled it out in regulation, let alone overtime.
Yeah, again, it's the clutch factor from Titan Esports Club that proves to be the decisive factor within one of their games. And how often are we saying that? How often are we talking about TEC and their clutch moments, clutch situations? Feels like pretty much every week, even when they're not able to get it done, they still find so many of those disadvantaged situations that they end up coming out on top of, which again, it's unreasonable, but I mean, you would say for any other team, any team, it isn't sustainable, but the fact of the matter is, it's not the clutches where they actually get let down a lot of the time.
Yeah, it was really sometimes their actual setup play. You know what? Things were definitely set up much better from TEC there on the Ascent. I guess that they're going to be the happiest with the way that they ended up finding a win. For TEC though, that puts them against EDG on the 7th. So in 2 days from now,
yeah,
they will be facing what is probably the toughest opposition for them historically.
Yeah, like
and
I said.
now, KBG are waiting for FPX JDG to be the game to be played for them. But well, for us, we're going to go to the interview.
拿下了比赛的胜利，我们也邀请到了 Rainy 选手来接受采访，欢迎 Rainy， 恭喜你们。那今天赛前其实听大家说，面对到 KBG， 可能赛前心态上是没有太大的压力的。
Before the match, we heard that you guys didn't have like prepared
尤其是土一土二比较焦灼的一场对局呢。
Yeah, so when it got close in Sunset, what were like the feelings?
第一张图就失误比较多吧。
This is a map where we make quite a lot of mistakes.
其实对手也有一些惊喜嘛，毕竟他们是作为全国大赛的冠军来到我们入围赛，所以今天正面交手之后，也想知道你会怎么评价他们，觉得他们是一支什么样的队伍，为你们
And
带来
what
了什
kind
么
of
样的
team
难
do you
题
think KBG is today after playing them?
什么样的队伍？很惊喜吧，就。
And then he says that they're full of surprises.
也好，或是纪律性也都很好。
And with their strength and discipline,
并且他们
they're
今天的
both.
准备可能也是相对比较充足的。那聊一下今天的图一，因为日落的话。 对手最近他们都没有玩过这张地图嘛，所以
So the opponent hasn't played
其实是比
Sunset
较神秘的一张图。
So it
加
might
上
be
今
like a
天
bit
阿
more
福教练
mysterious.
叫暂停的这
Maybe
个
more
时间
to for
也
you
是
to
相
like
对比
figure
较
out on
靠
your
后
own.
的，留给了你们大量在场上去思考以及阅读的时间。这段时间你们是怎么度过
And
的？
so with like the week break, there's been quite a lot of time for you to reflect and like kind of guess what they're going to do.
就大家的
So
沟
how
通，
do you spend
大家
that
的状
time?
态是什么样的呢？
都很好吧。
And he says that we've been spending that time on
很
like
积极，确实
communication,
看
and
得出
that
来
has
今天
improved
你
a
们
lot.
确实学到了非常多。也想聊一下今天的重头戏，也就是图二天书云雀。虽然说看到你们最终是站到了最后，
So
但
the
是也
Thomas
难免
Summit
鏖战了30
and
个回合嘛。也
and
想
the
问一下，
long
在那个很
overtimes.
长、很煎熬的长加时拉扯阶段，你们的心态有没有受到一些影响？
Yeah, what was like the mental then? How did you guys hold on?
最后也稳住了。
有一些小
And he
小的
says,
动摇
yeah, so
但
it was a
最
bit
后稳住了
shaky at
那你们
times,
当
but
时
we
在
got
那
it
个时
done.
候的沟通有比较着急吗？
And we're comms kind of rushed.
有一
Yeah,
点
at the time.
但
And
图
he
三
says,
完
yeah,
全没有受到
definitely.
影响，
对，没有。
是怎么
Yeah,
做到
but
的？
they reset for map 3.
就大家一起，差不多，我也不知道怎么说。
不知道怎么形容，但一定是很奇妙的一个化学反应，大家一起进步的过程，对吗？好的，那最后从数据来看，你最近2场表现其实也相对于刚上场的时候稳定了相
So
当
your
的多。
performance
也
has
想知道
also
你后续
improved
的话，
for
想在哪
the
些方面继续
last
去
2
精进，
matches
帮
we've
助
noted.
队伍冲出咱们的入围赛。
So what kind of like how do you think you can improve further? How do you think you can help the
地图
team
的观
to
念吧，就是还没有那么好
qualify out of flames?
再来是沟通，就这些而已。对。
OK， 列出了
And
一
he
和
says that
看得
there's
出
still
来
like a lot
后
of
续的
like
话
kind of
还
map
是
foundation
有仔细去思考
we
去
haven't
复
like
盘的一个空间，也期待你为我们带来
and
更加精彩的
obviously
表现。那接下来
we
让我
I
们用
can
联想
definitely help
拯
the
救
team
者
more
手
in
机
terms of
Y70 新一代来共同记录这胜利的一刻。来一起看
And
一下
that's
镜
it for the
头。
tweet. It's time for a
3
selfie and the pressure for the audience.
Well, they talked about that reset. We certainly saw the fruits of their labor towards the end of that one. I mean, Ascent was a very, very difficult affair, but like I said earlier, Volt, a bit of a rotten prize for the team that wins this one. A wolf in sheep's clothing, I suppose, because yeah, a match against Edward Gaming coming up is a difficult prospect, that's for sure. But I mean, TEC, they have a chance. It's an EDG that haven't necessarily looked themselves so far this stage, but I guess it's even more dangerous, right? It's when EDG are looking battered and bruised. I mean, animals always fight back harder when they're backed into a corner, right?
But to be fair, like, it didn't feel like that animal had any fight left in them when I was looking at the very end there, right?
Oh,
I thought that was unfortunately just one-sided. And you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna give a lot of credit for TEC and their calling on this Ascent. They exploited those holes in the defense. They saw that there wasn't much change from the side of KBG, and they just kept nailing it home. They didn't try to overcomplicate the game. They didn't try to overcomplicate the rounds. And people like Dynamite and Howdong has had their moments, just like they did in the Summit, and that's how they won there. And maybe for KBG, I'm going to say this is probably one of the worst matchups that they've had, because there are a lot of teams that are willing to handshake a map like a Breeze in the rotation, right, in phase 1. And that's where I actually came in. I expected a Breeze to be picked first. I think that the Breeze is probably their best map, and it's one that they could have very easily picked first and then try to figure out from there, but we'll figure out the comms first and then come back to you.
，Nice， Let's go。我左闪小雨，死了。楼梯能去，家人们。楼梯都拉出来了，楼梯拉了，还有一个，这闪光，Let's go， 踢上去可以。我看不出来大卡，还有一个没双掰好吗？我要掰 market 了。来，market 没见。CD，Nice，Let's go。你去外场，东哥。我知道。CT 的方法，然后欧门也在 CT。3打1。跑了，走了。你耍吧，你随便想。补枪就可以了，直接切他走。是的，别急，可能出去了。让我弄他，求你们了。Nice， 下到。
Well, there's no prize for guessing who the MVP of that map was. It was always going to be Dynamite on this Phoenix. 333 ACS and 6 first bloods, multi-kills, who knows?
I think multi-kills.
Multi-kills. I mean, either way, an impressive stat, regardless. And yeah, some of these shots were absurd. He's got a 4K in there, a clutch. Like he was doing everything for this TEC side.
Yeah, he was just basically grasping the lead a plethora of times. When you think about it, I mean, looking at those highlights, there aren't many because the game just was that fast. But even then,
yeah,
you can look at those and a lot of impactful ones, right? The 4K to grasp around that maybe KBG had a right idea of how to play. That 3K from the hell position. And unfortunately for KBG, while Akimon is still playing pretty well, the rest of the team just really failed to adapt to that level, and Akimon is the only one that was trying to shoot back. And you know what? I'm gonna give credit to both like Tonks, the Beast, and Ying. They weren't doing bad, but clearly they were on a house of cards. And
yeah,
you could very easily feel, and especially on Christing, who he just nailed the pie score there, 314, dead on the dot. And that really just kind of describes the way that this game goes. Because look at how many first bloods KBG actually got in this game. And despite that, my one thing that I always see is they're always playing a step behind. And you can never play a step behind when you're playing double duelist, especially when you're playing a Phoenix Gen.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I have to say maybe a bit less credit from my behalf going to Sibbeast, but certainly for Tonkin Ying, also trying their hardest to let themselves be known. But Haodong certainly wasn't. He had a very good series, realistically. Incredible on Summit, basically won them Summit with some of the clutches and multi-kills he got, and then still having a brilliant time here on Ascent, as we can look back at the series itself and see that things started out so well for Keep Best Gaming. 13-10 on Sunset, and then again that 16-14 Summit that they should have closed out, but it's not about should, it's about what did happen. And it's what did happen is that Titan Esports Club stole that second map and then ran away with things on Ascent. From that point onward, it looked like there was only one team that was going to win this.
Yeah, I feel like their mental definitely took a big toll after that loss. Just the way that they've lost the Summit in particular, right? A lot of, I guess, like complacency that maybe they weren't really playing the game in the coolest way possible. And again, you know, you go to the stage, you go to the fans. It's a very different case than playing the nationals, and it's a very different case than playing online. But hey, that's the thing that they have had to deal with, both them and the A team. But in comparison, to be fair, much more convincing from KBG.
Oh, for sure.
This is a team that looks like it can compete, that looks like it can rattle. A team against a Trace that, I gotta say, from the way that we've seen both Trace and TEC, they've been the weaker team, and they've just dismantled the A team.
Yeah, well, they were the weaker team, apart from the game that they played against each other in the seeding match. That Trace did end up winning that one 2-0. Close affair, but still, yeah, that flawless victory in the end. So both Tier 2 squads struggling. However, Ackerman still finding his way into the top 5 of the day with a 246 ACS, sorry. But not behind Delby at the top spot. Dynamite, Haodong, and Kai rounding out the top 5 performers for today here, Volt.
But goodness gracious, like, you look at Delby, right? Not just number 1, he's number 1 in all stats.
Everything.
Like, that's how much of a domination that he's had. And our play-ins journey do continue. As you can tell, both A-Team now and Keep Best Gaming are in the lower bracket. We'll continue their journey later a bit down the line. First, we'll play those initial games, matches 5 and 3 for the upper side, where all gamers will be playing on Trace. FPX and JDG get a bye thanks to their better seeding. The same is the case for Wolves and DRG, and EDG facing Titan Esports Club. So those are the games that we'll be having. The losers from those games actually do go down. So the teams that get the bye go down to lower round 1. So that's probably who people are going to be a little bit wary of. FPX, JDG, Wolves, and DRG. The losers of those 2 teams will be playing against the 2 teams from the Nationals. That is the game that will be tuning into next time that we tune in. Honestly, a pretty intriguing one, especially the FPX, JDG game. I feel like DRG have been looking steadier, but Wolves have also been on a massive uptick in the rebuild. And that's the fun part about this stage. Is I feel like outside of like Nova and Tyloo, I'm not really sure how everything else is gonna pan out, right? XLG looked okay, EDG looked okay, but neither of them looked like the champions, the domineering forces that just felt inevitable to the rest of the league.
I will say, I think DRG maybe not looking steady is the right word. They've been fairly inconsistent with maybe some of the wins that they shouldn't have gotten, they did, and then some of the losses that they shouldn't have gotten, they did. But you know, that just feels like classic DRG at the same time.
That's Locus should show up today. It's like the coin toss.
That's pretty much it. Is can Vikashu put in enough of a carry job for us to get the victory? But yeah, DRG versus Wolves is going to be a very, very exciting match actually tomorrow, and then obviously coming into Friday's games, we have the EDG match where they are going to be taking on Titan Esports Club, and yeah, the Trace game as well happening.
Yeah. Vortec, they just put it that way.
Yeah, exactly. Wolf in sheep's clothing coming in there, but well, it's been great fun to be on supply teacher duty with you today. And it's been honestly a crazy match that we have seen here, and still lots more action to look forward to in the coming days, because it's all play-ins coming through here. A couple of days gap in between this week and the next, but a lot of action to look forward to. So make sure you're still tuning in, make sure you follow, do all of the social media stuff, subscribe on YouTube if you're watching over there, and we will see you tomorrow for more VCTCN. Goodbye.
Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down, and